Alright. Hey there, folks. So, this has been an interesting train wreck of a speedrun in terms of, getting it all on YouTube. Honestly, for the most part, I feel that the speedrun itself, in terms of my route and my planning and stuff, has gone relatively well. And when we left off, I got to level 49, and I mentioned at the end that I was going to do the detention block spam off stream. I did that yesterday. I was going to try and stream this yesterday, but I wanted to make sure I got the leveling guide done, and, figured that was a higher priority. Finally managed to finish that today. And I'm overall pretty happy with the end result of that. Oh, shit. Speaking of which, I think something that would be nice is if I linked the leveling guide in chat. I can do a link there, and then post, like, level 1 to 85, or MoP 1 to 85 leveling guide, and then I'll do one of those, and then I can pin it. I meant to do that before starting the stream, but then I just sort of completely forgot that I was going to do that. So, we'll do it now. It's manually unpinned it on the stream. Alright, cool, perfect. So, I did detention block spam. Now, I will say that I basically lost an hour on the speedrun, so the final time, as of right now, for 58, is 9 hours and 56 minutes. In practice, that should be closer to, like, about 8.5 hours-ish, because I wasted pretty much over an hour fiddling around with the random dungeon finder system, because once I realized that you could, what's it called? You could use the carousel thing to not enter the dungeon. I figured there had to be a way to abuse that, to just infinitely spam the detention block, but I couldn't really figure out a consistent method to set it up, so I basically, for an hour of played time over the course of, like, an afternoon, yesterday afternoon, that is, I fiddled around with it, and tried to see what the ideal conditions were, and I managed to find a really, really, really stupid method to just guarantee detention block. Like, 100% guaranteed without having to invite somebody and queue with them just by doing the random dungeon finder. All I'll say... Oh, and it involves no penalties at all, so you don't need to, like, log out or anything. You can just infinitely spam it. The only thing that I will say is that it requires specific queuing at specific points to basically abuse a loophole in the system. And you do need to get at least a tiny bit lucky here and there, at least, sort of. You need to get lucky to make it super efficient, but technically speaking, you can always guarantee it. It's just, if you're unlucky, you might need to jump through a few more hoops, and it might take ever so slightly longer, but considering it took me, I think, like an hour and 50 minutes in total to get from 49 to 58 just by doing that trick, I don't know, I really genuinely believe that it is the fastest way to level by far. Like, it is stupid. It is so fast. So, obviously, I did that off stream, and I'm kind of glad I did, because it's one of those things where it's very broken, and I kind of feel like they might patch it if I show it. So I will... I'm leaving you that hint now, do it while you can, and then I'm going to be leveling more monks in pre-patch, so at some point I will stream another monk run, and then I will show the trick on stream, and you'll see why it's kind of stupid, but it's really effective. So, before, my recommendation for that bracket was, you should be spamming the detention block, but you might get a little bit unlucky and not get detention block. Now my recommendation is, oh my god, just spam detention block guaranteed nonstop. Like, it's completely foolproof, and it just turns the strategy into something that's like, yeah, like the theoretical best method to just the actually guaranteed best leveling method in the game. So, yeah, I've seen some people saying that they quested in, like, Swamp of Sorrows and Blasted Lands, and I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? Get there in detention block. It gets, I will say, a little bit mind-numbing after, like, the bajillionth run, but it's really good. Like, you can't deny, it's really good. Any PC news? No specific stuff. I mean, obviously, past 48 hours, I've been working pretty much non-stop on the leveling guide or doing stuff in MoP Classic, so I haven't really had a moment to breathe. I talked to my dad, and he said that there's apparently some Amazon sale next week. So he said that, you know, a lot of stuff is going to be really cheap. So that's probably when I'm going to, like, really look for things, because I don't really need to get a new PC until MoP comes out. So if I start looking next week, I should have time to buy it and set it up, and he says that I'll be able to save money that way, so that's what I'm going to do. But other than that, no particular news. I also just made some coffee. I'm gonna just kind of hop in. I'm not gonna do anything particularly special, also because one of my friends wanted to run dungeons, but they're 66, so I'm hoping that I can get caught up before too long. I feel I should be able to, because honestly, TBC is pretty free. It's not hard. So we'll see. And as usual, like previous, or like in the previous part, I am not going to be using like an on-screen timer, just because that crashed at the end of part 1. So we'll be going based on /playtime, and I feel I've been, outside of the 1 hour where, like I said, I wasted a little bit of time, I've otherwise been pretty good. So my rough estimate of how long this process will take will be, at the end of this run, I'm going to just subtract 1 hour, and then that'll be it. Obviously, you know, I'm not counting that. This is not a clean speedrun anyway, but hopefully that'll give a solid frame of reference, and then, as I mentioned, I'm going to continue doing more runs over the course of pre-patch. Monks can solo dungeons? Oh yeah, well, so you say, is it worth it? Is it worth it to run into dungeons solo and do them solo? No. Why? Why would you do that? Monks can solo dungeons, you're right. So what you should just do is queue for TBC dungeons and just solo it with 4 people following you around and helping you kill things slightly faster. Because then you get instant teleportation to said dungeons, which is just efficient. You know, there's no reason to run to the dungeon itself. And you also get the random dungeon finder bonus, which is a big part of dungeon efficiency. So yeah, monks can solo dungeons. It's really broken. You should do some dungeons, but should you do it solo? No. You should just carry 4 people. It is genuinely faster, in addition to, like, why would you want to solo it? Unless, just to say that you could, which, I mean, at that point, like, sure, but it's not hard. Speaking from experience, it's not hard at this point. Brewmaster, like, I have turned the corner on this character. Like, it's so good. It's fucking crazy. Anyways, I'll hop in and we'll get shit started, but I mean, this spec is just actually insanely fucking broken. It's kind of awesome, but, you know. Right, and then I wanted to immediately Zen Pilgrimage. That's what I was planning on doing. The only problem is, as you can see, I still have my bags a bit of a mess left over from the, all the stuff that I've been doing. Let me just double check, did I mail over the stuff that I need? I think I did, and I just haven't. I'm gonna pick this up. I'm not gonna do this right now, because I will do this later, and I already have a few, or uptime on my Enlightenment buff. I'm going to invite my warrior, hop on here, and then I'm gonna take myself to Blasted Lands. The only thing... Where's a mailbox? Here's a mailbox. I can't recall whether or not... I'm gonna... This... Okay, I did mail myself this stuff. I just gotta organize this correctly, so I will need it. I have no idea where this went. Alright. Here, and then I'm just gonna vendor this now, because it's not like there's gonna be a really clean spot anywhere for me to do all of this. So I'm going to just clean out my bags a little bit this immediate moment. And then I have gear. I'll just do this. I have gear that I've already mailed over. So this is... already gotten rid of all that. I wanted... Yeah, I think I technically... No, I'm going to use the hit trinket for now. At level 60, I'll replace it. I need to do this at level 60 as well. But otherwise, we're fine. I don't need to do anything particularly special. And I'm using Mongoose. I'm just going to refresh this one more time. 20 minutes of my food buff. I'm just gonna lob that, take, this, and then put this here, and then when it's ready, it's ready. Alright, and then hop onto my Sandstone Drake. And, alright. We shall go to Outlands. Got stuck in a fence. If memory serves, you don't need to pick up this quest. I think it's, like, protecting our rear. I will just grab it in case. Okay, there is through the dark portal. I have no idea if that's necessary, but yeah, screw it. Is that... Oh, okay. It's awkward. May as well, I mean. Let's drop my monk off here, and then I'm going to taunt Remus. Sure. Really care. I should have... I should have, not rolled on those, because I kind of want them to go on my warrior, just to conserve backspace. Doesn't really particularly matter, but let's, hop our way through the dark portal. I didn't drop group. I'm off to a bit of a messy start here. I should have dropped group to get the XP bonus. I effectively just wasted, like, you know, fucking entire minute of my time. Lovely. There's an invisible wall there. It's fine. You got demoted to a rare? Yeah. I actually didn't even know they turned into a generic Blasted Lands rare. I've never seen him before. I just saw a dragon, like, in my peripheral. I'm like, oh, shit. Alright. Alright. So, just to repeat what I said in my guide, I probably have enough room in my quest log for now, so I shouldn't need to worry about anything too heavily right now. But I'm going to be questing in Blasted Lands until level 61? Or, Hellfire, I mean. I'm going to be questing here until then. Obviously, I don't have riding, and that isn't really that big of a concern. Like, you would still quest here no matter what, even if you didn't have flying. But the nice thing is I can just ride around on my warrior, so it actually isn't that big of a deal, which I'm gonna do now. And I would say that for future test runs, I'm probably not going to do this, because I do generally like to avoid doing things like this. But I kind of already started doing this in the previous section of the run, so I think we're just going to commit to the idea of, like, you know, we're gonna just do really stupid fast stuff and see how super duper efficient we can push the time, and then we'll work down from there. Okay, so as usual, I want to go over to this area, and then I will just hop off, and I forget, is this... No. There is a rare mob, but I couldn't remember. That is one of the places that he can spawn. Probably should know that, honestly, but... It's... And like an idiot, I also forgot to leave group. I mean, a few mob kills worth of experience isn't going to make a colossal deal, but... Should be better about remembering that. What are you gonna do? I also, at some point, I do need to apply my glyphs, because I haven't applied the next set yet. Now, that being said, it's not really that big of a deal at this stage, because the current glyphs that I have access to, they're not really that good. Like, I don't have any of the good minor glyphs, so actually, I don't need to apply anything in that slot. Like, Water Roll, Spirit Roll... Well, Water Roll's just good, Spirit Roll is situationally useful, and I have died at some points. So in theory, it would have been helpful, but you just can't get Spirit Roll. Both of those are the end game monk glyphs that you have to get through the inscription research. There's also Zen Meditation, or Zen Flight. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Zen Flight is the other minor glyph that I would use, but once again, that is... Well, I wouldn't even get use out of it at this exact moment, but even if I could use it, it's not available. It's another one of the max level glyphs. So none of the currently available monk minor glyphs are actually relevant whatsoever. Which is like, whatever. They're all kind of utility stuff anyway. The really super duper important ones are available. So Fist of Fury for Windwalker, and honestly, none of the Brewmaster glyphs are really all that good. Brewmaster has a lot of different, like, niche, situational, endgame survivability glyphs, which, yeah, I'm sure they would be good for raids, but for leveling, they just don't really do a lot. The only one that's even remotely useful is Fortuitous Spheres, and that one is available, and it's the one that I used at level 25. So, I'm pretty sure that the glyph that I would use at this point would be glyph of Spinning Crane Kick, just for some slight move speed increase while channeling Spinning Crane Kick, but like for situations like that where I'm just basically stationary kicking them, it wouldn't matter. It's only good for like kiting mobs or something, which comes up. So it's not completely insignificant. I'm gonna do this for now. And then She Burst. Nice. And probably get enough Bone Chewer blood just by killing a lot of the remaining guys over here. Yeah, there should definitely be more than enough. And then I can just come and fetch myself. To round up all of you. I think I can get all these without them leashing. Yeah, I'm taking a lot of damage. That's good. Weird that vengeance means you're happy to be close to death, but that's just how things work. Did I loot all these mobs? I did, so I should come fetch my monk. And alright, where to next? Demon guys over here. That should be good. I will... Where am I going to land? This is probably good. And what in the actual fuck? Okay. My windows were not switching properly. That was wildly annoying. And then the nice thing is, because I still have roughly, I think, like an hour 40 on my Enlightenment buff, at least when we started, it's probably more like an hour 30-ish at this point, which is still pretty good. Then I have my daily quest that I still need to do, and I'm going to get another one at level 60. I honestly may have an Enlightenment buff for the entire rest of the run, so I have pretty decent coverage here. Rounded up a nice solid chunk of these. Okay, can I snipe this guy? Oh, I got interrupted. Oh, I did snipe him, but he didn't die. Fuck away. Boop. Alright, is that... yeah, that is all of them. I'm gonna just auto-run and then catch up on my warrior. Honestly, don't need to right this second. This in... matter. Hop on and fly over this way.
Time is money, friend. Have a good one.
Alright, what's next? Oh yeah, it's... Okay, yeah, so then I go over there. There's quests over there according to Questy, but those are like... I get directed there later on, and then I will end up just going there naturally and picking up those. It's pretty good overlapping stuff. And, yeah, I have no real reason to do any dungeons. And especially with, the ease of travel. Just do this. That long combat, okay. And try and elbow or kite this guy out of range. I should be ranged. Oh my god, this thing is colossal range. Never mind. Guy's at like literally 0 HP. And then I believe, which cannon? Yeah, it's not this one, it is this. This time I'm just going to land on top of it, make it a little bit easier. Fuck off! Really? Target needs to be in front of you? Is this good? There, we'll turn in these quests. Right, this is the one where you have to go disrupt the... honestly, yeah, I think it's probably fine. If I recall, there's like... This quest isn't great. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but it's... I'm like 99% sure a prereq to a bunch of other stuff. Can I leave the party, please? It's like not particularly hard. I can kill like a billion different demons. There's also a potential rare mob somewhere in this area. Okay, I am lagging ever so slightly. Not good. not end up mattering at all. Nice. Okay, that's like, yeah, all the demonic rootstones I need. Okay, this ended up... Yeah, it turns out it's a pretty efficient quest when you can just murder literally everything instantly. Pretty good. To hop on here. I suspect the rare is probably up. I just can't recall exactly where it spawns. I know it's just somewhere in this general area. It's like Doomspeaker Jorim or something? Am I right? Orichem Doomspeaker, I think. That's the one? Let's go here. Hopefully I should not get in combat. Nice. Definitely gonna get in combat. Here. Fine. I'm gonna take a little peek for the rare because I suspect it would be up. But yeah, that is the quest complete. If I remember correctly, this guy... Actually, yeah, because it is... So I can just show the locations. Yeah, so he could potentially be in a different area of Hellfire, but I figure it's worth looking for. I want to say he's like a green Wrath. Yep, up, up. Yep. Good thing I checked. Very nice. Another plus of dead servers, you know. Cata rares are all well and good, but I definitely, in traditional routes, cannot plan on Outland rares. But I can if I'm on a dead server. It's the... you know what? Fuck it. I don't think this quest is worth doing, but it's... I mean, it's piss easy. So... May as well as I finish my coffee. Certainly can't hurt. What am I doing after this? Just make sure I actually do the fucking quest. Would be a shame to fail it after all of this. That one is too far. Alrighty then. Okay, so I have the Spinebreaker post breadcrumb. The stuff down here is not bad. There's also a rare there. I think I go back here, I pick I don't... This stuff I hate. I really do not like the mine quests. But the ones over there are good. There's also a lot of good quests over here. Like, there's a wanted quest. So I definitely want to do that, but I think that's, like, 61. And then there's a lot of good stuff out in the west, but that, I believe, is, like, 62-ish. So I probably... I can't pick it up yet. That's why Questy doesn't show it. This mission. Sure. Wait, fuck, I hit the wrong one. Alright, well, you know, probably for the best, because I didn't particularly want to do this. And it sent me to Spinebreaker Post. So we're doing Spinebreaker Post. Should probably head down there on my warrior just to eventually pick myself up. But I have to do... Wreck that. This, prepare my warrior. Yeah, my warrior is in the general area. So we get Blacktail the Savage here? Or no, this later on offers that. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. I don't even think I need to grab my warrior. It would save, like, a very minuscule amount of time to fly over. Because I have to kill all these guys anyway. This is just generally pretty efficient. So we're just gonna grab those like that. Myself drop really low, then we're gonna do a big chi burst. Did I snipe that guy with chi burst? I wasn't aiming for him, but no. Right. Do the same exact thing all over again. And do I have any quests down there? I do have... I have Hellfire Spine Leaf, but I'm pretty sure I get follow-ups to... Oh, right. This thing. Stay for the tome. Is that just a... Yeah, that's just a turn-in. Okay. 6 sorcerers. That's a chest! Alright, there it is. See, that's pretty good, because I honestly don't know a lot of the Outlands chest locations, so... Pretty much the only way that I'm going to find them is by stumbling on them. Like, so they changed Outlands chests at some point. I think it was Cataclysm. Because back in TBC, Outlands had, like, Fell Iron chests. They didn't give experience, but I did farm them a lot for... Oh, wow, those are bad. I've already prepared pants for a higher level. Still pretty good. In fact, actually, as I do this, I'm going to log off my warrior, and I'm going to mail over the next set of items. That I don't... But yeah, they changed a lot of the Outlands chest locations, so it's now entirely different. But now, the new ones have a different model, but they do give experience. Sorcerer. we are. Now I need to... I remember... I haven't actually done the Nether quest in a while. I can't remember if it's good, but I have this vague memory of the last time I did it, I really didn't like it. So I just usually ignore it, but it kind of doesn't matter because there's just so many good quests in the zone anyway, so... It could be a solid quest, it could not be. It literally don't get anything by doing it for the most part. Okay, I need 2 more knights. They should respawn around this area. Tad bit awkward. Switch over. I guess I'll start by this. I'll get Spine Loop while I just wait on their respawns. And let me check my bank alts. Do I have all this stuff prepped? I do. I'm just gonna send mail to Reese. Tab over, send mail. Is there anything else I need to do right now? No. None of the rest of this stuff is... Actually, I do need to mail Sanguine Hibiscus now. Yeah, okay, good. And that should be everything I need for this immediate moment. Swap back over to my warrior. And is there any more spine loop I can see? Alright. Let's go find some knights. Thing 2. Be enough. There should definitely be another knight soon that spawns in this area, the first one that I killed. Theoretically, if it spawns, like, any second now, that would be the best way to get this, but I might need to just go further into the town. Kicking myself, because there was a knight that I definitely saw earlier that I just didn't kill. I'm like, well, I should have done that. Just figured that there would be more of them, but it's fine. Alright, that is the thing that I need at this moment. And now I go... Oh yeah, of course, now the knight literally just respawned. Go figure. Grab the follow-ups here. Okay, 60 is good. There is... Yeah, there's the quest to kill that one guy over there. I don't... There's other quests that I could do overlapping this. This is the... Yeah, it's this dude. And back. And now I could learn flying. I'm gonna do that whenever I next stop by Thrallmar, because now I can go do my Monk Enlightenment quest, and I should be able to, at the same time, stop by Orgrimmar if flying. Also, my Enlightenment has just fallen below 1 hour. Building. Bloody Vengeance. Which one is this again? Near the Alliance banner. I think is questy. Oh, okay, I see. Right. It's the one by the ruin tower. Now I remember. I can. All right, that worked, I guess. All right, cool. Now I need Spineleaf, and I need to do a lot of stuff in the Orc place. So I'm just gonna drop myself off in the center here. I also need to keep an eye out for Mechthorg the Wilds, which... forget what he looks like, it's been a while. I'm gonna hover just a little bit off the ground. Is that him? No. Okay. Just round up a bunch of stuff. It's the Workmaster. This. This spec is unethical. Make sure I AoE loot all of them because I want to get the blood. I'm level 60, so I have another piece of gear that I can equip in my bags. Here. Spineleaf. How much blood do I need? 12. Okay, I have 12 now. So now I need to look for chests and Mechthorg the Wild. Dodge this guy, point in fighting him. I have to go down this way. I don't remember what Mechthorg the Wild looked like. I'm gonna do this. LOS him in the cave. Means I have to fight a few more mobs. This is going to be faster. Grab the Spineleaf. So there's another Spineleaf. I'm trying to think, will I need Todd at all? I don't think so. this is a little bit annoying, huh? As long as I'm careful here, I could probably continue doing the rest without accidentally hitting any. Some will become hostile. One more. Nice. Didn't have to fight any. Any more spine leaf? None that I can see. And I've done everything else that I can here, so this is... Let's call my warrior. And over this way. Save a little bit of time. Especially until I get flying. So empty there, no one that high at the moment. Well, I'm on a dead server, so here, I'll show you the reason why I'm on this server. Takes a second. This is the entire Horde population. Notice how I am 2 of these characters. There's 7 people online. So, that is why I'm on this server. And that's kind of why, like I said, a lot of this is just, like, prep for actual MoP launch. Like, obviously, I wanted to get a good example speedrun, for sure. But I'm testing a lot of stuff because what I really care about is the real launch. That's what matters. I don't think I particularly need any of that stuff. That I will keep. That is, yeah, cloth. Don't need that. Don't need that. Blob. That. I can also put haste potions over there. And Zethgor must burn. Plus minus 61. About halfway. Trying to think what I want to do, because obviously I'm not going to do everything in this zone, right? Like, I think I just don't quest here anymore. Because, like, these quests are, they're fine. I guess, like, do I get the spine leaf? I feel like I just don't get the spine leaf. It's just, it's such a... Yeah, no, There's obviously the whole, like, sunk cost fallacy thing of, oh, I've already gotten a good amount of them, maybe I should just get the rest, but I genuinely think it would be a waste of time, like, I haven't even gotten half of them. There's just so many quests like that that are just, like, really not worth doing, unless you can knock it out all at once. But, why bother? You got the Glacial Tidestorm and Gmod earlier? Nice. Yeah, the new event is really good, I've heard.
Hey, keep it real.
I can learn. It's gonna send me to Falcon Watch. This is the Capture the Towers thing. I'm looking for... riding trainer is this dude?
What you want?
And yeah, I should be able to fly here. So that'll just save me a little bit of time. It's faster to just do this instead of ferrying myself around all over the place. I'm still gonna ferry myself for long distances, at least until 70. What is that quest? A Burden of Souls. That's not worth it, I don't think. Too much killing. And you got shark bait? Nice. What is happening? Well, I believe the Collector's Bounty event is happening.
May your blades never dull.
Assassin. Right, yeah, that's the one where you have to go all the way out there. I mean, that's fine, just because I'm gonna travel in that area anyways. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about. You have to go up here, and then you'll kill the other mob. So that'll do, just because 2 birds, 1 stone. And probably go out to Falcon Watch next, I think. I think, Falcon Watch is probably the play from here on out. Are you kidding me? Well, that's really annoying because I forgot to leave group. Getting reduced XP just because my warrior was in the group and I tagged them. So whatever. It's not that big of a deal, but I'm just annoyed at myself. I need to do what? Just kill a bunch of the Ganark servants. Running so many ults for hours and then you get it back to back. Nice. Yeah, I know a lot of people who have been just relentlessly farming stuff since the patch. Personally, not really my cup of tea, but I'm glad that it exists. I need to get Darkmoon Faire buff soon. 2 more Ganark servants. Yeah, I think I turned this in. I forget what the direct follow-up is from those particular quests, but I'm pretty sure after this I just go grab Falcon Watch stuff, and then there should be a bunch of good quests overlapping around there that I can do. Then I definitely do Blacktail and the Savage. And I should also do... what's it called? I should also do the stuff out here. I remember that being relatively...
We will persevere.
relatively good. Is it worth... for 1 quest? I think I'll make a judgment call here. Okay, I'm trying to think... how do I want to handle this? I'm gonna go check for Full Gorge, because rare mobs are really good XP, and I can effectively guarantee that Full Gorge is up. I also need to check for chests, because again, That's very good XP. I don't know exactly where the new chest spawn locations are. So I'm just going to look at, like, generally what I would... Like, if I were a chest, where would I be? That kind of... That logic, you know? Also, this is slightly overlapping on Mechthorg the Wild's potential spawn points. So we have a chance to encounter both of them. That is the rare. That is definitely the rare. Okay. I remember that it has, like, really, 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 really big animations on its burrowing stuff. This is how you know it's the one. Yep. Got a lot of pushback there. Fuck did it go? Oh, it's all up there. Okay. Cool. Mechthorg the Wild's still potentially in this area. My sandstone tree. No, Mechthorg spawns... Okay, so he has fairly limited places that he can pop up from here. Finding Full Gorge that early was actually quite lucky because he has a lot of different places that he can pop up in. So I'm going to double check this area once again for Mechthorg. I suspect he'll be around this area somewhere. There's technically, I think... There we go. Boom. Just I'm gonna fly away because my warrior accidentally got in combat. So we're gonna do this. I also have a feeling there should be some chest in this general area. I don't know for sure. Seeing any chests? Okay. Chest. No, not seeing any. It's fine. I'm gonna do the assassin. Which is over here. I need to consider how... Takes me back to Thralmar, huh? You know what I'm gonna do? This is fine. Oh, huh. Actually, I never knew there was just a random mob in those hills. I knew the Maghar were up here, but that particular spot. I'm gonna do the cannons, that quest, which I said I wasn't gonna do before, but basically, I need to do my monk quests. I need to get Darkmoon Faire buff, and then I need to make it back here in the shortest amount of time possible, and doing that requires me to set my Hearthstone somewhere, so I basically would need to set it here in Thralmar. So that is exactly what I'm going to do. I need to kill... It's the Fel Cannon specifically that I need to kill. Ignore the rest of the stuff. I do remember now that you get sent back up here to kill... What is that dude's name? Warbringer... Arixamal. That dude. So I will have to come back up here, and I probably will, just because at this point, killing a single mob should be relatively simple. Okay. Okay, yeah, I remember where the Thrallmar Inn is. My Hearthstone here. And then I'm going to do this, this, and while I'm at it, we're just going to take a moment to clear my bags. I just don't want to have to think about this. I do want to keep that. I have so many of these stupid bags. What are you gonna do? Yeah, because I'm actually gonna have to use some of these gear upgrades soon. That's 62, a bunch of them come online. But yeah, 62 is the earliest, I believe. I didn't send anything less than that. Actually, oh, Sash of Silent Blades. There is one upgrade that I forgot to use. That's okay. Let's see. That should be good for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this, because I actually never used Zen Pilgrimage Return before. So this is going to take me to the Darkmoon Faire. I believe this doesn't... Yeah, precisely. So the cooldown for Zen Pilgrimage ticks down independently of the Zen Pilgrimage Return. So you can do it this way. So we're just going to let that buff stack up. Yeah, I don't have anything there that I can use. I have Leg Sweep now, which that is going there. And now I want to do Zen Pilgrimage again. I'm gonna cancel it here, because I wanted to make sure that I got the full duration of the buff. This should be perfectly timed. It should tick over to 60 minutes. Boom. Okay. Now I have my quests.
The dark times will
pass. Can I... I'm not going to risk it. I can't remember if you can activate both of them at the same time. I'm not going to bother trying. Just going to be with this. I think this is the one that teaches paralysis, if memory serves.
sun guides us.
Yep. But I should Todd the fucker.
Hello.
Got this daily quest. Right? Yeah, okay. That just took a while. And I think I can just keep Expel Harming to generate Chi. The Collector said, wanted to drop in and say you love watching my content. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Should be able to... No, I can't because it's... Yeah, it's Pandaria flying, right. Right. So I'm not able to. Okay, and then...
Tell me of your travels.
Is this better? Kind of is. Well... I guess, yeah, I forgot that monks basically don't need to prep belts at all, because they just get these ludicrously overpowered belts as part of their quest. So, yeah, okay, sure. Can't complain. Alright. So now I have a big Enlightenment buff. And I got all these quests to turn in. This should give me the Ariximal quest. Yeah. Warrior. Do this since I'm in the area. Then I got a Falcon Watch. I do the stuff around Falcon Watch. Fuck. Forget. Big of a deal, but it is a stupid thing to forget repeatedly. Yeah, that's the quest. Alright. Then I can do Zangarmarsh. I guess the real question is, what is the point where I start doing dungeons? Because obviously, when I can do dungeons... Well, I could do them right now. Like, I could, if I wanted to. So, it's not necessarily a question of can. It's a question of should.
Roktar, go forth, victory, strength.
Victory lies ahead.
Rules and tensions... Right, Erasius the Cruel. That one, actually, I should do. Okay. I'm not going to do the other ones. Probably. I definitely don't do this quest. Actually, can I do... It's been a while since I've done that particular one. I think I can just fly to the Maghar area. Should hit both. Did not. I'm just gonna go Tiger Stance and single target these down. Third to spread out. Get the thing that I am trying to get. Is this... This must not be a high drop chance then. I'll kill one more, and if I don't get it, then we'll just say fuck it, move on. Yep, fuck it, move on. I can't remember if that quest is, like, part of a chain, and quest E is just wrong, because quest E is not always correct. That stuff. Check for a chest, because I've seen that one up. And then I'll just do Erasius the Cruel. I guess, would it be worth while I'm here? I'm gonna do the Maghar one, because I think I can just fly to the ends. You don't actually need to do the whole wolf escort. And although, like, the Terrafiend quest isn't necessarily amazing, there's a lot of them packed in here. I could probably just do a gigantic pull on my Brewmaster and be fine. So... no, yeah, you can't. I couldn't remember. It's fine. Worth checking, just in case. One second, let me just type a message in Guild Disk. Right. Going to then leave group on my... Then do Erasius. Nice. Over this area, there should be enough to round up a bunch and make this worth it. There's technically, I think, a few quests in Falcon Watch that will send me here again, but I don't like particularly want to do those. So, like, if I wasn't about to leave this zone anyway, because I'm already super high level. You're fucking kidding me. Okay, I guess I have to use guard so it doesn't interrupt me. Just can't get the cast off. And I need one more. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I turn these in, and I'm 99% sure that no matter what happens next, I just go and do the stuff in Falcon Watch. I don't really think any of the other stuff is worth it. I also know that Cruel Intentions, I get these trinkets, which historically were good. They look solid. Probably use this over the high-powered flashlight. Fist's Breath. Alright, yeah, there's no follow-ups anyway. So, we are fine. I'm just gonna put this on R for now. I need to sort my bindings a little bit later, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And now, Falcon Watch. I have a bunch of junk that I would like to get rid of. Swap line. I'm gonna keep at least some of the semi-high vendor value items, but all of the remainder of the garbage drop. I'm almost 62, so I can almost equip some of this. Drop that. And a lot of the other ones are quests that I need. You turn this in top of the tower? You do.
Our enemies will fall.
My quest log is close to full, so I'm gonna have to clear that. I don't have the add-on that I use on retail that just, like, auto-wipes all quests. So that's, yeah, Black Talon the Savage. We definitely do him.
The eternal sun guides us.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna have to clear it right this second. Let's get rid of the Strathel ones, because I do not need those. That should at least buy me enough time now.
The dark times will pass.
Victory lies ahead.
What is it?
State your business. The reckoning is at hand.
Yeah, Aurelian's Journal was what I was thinking of. Theoretically, if I was staying here for a long time, I could have done those and, like, overlapped it, but it's fine. I don't really plan on it. Like, I'm not gonna do... Avru's Orb. I'm not gonna do the escort. I guess one of them gives an item that drops a quest, so I could run in there, kill a bunch of stuff, kill the mob, and get his orb, and that would work. Let's do that. I'm gonna do Black Talon first, though, and then I should be able to kill enough of the extra mobs while doing Black Talon to knock that quest out at the same time. Gonna park myself up here. Then I'm going to hop out. We're going to party. I forget what the mushrooms are for. I'm like 99% sure they're tied to some quest, but which one is? I don't know. Then I got all the alphas I need, so now it's just Stone Scythe Whelp. There's a bunch of them. Taunt that one in. Just make it a little bit easier. I need to make sure... I think this is enough if they don't leash. Very nice. I got a world drop. Okay. It's not a good one. I recall that's worth like 40 gold in the auction house, which, all things considered, Okay, so that quest that I was trying to get before, it is not a prereq. Missing Missive. Where is that? Quest accepted, Missing Missive. Where do I turn this in? Ruins of Shannara. Oh, okay. That works out really well. So I got unlucky earlier, but my luck is redeemed here. I think I need to go to the top of the tower. I believe that's where the Wanted quest is finished. And I was correct. I am a fucking idiot.
Baladash.
But am I maining in MoP? Currently, I'm well, I'm gonna be actively playing most tanks, just because, I mean, tanking is really good in this expansion. And, like, I mean, tanking really gets good from here onwards. And, you know how much I love tanking. So, just in general, I've always played tank throughout Classic, but a lot of times I'll pick, like, one tank to focus on. This time around, I'm planning to just kind of play all of them, for the most part. I did not enchant this one. Okay, so I need to do that. I am going to put Cat Swiftness on this. So that's generally my plan. Right now, I'm heavily leaning towards Brewmaster. Partially because, beacons. Yeah, that's probably worth doing. Yeah. This is easy enough to do. My initial plan was Brewmaster or Blood, and I might still play Blood a little bit, but somebody in my guild is planning on playing Blood, and, you know, nobody is interested in playing Brew, right? Which, you know, I was already leaning towards it. But then also, the more that I've played MoP Brew, I've been like, wait, actually, the spec bangs, so... Is that it? That's the quest, or... No, there's one, it's further. Ah, right, there, I'm blind. There, right now, okay. That quite well. But yeah, I am almost certainly going to play Baru, I would say. But I do plan on leveling my Blood DK, and I also plan on leveling my Prot Warrior currently. So, we'll see. Beyond that, I don't plan on leveling any of my other tanks right now. I might later in the expansion, but I haven't seen enough good things about Druid to be really excited about playing them. I'm not, like, I don't hate them, but I don't think it looks super fun. And Prop Paladin, I've heard, is okay later on in MoP, and is just really not worth playing at all at the start. So I just have no interest in playing my Prot. Potentially later on, I might get around to it. Alright, so I need to disturb the nest. I forget exactly how this quest works. If it's like a, you know, you open the nest and there's a chance of getting the hatchling thing, maybe this is fine. I'll get the scrolls, and if I'm able to get the nest thing done in the same amount of time, then cool. Not... Oh well. Okay. Get a 4 Haleshi scrolls. Oh, there's a chest there! Alright, this was worth it. This was definitely worth it. I'm also going to use one more Gift of Arthas. This will be my last one for the speedrun. Because after this... After this, I will have... my Flask. Do you pre-patch a Pandaria? Do you download Cataclysm yet? I don't think they've updated the launcher, but it's Cataclysm. This quest, I think, is just shit, and I'm not gonna stick around to try and do this one. Avru's Orb gives breadcrumb over there. There are Kaliri nests over in this area, though, so it is entirely possible that while doing this, I'll complete the other one. Let's do the orb first. Email. Oh, I need to cage this one. Alright, we got the other quest done. Hell yeah. There's penance. That is, I guess, technically, no, actually, I don't think that's actually an upgrade. For real. It's just the escort, so I'll turn that stuff in, and then we go do the stuff over there. But yeah, the only reason that I was a little bit hesitant on Brewmaster before is just because I'd never played this version of Brew. Obviously, I know that I like Brewmaster historically. I've been maining it pretty much all the time. But I had always mained Brew from WoD onwards. Okay, no, this time we don't go to the top of the tower. I'd mained Brew from WoD onwards, so I'd never played the MoP variant, and I'm like, maybe I won't like it as much as I hope. Thankfully, the spec fucking bangs, so probably what I'm gonna play. They've also done some, like, tuning adjustments, right? So Blood DK was far and away the strongest tank, and it's received some pretty substantial damage nerfs. It's still gonna be really good, don't get me wrong, but I don't really know if Blood DK is actually going to be the highest DPS tank at this point. And Prot Warrior is, like, undeniably the best off-tank for speedruns. Obviously, whether or not it's the best off-tank for, like, a casual guild, that's debatable. But technically speaking, Prot Warrior would be really, really, really good. Now, my guild's gonna have a Blood DK. So, you know, my, one of my guildies is playing Blood, our Rep Paladin in retail. Okay, how do I do this hub again? I don't want to keep Thorn Fang Hill clear. I want to do the Colossal Menace stuff. And then I'll get directed to Naladu, so I think I'm just gonna leave party and then just do a bunch of stuff here. And then I should get directed towards the other quests, is what it looks like. And then I really like this hub. I'm trying to remember the order in which I get everything, like whether I have to pick anything up, or if I just go in here and everything will sort itself out. Where's the... That's... So that sends me to Naladu. It's not a guaranteed drop chance, that's fine. I might be able to get the rest from this. TBD. No. I'm gonna promise they don't drop combat, so at this point I've committed, I'm just gonna run. It's fine. that, then I do the... I shrink the Merciless guy and kill him. And then I do this stuff over by the hill. Honestly, I think... Because, like... I put this... I have way more experience than I realistically speaking need. So... At a certain point, I definitely want to start running dungeons. There's a lot of good stuff in Zangarmarsh, too. There's a... Definitely a... There's an argument to be made for right now I should just ditch and go to Zangarmarsh. Well, I should definitely do these quests because they're just good. But, like, maybe this chain I wouldn't do. Hard to say. I think it's probably interchangeable. And I did not mean to do that. We taught the fucker. So what am I looking at dungeon-wise? Ramparts, Blood Furnace, Slave Pens. Yeah, so you definitely went dungeon at 62. That's, like, a no-brainer. You get Underbog here, so that's pretty good. I have my list somewhere. I wrote down the numbers. Meet myself halfway. Dungeon ranges. What do you unlock at 64? Mana Tombs. Yeah, that's definitely worth. You also get Aconite Crypts at 65. You get a lot of good dungeons. Ooh. You get Durnhold at 66. Hold on, I'm gonna... Hold on. I just pinged my guildie who wanted to do dungeons. Because I believe 64 is probably the point. You could start doing it at 63. Like, I would say non-monks probably start doing it at 63, right? Because at that point, I wouldn't have as much experience. So I'd probably be done with all the really efficient stuff. But 64 should give me enough time to get most of the good dungeons before I hit Escape from Durnholds. And then, if I hit Escape from Durnholds, like, basically, the moment I hit 66, there's a chance that I hit Durnholds. And at that point, I'd be, like, in prime Ring of Blood territory, so then I could just leave the dungeon, take the 30-minute, do Escape from Durnholds, do a few more miscellaneous quests, do Netherstorm quests. Then, the moment the 30 minutes is up, I do, like, a few more dungeons in TBC. And then the moment I hit a bad dungeon, I leave, because you don't want to do any dungeons in Northrend early on anyways, so it's not like being on a penalty would really affect me there at all. Then I do this. I can equip my ring, which would be there. I can equip Blade Dancers. Did I enchant this? Yes, I did. Both of these are turned in there. Turn this stuff in. And then I believe there's one more quest. Talk to you.
Elune be with you.
Yeah. Our quest, and there's some roleplay here, but it's fine. It'll probably give me time to clear up my bags really quickly, but it's good XP. Let's off group. And then I have to channel this, and then it's gonna summon Pathalion the Calculator, one of those fucking Blood Elf guys. And then he does like a, you know, you think you have, yeah, it nailed it. How long do I have to channel? Can I cancel the channel? I think I can, and then he summons an NPC. No, I do really have to continue the entire channel. Wait. So if you accidentally cancel it earlier, he calls you a fool and then fucks off. Alright. Oops. Okay, I do actually need to do the entire channel then. Can I wonder... If I sit here on my vendor mount, can I interact...
Good to meet ya.
Okay, no, I gotta do the entire thing. Worth testing for science, but... Alright. There's no getting around it, you really do just need to... The entire fucking roleplay thing. Alright, there we go. Now he stops it. Goliathon, King of the Colossi. Fuck is he? Bears. I can charge midair. Okay, that was kind of sick. I never really thought about using Clash as like a mid-air charge, but it works. Alright, yeah, we turn this in, and then, Zangarmarsh. Huh. That's interesting. It's like a roleplay event thing, so I can't turn in the quest. Okay.
Go in peace. May the stars guide you.
Perfect.
Elune
Take the heist money. Source of the corruption. I should turn that in at least, because that's like free XP, but... Then on to Zangarmarsh. And how long until I have to do Ring of Blood? I should be fine. I have more than enough time for that. Where do I turn this in?
Victory for Silvana.
Alright. I'm about halfway, so I think I just do a big chunk of turn-ins within Zangarmarsh. I also did pre-purchase some quest items for the Scryers. It does mean that I would need to do the super lengthy, you know, Khadgar escort quest, but this thing might be fine if I get 3 quests out of it. Repurchased unidentified plant parts, so I just get that turned in immediately. Yeah, these wanted quests are really good. These I probably just do now.
How may I aid you?
I am honored.
Okay, I think here we'll just clear up everything. You know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I actually am gonna do that. I will come back to Zangarmarsh, but there's like so much shit that I gotta clean up, and the perfect way to do that is lengthy extended roleplay, and it's not that much of a detour, and I get 3 quests worth, well, 4 quests worth of experience out of it. So it is worth. I'm going to, as I fly, check there is a potential rare spawn. Not Boglash. That's a wanted quest. Which actually, I guess I could do the wanted quest now while I'm at it. I can probably Todd the fucker. No, he has... Oh, he has, like, no health. Never mind. Okay. It is up. Alright, there we go. This is why we check. Dismount. Definitely gotta make sure I don't fuck up and stay in the group this time. These are very good XP. Great. A quick visual sweep for chests. This is why we check. Oh baby. All right. Is this a? Oh, that is actually a. Oh no, Qatar. Yeah, this guy is part of a quest. I'm gonna still kill him because he's gonna interrupt my chest otherwise. Hell yeah. Raxus' Staff of Slumber. Alright, we're gonna do the infamous Khadgar escort quest. I have to drop down here and Haggard War Veteran. Up to Adol.
Light bless you.
Alright, this quest sucks, but I really gotta clear out my bags. Desperately gotta clear out my bags.
Glad I could help. What's up? Keep it real.
Yeah, none of these... There's no, like, Honor the Flame quest over there. Okay, while I follow Khadgar's servant, I can finally start cracking these open. There's Stompers of the Bandit, 12 agi, 12 crit. Yeah, no, definitely not better than my same boots. There's Bracers, the Bandit. No. Yeah, so this only scales up to level 58, it seems. Still want to do this just for vendor value, because, I mean, it is 2 gold a pop, you know, that's nothing to scoff at.
Oh, do I have a deal for you?
And at some point, I need to try and sneak over to a mailbox while it's doing this. I also need to... that, I need that soon. I can vendor that, vendor that, vendor that. Hold on to that for now. That, vendor that, vendor that. I can mail this. I won't need it. Yeah, I won't need it by the time that I get 65. Don't need that. That. Mail. Probably gonna get another one of those anyway. I want to hold on to the Pit Fighter just in case. Mail that. This is a good opportunity to get my food buff refreshed. So I'll do that. I'm not going to do any of these quests, so I'm not going to bother trying to pick them up. Go through my quest log and just clear all this stuff out. Am I tracking mailboxes? No. Okay, yeah, there aren't any nearby, though. I don't know if I'll be able to get close enough to any of these to loot them. It's not a big deal. I mean, it's only a few seconds that I would save, but obviously can't hurt. Make sure there's no new things. So I get to conjure a healing sphere. I would never realistically do that, though. I get Black Ox statue at 70. That is not bad. It's a lot stronger in this version. I would want to put that on some decent binds and then chuck it out. Probably honestly put it on 8 or 9 or something like that in Ox stance. You don't get Purifying Brew until 75. That is surprising. Here, while I do this, another thing I can do, I can log off my warrior and start checking to see... I'll have to start mailing myself over all the Northrend stuff. Do that. And I'm also I think I do all of, like, the... I don't think they're technically not wanted quests, but, like, the pseudo-wanted quests in Zangarmarsh. I don't really think I do anything beyond that, because 30 Naga Claws is maybe a lot. There's a few wanted quests over in the west area there. Wanted Chieftain Mumaki. Probably fly out there and knock those out really quickly. That shouldn't be an issue. Okay, my guildie should be ready in 5 minutes. Or, well, I think he is ready now, but I should be ready in 5 minutes, rather. Khadgar Servant Escort Quest Jump Scare? Yeah. It feels like it would be inefficient, right? But there is a method to the madness here. I do have a reason for doing this. I just gotta make sure I stay close, because I know the completion thing is a little bit janky. But basically, right now, I'm doing a lot of menuing, and I'm mailing stuff over from my bank alt, which obviously takes up some time, so it's kind of like, if I'm gonna do it, I may as well do this. And the other nice thing about the Khadgar Servant is I prepped all of the items for the Scryer's, like, rep turn and stuff, which the first turn in gives you,
Honor, friend. For the Alliance.
gives you XP.
Be careful. Light bless you.
So, effectively, by doing that, I get, like, 3 quests worth of experience. So, it's, with prepped items, not actually that terrible. But realistically, I'm mostly doing it just because I needed to save time anyway. Send over the last bit of mail. This should be all I need for now. And I can switch back over to my warrior.
Anaria Shola.
And then... this way... So, like, this stuff. Now, I might not be able to... yeah, I can't access these quests just yet. So, what I'm going to do is I'll set my hearth to Shat. That way, whenever I'm a higher level, I can just pop back over here and turn them in whenever they are available, which should be 68. But not 100% sure on the numbers. Okay, I can open this up. And I will just grab this stuff now. May as well. And then, yeah, I'm just going to grab everything. That way it's all nice and tidy in the, like, top of my bags. And I can easily find it when I'm looking later on. Hold on. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do these quests until 64. I need to... Is Leader of the Dark Crest. You know what, I'm gonna turn these ones in... Nah, actually, I'm not going to. No. Those quests are good, but I don't even think it's worth it for me at this point. And, okay, hold up. Actually, there's rares in this area. So, before I do anything else, I need to enable my rare tracking. Martikar, Coilfang Emissary, because that would be worth it. And I want to do those wanted quests. I want to do the leaders. I want to do those wanted quests. I'm going to swing back to Cenarian Refuge and turn that stuff in first. But I'm going to check for rares and treasure chests because there are a lot in this area. That I do remember very well. Yep, got it. Okay. Let's... I'm going to leave the group. Nice. Is there a treasure chest here? Escort. Not seeing any treasure chests. Alright, there are potential chest spawns here, I believe, so I will double check, just because that, I mean, it's like a full quest, right, so if I find it, it's worth it. I'm gonna just quickly do an eyeball scan. Eyeball scan, eyeball scan. My worst fear is always that there's one right in front of me, and then I get a YouTube comment like days later of like, you know, check this exact timestamp, and then there's a fucking chest that I just skimmed past. I don't see any. Should be good. Shit. Fine. Right. Actually got a lot of Naga claws. Just want to head up this way. I can scan for Martikar on my way back. Tons of chest spawn locations in this general vicinity, so it is absolutely worth giving it the old once over. Yep. This is why we check. This is why we check. Give me the fucking chest. There shouldn't be any more chests in this area, but I am going to just check anyway. Might be able to just get enough claws by just tagging random shit that I can actually turn in that quest. Okay, because we got Tiger's List. Todd the fucker. I don't have enough Naga Claws, but I'm halfway there, so I think I just do it. That's a lot. Let's get him out over here. I will, actually, I want that not on my main bars, but over there. Okay, we're gonna hop on. And then I'm going to check for Martikar. I've never actually seen him in this spawn location. I found Martikar a few times. I actually found Martikar in, like, a regular server back in TBC Classic. It's one of the rares I've seen the most. But every time I found him, he's been over in the west part of the zone. Okay. Let's... Disturbance. Oh, fuck. I could have gotten that quest at the same time. Oh, well. I forgot that I hadn't grabbed everything in time. Blessing of the Ancients. I think this is like you just talk to the Ancients around the camp and get a buff, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Definitely worth doing this one. And... yeah, that's free XP. I'm gonna fly myself over to the other end of the zone. I'm gonna drop myself off, and then I'm gonna invite Vex, and we'll queue for dungeons. Stop tracking Bog Lurker, because I found him. So I'm gonna fly through the location that Martikar currently is at. How are my buffs looking? Actually, I'm not I should stop here and do this bonfire. And then while I'm here, I can check my buff timings. I let Darkmoon Faire buff fall off. Shit. I gotta get that again. Hey, Vex. Almost ready to throw you an invite. What server am I on? Aranicus. Locked... So, there's a difference between locked servers and full servers. Full servers are what you're thinking of. Those are the ones that have max pop. Locked servers are dead servers that Blizzard, well, locked. You can't create characters on here anymore unless you already had characters on there before. There's Martikar. I thought he was a different color. Maybe he has, like, different colors that he can spawn with. Huh. I'm gonna just kill him now because it's difficult to make my way back to the Darkmoon Faire out here, and it is only 10% extra, so it's not that big of a deal. Got Martikar. Gonna drop myself off there. Then I'm gonna leave group. Then I'm gonna shoot you an invite, Vex. And then we can queue while I run around and do wanted quests, just in case the queue isn't instant. And then... Well, actually, I need to go... Shit, what was my plan? I gotta think. Let me check the wanted poster first. Where are these guys? How much XP does this give? 16, 20. It's not bad. I need to get Darkmoon Faire buff. Yeah, this is fine. Should be fine. Slash... I believe I gotta type this. Slash invite Glizzy Gobble. Fairalina. Our Gift of Arthas. Hello, Vex. Random TBC. Boom. Are we... We're still barely eligible for Ramparts. So I'm gonna get my buff. How many tickets do I have? I have enough tickets for one Darkmoon top hat, so I should probably go buy one. How's the leveling going today? Pretty good so far. Everything has been clockwork. 58 to 64.5 in 2 hours. And I haven't done a single dungeon, right? So it's been... Obviously, TBC Dungeon's very good. It should pick up from here. I also haven't done Ring of Blood yet, or any of the Netherstorm wanted quests, so... Pretty good.
I get the best deals anywhere.
That are my items. I'm too low level for any of this stuff yet. What's the next item that I use? The next item that I use would be Flask of Relentless Assault. I'm just gonna put that there now. Right. I do have the higher health pots prepped. Should use Hearthstone here. That's good. Actually, good timing. Okay. Nice. One of the good ones. Slave pens. See it.
Del Madrid.
Of course, a frostbolt went on me right as I used Tiger's Lust. Figure. So that. I think I remember all the quests here, but it's been a hot minute. And use one more elixir of the mongoose because it's going to fall off.
The work must continue.
The Tiger's Stance just for the move speed. Where's the patrol? There's the patrol. Am I fine? Probably. That was... that was really unnecessarily risky, but... I really, really wanted to see if I could live that. Because if I could, it looked so fucking cool. Ah, shit. That doesn't get removed. spec is this guy? I guess he could be Windwalker, it's hard to say. It shows him as Mistweaver, but bugs out all the time. It was showing my Blood DK as Frost on details earlier, so... Oh, I got mind controlled. That's not good. That's really unfortunate for that guy. Oh, no. Of all the targets to pick, the one that it really shouldn't pick. Oh, God. It doesn't do the roleplay? Okay. Got quest credit. He's supposed to pop out of the cage and then a bunch of guys run over from the entrance. But I got credit and then nothing happens. Alright, I got all the quests. We teleport out of dungeon, and we teleport back in. And then... Okay, Classic Relentless Assault is now online. What level is this guy? 63? Leave. This up again. I guess I fly out to do the wanted quests while I wait. Already gotten every rare mob. Is there any other buff that I can use? I don't believe so. My next stuff is at level 70. There might be a new... I believe there is new armor that I can switch to. Yeah, Necklace of the Deep. Any of this stuff? No, I think the earliest is 67 for those. Yeah, 67, most of them are 70. Let's do this, and then I can turn that stuff in, and this is actually really good, because I'm not eligible for Escape from Durnhold for one more level, right? Double check. Yeah, that's correct. So, just gonna fly this way. Do the wanted quest. There's almost certainly going to be a chest in this area somewhere. Okay, this is Blood Furnace. Hell yeah. Alright. And this is really good because, like, Ramparts... I'm probably going to get Ramparts at some point. It's almost a certainty. Which means I would ideally like to get the other ones out of the way first. This guy queuing as Prot Warrior? Do this, 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 this. Organelles. Shit. I slash played? 12 hours, 12 minutes. That's actually... perfect time to ask. That is a clean slash play. And I mentioned this at the start of the stream, but you can basically subtract an hour off that in reality, because I fucked around yesterday for about an hour trying to figure out random Dungeon Finder stuff. I mean, it's still pretty fast, don't get me wrong, but just to give you an idea of it can even be faster. And a lot of stuff went wrong towards the beginning, so I know for a fact I can absolutely obliterate this time later on in MoP, which is kind of why I'm not super concerned about it. This is like more just route testing. But later in MoP, we get heirloom pants, we get the XP pots. Shit's gonna be crazy. So the monk buff stacks with everything, yes. The Darkmoon hat and the Darkmoon carousel are the exact same buff. So those do not stack no matter what. The Darkmoon top hat is not a different buff. It's basically just like a portable way to get the carousel buff. So usually you want to get the carousel early on when it's like really easy. You're already like in Orgrimmar. You can just take the Darkmoon Faire guy, grab that, and then you buy a bunch of top hats so that while you're in the middle of questing, you can just refresh it on the fly. You don't have to go back to a major city. That's generally how you want to handle that. Yeah, the Midsummer buff, that one also does not stack. You can still do the bonfires. The bonfires are just free quests, but the totem buff, or the pole buff, does not. Alright, nice. 66. Pretty fucking good. Thunder Focus Tea, I believe, is Mistweaver only, right? Just double checking. Yeah, okay. I was like wondering, is it one of those weird things where like technically Brewmaster uses Thunder Focus Tea and MoP? I didn't think so. Let's check for chests, and we gotta do the Wanted quest. It says that we're actually not eligible for Escape from Durnhold, so that's good. I don't know why, but I'm not gonna fucking complain. I knew it! 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 Yes, bitch! Oh, I got put in combat. Dungeon stuff is kind of crap at this point, which is fine, because I prepped, like, a bajillion quest rewards. There's potentially chests in this area as well. Worth checking. I believe they are different regions as far as chest spawns are concerned. I got a talent point? No, I did not. I did not. The thing just keeps flashing at you. I don't know why, but it flashes. I appreciate you trying to help me out, though. I know that came from a, a place of just looking out. It does blink, yeah. No, you're not crazy. It blinks. It's just a visual bug. It's been doing that on the beta constantly. Every time you level up, it blinks. It's just the most infuriating shit ever. It actually just drives my OCD crazy. Because every single time, no, do not apologize. It's an understandable mistake. Because every time it blinks, my brain also goes, oh shit, I have a talent point. And then I check, and I'm like, fucking debug again. So, yeah, it's definitely an understandable mistake. Honestly, I'm kind of glad the queue's taking a little bit of time. Gives me a moment to do this without feeling like I'm being inefficient. It's always like, I'm so torn whenever everything pops instantly, because on one hand, it's like, yeah, it's good, right? Speedrun, go fast. But then there hits a certain point where if speedrun shit just gets too fast, it's just like cognitive overload. And you're just juggling so many things at the same time, you just can't keep track of it all. It really helps to just have natural breathers like this. Like, oh, I don't get an instant thank you. Like, okay, I'm kind of fine with that. And there's like decent quests for me to do in the meantime. I'm just gonna go knock this one out. What level is Vex? Vex is 68. Your OCD backstabs you as soon as your bags are full. I feel that. Definitely relate to that. Sure, I said 3 levels away from nice. True. You watched a VOD where I said the first dungeon is not that great for random dungeon finder. You level 2 characters in Kata and you swear was the fastest XP with a good group. Which dungeon are you talking about? In TBC? Are we talking Ramparts? Nice. Mana Tombs is great. Yeah, so Rampart spam is weird. Rampart spam, it's... How should I put this? I believe it's probably true. It is probably true that if you are not familiar with Hellfire Peninsula, like, super well, you'll probably get more value out of Rampart spam. It's not bad. It's, like, fine. But it's not amazing. Right? Like, as you could just see by watching, like, the earlier part of this, obviously you'd have to go back, but Hellfire Peninsula is pretty good. It's not the fastest questing zone ever, but Ramparts also isn't the fastest spammable dungeon ever. It's a good dungeon, and I would not mind seeing it at some point. At this point, I'm going to kind of out-level it, so it's fine. But if you are being relatively efficient with your questing in Hellfire Peninsula, it is faster. I will say, and this is something where, like, I didn't mention this in my leveling guide, right? Because it's like, there's only so much that you can cover of, like, technically speaking. I did try to give a lot of concessions to, like, I don't like doing XYZ thing, and I gave, in certain areas, decent alternatives. But the way I see it is, I genuinely believe that it is worth doing Hellfire Peninsula. So, there are going to be people who just prefer to run dungeons, and that's okay. I can't change that. And in some people's case, if they are unwilling to learn, like, the Hellfire Peninsula path, yeah, you could actually make the argument that it is faster for them. But I don't want to put in my guide, like, oh, technically speaking, if you don't want to learn, then this might be faster for you. Because, like, my mindset, just in general, is I hate doing things where I discourage people from learning how to do something the correct way. It's the same thing with, like, the one-button rotation in retail. I've never been, like, fundamentally against it existing in principle, because people have brought up good points about, like, accessibility stuff. Okay, sure. Yeah, I get it. my big gripe with the one-button rotation has always been that there is going to be a big chunk of people who are just unwilling to take the time to actually learn their spec. They don't have a disability. They could, if they really wanted to, read something and whatnot. But they're just going to be like, it's easier to just put on the one button and not actually think for myself. And at the end of the day, right? Everybody's going to live life the way they're going to live life. I can't control that. I'm not going to blame somebody if that's the way that they genuinely enjoy playing the game. But I will say I think it's a shame, because I think that some of the most fun in World of Warcraft is really feeling like you've learned and understood something and got it perfect. And I never want to encourage that for people. So although it is objectively true that yes, Rampart spam probably for some people would be faster. It also, you said you had a really good group, right? That's another thing. Stuff like that is always going to be dependent on whether or not you have a good group. But I would argue that Rampart spam could be comparable if you have like even a half-decent group and like one person, primarily a tank, who really knows what they're doing. That's unfortunate for that DK. Not much I can do about getting chain CC'd. I'm gonna try to res him. I'm stuck in combat though. Okay, nice, they got the res off. My favorite dungeon or raid? Are we talking like... You said speedrunning excluded. Favorite dungeon, that's an easy one, that's Maw of Souls. Assuming we're talking like all World of Warcraft, not just like Mists of Pandaria Classic type stuff. Definitely Maw of Souls, and it's not even close. I love Maw of Souls. Favorite raid? It's a tough one. Tempted to say Tomb of Sargeras. It's definitely up there. I really like Tomb of Sargeras. Yeah, I'm gonna say Tomb of Sargeras. I really like Tomb of Sargeras. That was a little bit spooky. Glad my healer's good.
An epic battle.
I would say if you're gonna spam Ramparts, the only level where I think spamming Ramparts would be worth it is 59 to 60. Just because you don't have flying at that point, so it's still not terrible, but I think, like, how do I put this? If you don't have any heirlooms, right? Because if you have heirlooms, especially if you have monk buff, right? By the time you finish all the really efficient stuff at the beginning of Ramparts, you'll be 60, and then you'll have flying, and then it's fine. For people with literally no heirlooms whatsoever, there is a case to be made that there's probably this, like, weird slush period where you finished all of the immediately efficient quests in Hellfire. There's still more, but then it would take flying to, like, get to them. And doing Ramparts might be better at that point for those people. But that's kind of where it's like I said, in my guide, I did give a disclaimer at the start that, like, although the route will work for people without heirlooms, good until 70. If we hit good, we get turn holds, we leave, and you go Florian, I go Ring of Blood. You quested maybe a total of 1 to 1.5 levels and random dungeon finder spam the rest? Yeah. Yeah, I will say TBC random dungeon finder from, like, I mean, as you can see pretty much what I'm doing, 65-ish, I would say 64 is probably the good place to start. 64 onwards, Yeah, TBC random dungeon spam is really good. With what I would do in that case, obviously, you know, I recommended a lot of quests in my guide that you could do in between queues. I'm a tank, right? So I get almost instant queues. You can see I'm trying to hit, like, efficient wanted quests in between runs. But what I would recommend for like, somebody who doesn't have tank queues is try and run dungeons, and then basically if you hit Durnhold or Black Morass, then leave and just do something else. And as for Northrend, Northrend is a little bit flexible, because I would say... Actually, here's a perfect example. Glizzy, the guildie that I'm running dungeons with, he's 69 right now. So, technically, he could go right now to Borean Tundra. Here's the thing, though. You don't get Artisan Riding and you get Cold Weather Riding, but you don't get Artisan Riding until 70. And although you don't need Artisan Riding to make Borean Tundra efficient, it obviously helps. It's not going to hurt. And TBC has a lot of really good later dungeons. So it's just faster for him right now to stick around here and just blast out the remaining TBC dungeons. And basically what I just typed to him in party chat, we're going to run dungeons until he hits 70. At 70, he gets Artisan, he goes to Borean, he quests there. But if we keep queuing and we hit, like, Escape from Durnhold, well, you don't want to do Escape from Durnhold, so then we can just leave, and he can just go to Northrend a little bit earlier. So you can kind of play it by ear a little bit. Nice, yeah. But you can switch to Northrend as early as 68. If, let's say, at 68, you just get fucked over and you get Escape from Durnhold, then you would just go that early. But make sure you do Ring of Blood. Definitely do Ring of Blood. Like, I'm gonna do that no matter what. Question of Gluttony. No, I don't want to do these. In fact, now I've kind of skipped basically everything in the Grands. I don't really think there's any good wanted quests that I could do. I could go for Mercblood Invaders. That one's pretty easy. There's, I think, a single kill quest down there. I definitely am gonna do Ring of Blood. So, here, yeah, the Mercblood Invaders are actually in a pretty convenient spot. Another thing that I could do, obviously, this is not a traditional leveling method, which is why this particular run is definitely... This is like, you know, speed leveling extreme edition. We're doing all the really crazy shit. But my guide, of course, recommends a more normal route that doesn't assume you have monk buff and all the crazy shit. I can equip these gloves. This is level 69. Could add a dwarf to your taxi driver with the show treasure racial on. Ooh. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. Obviously, that would only work for Alliance, but that's actually pretty clever. I didn't even think of that. Unfortunately, I don't have any dwarves, so I wouldn't be able to do that right now necessarily. But that's good thinking. One second, I'm I was just looking at pings. One of the pings I got was the Wordle channel. Let's see. I guess I can look for rares while I wait. That wouldn't be bad. Before I do anything, I'm going to put my warrior on a flight course to Ring of Blood. I Honestly, my monk feels like ludicrously powerful. I'm pretty sure I could solo Ring of Blood, but I'm not gonna take the chance, so I am gonna at least bring my warrior over just in case. You mind giving a quick rundown on when you change heirloom weapon enchants? Honestly, so it's gonna change a little bit with the MoP enchants. As of right this moment, I've tested a few of them, and I'm pretty sure it's just you run Avalanche from, like, level 1 to 15, and then you run Landslide pretty much the entire rest of the way. Landslide is really good. Landslide just gives a shitload of AP, basically. So. I think I've been using these for a really long time. Robraz, the clanless. This guy has multiple spawn points, so he could be over there. Gonna check over here. Did that take me out of queue? I think it did. It's fine. Alright, where are... I believe there's... Yeah, I need to kill Gavaxi, and then... Which one is a head full of ivory? A pair of ivory tusks. Okay. I know there's a wanted quest for Durn the Hungerer. I just can't remember where you pick it up. I think it's, like, chains off something. There's a Void Hunter rare somewhere in this area, so we're gonna go take a look for him. Yep. Boom. There we are. Let's see, is this a good one? It is... Yes! Oh, fuck yes. Wait, oh, they're already fucking midway through, dude. What the heck? Depending on where they are, that could be bad. That is kind of bad. They've already killed Hungerfen. It's fine, I guess. Hungerfen's only one quest, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, I would have liked to have that, but I guess it could be worse. The thing is, there's decently good mob density in this dungeon, so it's actually not a bad one to just run and just kill a bunch of stuff. I should be in Tiger Stance. So there's a way to jump up there. Imagine if I was a Demon Hunter. Just double jump, spin, Vengeful Retreat, boom. that guy press? Oh, Fire Nova. Oh, good old Fire Nova. Yeah, that tracks. Well, that was so clean. Kind of running low on swiftness potions. I think I have some in my storage bank, but...
How may I help?
Burn the Hunger starts in Garadar. Is it a chain quest? It's probably not worth it for me to grab it at this point. I was just curious if it started there, then it might have been worth it. This guy Rip Threat or something? Where is he? Oh, I know. He probably tried to swim through the water. He's getting shoot alive. If you're a goblin, you could jump to the last boss from a ledge? Really? I didn't know that. God! Those mobs got fucking erased. The Brewmaster Enhancement Wombo combo.
I will end this quickly.
Oh, fuck. Got friends. Oh, come on.
What
Any rough estimate how much you will have played at 85? 75 to 80 and 85 to 85, or 83 to 85 are slow no matter what you tried. 75 to 80 I do not feel is slow. I also run a lot of dungeons at that level though, as a tank, so I guess if you're not a tank, maybe it's slow. 83 to 85 is, yeah, slightly slow, especially if you don't have anybody for Crucible of Carnage. Got to apply that. Do I think Monk is one of the fastest leveling classes? Monk is the fastest by like a significant margin. Remember, this is when Monk has the 50% XP buff. They are faster than everything, and it's not even close. I mean, even if Monk didn't have the 50% XP buff, they would still be, like,
I am honored.
pretty up there. I mean, they may still be the fastest. Without the 50% XP buff in this era of WoW, you could maybe make the argument that, like, Druid would be comparable, just because Flight Form is very powerful. But without it, or with the XP buff, I mean, it's just, you're 50% faster. It's that simple. Is there any way to save the buff somehow? I've heard some, like, forbidden tech that people are saying it's theoretically possible. I don't really want to oh my god, I almost fucked up. Where is the mob that I need? Oh, there he is. I put my warrior on autofly, and I almost flew into the abyss, because I just kind of forgot. Yeah, I've heard some forbidden tech, but I don't know if that's going to work, so I'm just not gonna... Lips are sealed for that. Alright. This. I guess... I mean... Ring of Blood is still... Yeah, I don't want to do dungeons at 69, because 69, I get a bad one, right? 69, I get Black Morass, yeah. So... I want to queue for dungeons now, but I'm going to check for rares first, because there's a bunch nearby. Then I'm going to turn in that quest I just did. Then I'm going to queue for dungeons, and we'll play it by ear. There we go, Brogrowse. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I still need to test how the monk buff works from 85 to 90. Not 100% positive on that. What I'll do is I'll check Goretooth spawns in its traditional locations, and if it's like all the way in the far corner, I just won't bother going for him. You can also do it with a well-timed roll and slow fall, but it's annoying to do since you gotta gain some height. I see. Makes sense. Okay. Pray for Goretooth here, because I would like to kill him, but I'm not going to go out of my way to grab him in the corner. Goretooth, but there's places up here. There he is. Hell yeah. Right, Goretooth. I'm gonna fly myself... No, here, yeah. I'm gonna do this, and... just gonna leave queue for dungeons at this point. And then I'm gonna manually fly over to the Ring of Blood just to give the queue time to pop. I'll follow along on my warrior. As for a rough played estimate, hard to say for sure. Where am I at right now? I'm still under 13 hours. I mean, I genuinely think sub 20 is very possible. Very possible. Because like I said, I strongly disagree that, like, End of Wrath is slow. Wrath has a lot of good quests. The only thing that's going to suck a little bit is I only have 30 minutes left in my Enlightenment buff. I'm not going to be able to keep the entirety of that through Wrath, and I'm not going to use it at the very start. Because if I use it at the very start... What dungeons can I get here? Akonai Crypts. Sithek Halls is really the only one that I truly want here. It says that the Mechanar is an option, which is surprising. Mechanar would not be bad. I did not think Mechanar was an option. In theory, the queue should pop relatively quickly. You're interested to see my route? I mean, I have a video on it. I'm gonna do basically the same thing in the video with the addition of course, rare mobs and chests and monk buff and... Might be a chest here. Trying to buy time, because I really would like Mechanar or Sithek Halls I would run. I think those would be good. I would leave anything else, and then we would just slam Ring of Blood, and then the question now is, do I run Netherstorm stuff? Do I do that? I don't know. I think there's merit to just not doing Netherstorm. Because, like, Netherstorm's good, but I have to fly all the way over there for just a handful of quests, when I could just do, like, straight into Borean Tundra, which, I mean, is also good. Also, I'm debating how long I wait for this queue, because
What up? Hey, how you doing?
Fuck it. Yeah, pet battles are enabled. I would not be worth it to pet battle, no. You really want to see that pet battle speedrun?
Yo, time is money, friend.
Not a bad idea, but no. D1 said, I do that way too fucking much. What? I only just saw that message. What was that in reference to? I could probably just sit here, right? And just insta-turn in.
How you doing? Keep it real. Have a good one.
Or no, do I have to actually... I think I need to step inside. But then once I've activated the roleplay, I should be able to run back here. Yeah.
Yo, be good. What up? Keep it real.
Pet battle speedrun next. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I will unironically think about it.
Time is money, friend.
It was a joke. Please don't think about it. Is the warrior pet included in the leveling guide? Technically, yes, actually. I actually do mention in the leveling guide that you are likely to find max level players to help you get carried through this. Now, obviously, I'm on a dead server. I have to carry myself with my ults. Like, I don't have an option. But I have genuinely, like, when leveling characters on Mankrik and Fairlina, just gone to the Amphitheater of Anguish, and every single time, there is some guy there with his level 85 friend, and I just whisper them and say, hey, could I tag along? And they bring me, and I just get a free carry. It is, unironically, something that I recommend in the guide, because why not? Some long fucking roleplay here. Shit. He's just beelining my monk. Why the fuck won't he die? Okay. Huh? Oh shit. I forgot he comes back to life.
How you doing?
What gives the most vendor value? It's good enough.
Stay away.
Alright. Haha! Funny number! Woo! Okay, I'm not gonna do Netherstorm just because by the time I get all the way out there, I don't think it would be worth it. I'm going to fly myself back to Shat just so I can turn in those remaining quests and just teleport. Should be fine. I can also take a short detour this way because there's a chance that I get a free quest heading over Nessingwary Safari. And then I'm going to hook over there because there's almost always a chest, so that's another free quest. Yeah, we're going to Northrend, but I'm going to swing by Shat to just hand in a few quests. Oh, fuck, I actually do get the free quest. Okay. Is it going to activate?
Well met.
Salutations.
It should. It did not. Oh, it did. Okay, there we go. Just took a while. Alright, fuck yeah. Yeah, I forget what the name of the add-on is in Classic. It's something like Rare Scan. For chests, you just gotta eyeball it, though. There's, like, almost always a chest here. My chest finding skills have been pretty sharp this stream. Okay, it's not here, but I believe it shares spawns with this area. Just give it a once-over. I'm not gonna... Yeah. Well, I'm a whore for chests. Too good. Alas, I do not think that there are any. Worth checking, right? Because obviously, you know, if there had been one, I would have felt like a fucking genius. But, can't get lucky every time. Oh, those all at our pawns? Treasure potion only works in kata zones? I think so, yeah.
Glory to the Sindori. Time is of the essence. Baladash Malanore. Hold your head high.
Where do I get the Arcane Tome quest? I think it might be this one, Synthesis of Power. Double check.
The eternal sun guides us. Keep your wits about you.
And that's why we did the you know, come with me, this will not take long quest earlier. Oh my god, there's another person here. That's crazy. It's one of, like, the 7 people on the server. Yeah, finally miss a Pandaria. I'm gonna rip a top hat, I think. Just to save a little bit of time.
Yeah, what do you want? Glad I could help.
Now the question is, what do I do? My buffs are ticking down, so I gotta just pick a spot and go. I'm gonna go to the data camp first. We're just gonna do that. I like the data camp, it's pretty good. What buffs? Enlightenment is still ticking down. And I'm about to use Darkmoon Faire, but I haven't yet. Yeah, because the vehicle doesn't show the buffs. Oh, auto flying near to your death. Yeah, I feel that. Okay. I'm too low level for this fucking shit. Do questline. We'll do Amber Ledge then. Yeah, that's fine. Amber Ledge is actually pretty good here.
I can be with you. Go with honor, friend, or the
Right.
Alliance. Need help? Well met. Be careful. And I should get credit. Do I not get... Oh, I didn't rescue them. Okay. I didn't rescue them because they fucking died. Right. I don't have flying here yet. It should be fine because I at least have my warrior for now.
The moment I hit 70, I think I'm just going to stop using my warrior because there's no real advantage. Technically, it has master riding, which is slightly faster, but at that point, the time difference is minimal. There's also certain pieces of gear I can start using. So that's the rest are at 70 or higher. Probably close enough? Nope. Up on the sea turtle. Low on the tab.
What can I do?
And I'm going to get the final clip reading, which is something we do later. I'll head here. We capture Feral Sorcerer. This one's going to be a little bit awkward to do at this level, actually. It's weird. I'm actually... Does this work? This should work, I think. I've never tried this. But I don't think I'll lose the sorcerer. Yeah, I can still do this. Okay, never mind. This is fine.
Need help?
Other NPC.
Or the Alliance?
Then interrogation, I think, is the next quest. Stay on my Sandstone Drake.
What can I do?
Okay. These are pretty good. This should get me to 70 pretty easily. Then there's a riding trainer in Warsong Hold that I can talk to. And then I'm going to do everything in Kuldara. Then I'm going to do everything in the data camp. Then I should probably get to Dragonblight by that point.
Light be with you.
This, I'm not going to bother. I'm going to get like no experience from this, but that's fine. Just faster this way. Just trying to get the quests. And then I believe this is where...
Greetings. King's honor.
I think 70 now is good. What is this? This is the dragon one. And then there's some roleplay here. Unskippable roleplay. Let's see. I think... So this quest plays itself. At the end, if you stay close, you get teleported back, but it's auto-completed. You don't need to do anything. So I actually think that the moment I get dismounted, I actually just fly, or I can't fly per se. I can pick myself up actually though. I should have started flying beforehand. We'll see if I make it in time. Oh, yeah, wow, it snatched up my warrior and then teleport too. Like, I didn't know it could do that.
Be careful.
Okay, that's fine. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, I have new things to use at this level, I think. When do I switch boots? Did I not prep any boots? Hold on, hold on. I gotta double check. What are my boots? Yeah, maybe a little bit of tiny oversight on my part. That's fine. Honestly, these boots are pretty good. I didn't prep any boots at level 70 because there are really good dungeon quest reward boots that are like BIS pretty much all the way until level 80. Or until level 77 when you get the higher level stuff. So I figured there's no point doing that because I'm going to do those dungeon quests anyway, but I didn't really account for the fact that I'm not doing dungeons until a slightly higher level regardless. So until I actually run the Nexus, which isn't for quite a while, then my boots would be really outdated, or would be if it wasn't for that quest award. This actually works out quite well. But now I can do the data camp. I'm gonna go back over there and turn that in, but I should just do this first. And then now I can just drop my warrior and fly on my own. And it'll be fine. Alright.
Relax.
I do... there's probably a mailbox over here that I can use. Am I gonna go for the next monk buff? Not for a little bit, because I want to make sure that I have it for Amphitheater of Anguish. So, if I do it now, I'm just gonna kind of out-level a lot of the stuff in Dragonblight. Basically, how do I put this? If I use it at like 75, then I can get the really good stuff in Zul'jin with Amphitheater of Anguish, and I'm statistically likely to get good dungeons, and with the buff, that should take me pretty close to 80. If I do it now, I could hit like a dud dungeon early on, and it could fuck me over, because then I would run out by the end. Really, I just need to dodge Culling of Stratholme and Oculus at 78. That's kind of the big one.
King's honor, friend. Go with honor, friend. Light bless you.
Hello. See you later.
Going to the Dragonflight zone? Dragonblight. Yeah, did I say Dragonflight? I may have said Dragonflight. Honestly, I would not put it past myself. There is a rare in this area that I gotta kill. Okay, I need to take the readings. I should definitely have time to get at least this big chunk of quest done with the Enlightened buff, so that should be good. There's gonna be more Ancients eventually that I can kill. There's a little... There's, I think, 2 main spawn locations for Ult Crystal Bark, which is the rare that we're looking for in this area. Jonathan said, Demon Hours? Yeah. Well, I've been streaming for a good 3.5 hours, so it's, honestly, all things considered, it's kind of normal hours for the times that I have streamed. But... Crystal Bark will either be a little bit further up, or he's in his other spawn location, or by some miracle he's dead. But I found every rare that I've looked for so far, so statistically that's unlikely. Snooze, you lose, fucker. I don't know why this guy is just sitting here. Okay. Alright. What is he doing? What is he doing? I mean, I would imagine he's trying to get, like, the rares for the achievements, because he has TLPD. So, you know. But that was... he's just sitting there in front of the rare. I'm curious what he is doing in this area, because now he's just kind of aimlessly flying around. And there's no other rares in this area, so... What is he up to? Gotta collect this reading. I have 2 minutes on my Enlightenment buff. could kill that mob, but there's going to be other magic-bound ancients that I can kill. So right now I'm looking for high clusters of Spellweavers and Spellweaver near an ancient, which is this. Now I need Spellweavers, and I need the reading. A Nexus reading and Spellweavers. This gives a quest. Be able to just barely get this. Okay, that's 10 Spellweavers. I may be short. Oh, I hit a tree branch! Ah, dude. Read it a little bit too hard.
What can I do for you?
That's unfortunate. It's fine, but definitely really unfortunate. Ah, that is really fucking fucked. I just shouldn't have gone for the Nexus reading. Bummer. On axes, I need one more. I guess it is a good question as to what level I get my monk buff again. Because I could get it now, but I would really like to have it for... I did not get a frozen axe there, but that's fine. Serpent. I don't know. I think the logical answer to when do I get my monk buff is I do a gigantic turn-in Dragonblight. Something like that. Alright, I prep a gigantic turn-in Dragonblight, and I have just the one in mind. Yeah, I got my last frozen axe. And then I do the monk buff right there. That would be probably my best option. There's some okay hubs here, but nothing would really compare. Because Dragonblight, basically Agmar's Hammer, has an extremely high density of quests. I'm just trying to think of how much do I prep, because theoretically, right, there's a certain point at which you could do a lot of crazy shit to stack up, like, a bunch of quests at once to maximize the Monk XP buff, but I don't necessarily want to go out of my way to do a bunch of inefficient quests just to get the uptime a little bit better. So it's tough to say where that cutoff point falls. I think this is just a we play it by ear, and I'll have to see. Yeah. Shit. That... Can this fuck off? Can you fuck off? Oh, what the hell is this fucking range? Oh my god. That motherfucker does not leash.
Good day to you.
I also just realized,
See you around.
do I want to use this? I guess I can. Or... really need to mail some stuff off. There's no mailbox here. I need to... There's an armor kit that I can apply. Need to do that now. Worked. And I can switch health potions. I need to be ready to use this ASAP. That actually is another good thing that I should potentially stack. Add a socket to my belt. Speed. I leave the area now. I don't want to do Drake Hunt. It annoys me that there's some random fucker killing rare mobs in Northrend. Like, of course they would be doing that. Now he's in Deadwind Pass, so maybe he's not killing more of them. But, like, out of... I'm literally a quarter of the server. Technically a little bit less, because there's Alliance players that don't show up on /who, but... Jesus. What are the odds? Okay, let's go turn in this, and then I'm going to do data camp. And I definitely don't want to run dungeons until 72. I think I might start doing dungeons at 72, depending on how it's feeling without the monk buff.
Well met. Go with honor, friend.
There's like no fucking mailboxes in any of these towns. I really need to clear my bags, like, badly.
I got what you need.
Need that, don't need that, that. And throw that up there. there. Don't need that. All of that stuff I need to mail off at some point. I was in my riding gear again. I don't know how long I've been in that. Honestly, I don't even think the mount speed thing is worth it, just because of how many times I've forgotten to swap off it, and just ended up fighting for an extended period of time with no stats on multiple slots. I've made that mistake too many times. For such a trivial increase, it's just way too easy to overlook that. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, I want to... Get that. Then... Was share a cooldown? That's insane. Let's find more divers. Pretty easy. I need lackey ears, but that's fine. There's plenty. Then we need our Lord of Rhinos. Should be somewhere in this area. Here we go. Let's head up there, do those. And then, yeah, I want to free as I go. How did I don't even know how I got covered in animal blood. Oh, I just killed... I killed innocent rhinos. Right. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. I shouldn't need to go back there for 3 minutes. So I don't really think that's a big deal. Okay, that's... and then there's a bunch of other elders I need to talk to. There should be... yeah, I can run over, pop this. And barrel hounds don't give me anything, so there's no real point in fighting them. Got all the treasure hunters. Kill this guy. Alright, that's all of them. I'm gonna pop up here, free a mammoth. Could be somewhere. Yeah, okay, this is a good one. Give me that. And we'll go back here, turn this in. And then I should be able to free another mammoth right after turning this in. Okay. That's... worth checking. 75 is when I get that stuff. 71, I do believe there was something new I could use. Right, that... Yeah, this is big. This is when I get my Niflvar bearded axes, which is a significant stat increase. So that is really, really, really handy. What am I doing? Right, I have to go to the platforms. Okay. I have to pick up grenades. Okay. I pick up grenades from the reclaimers. Right. I got one grenade. I want to get the other ones first. Let's try and do... big pull here. What do I get off the hounds? Core of Malice. That's for the spirits. Okay. So I need the grenade to the platforms, and I need Core of Malice for the spirits. Those are the two quests. I have my 3 grenades. Does this give me credit? Hello? Got 2 Cores of Malice. Oh, I need 6 of them in total.
Yes, Shalashka.
Tag you. Got credit for that. Now, if I get Cores of Malice, okay, I did get 2. Do this. There's Tide. This is a craftsman, so I need 1 more of those. This should be all I need. Do I get credit? I'm gonna stay by this one just in case. And there we go. Down. This. And this. And I'm gonna fly up here, free a rhino or mammoth. Then turn this stuff in. And then after getting the new quest, I should be able to free another mammoth. This way. Yeah. Okay, what do I need? I need Tuskar ritual objects. And Curator, I need to kill something. This guy. Are these? Yeah, those are ritual objects. Okay. Okay. How do I want to... I could probably grab a lot of the stuff in the areas I've already cleared out. Then... this... Surely there's another undefended ritual object like this. Okay, yeah, that works.
Let us visit for a while.
And then just do this. Will this get interrupted? Yeah, I completed. Cool. So I just got to use the quest item at all of the Elder spots. 15-second cooldown. Of course it is. Let's find a Mammoth Calf. And then do this. That's a 30-second cooldown. I'm gonna wait until I get credit. Shouldn't take super long. Okay. Then I'm gonna head up here, kill some Nessingwary guys, because I gotta wait 20 seconds anyways. These guys all give me ears. Nice. And then one more ritual. Come on. And the moment I get credit, we fuck off down this way. Leveling pretty fast, 2 levels up while you're doing some food. Yeah, and now I don't even have the monk buff, so it's gonna slow down a little bit. But Borean Tundra is pretty good. I do quite like this. There's a lot of good quests here, but there's also like follow-ups after it. So can't AoE here, because now I will actually need to do... Oh shit! It's really good, actually! A big chunk of them just spawned all at once. Yeah, I got a bunch of ears off that. Should get credit. Here we go. I'm gonna do this, and then the roleplay should tick down as I fight this guy. You're aware of the elite mobs other people are boosting. The ones in Deep Home? Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely not soloable. They're like level 83. I mean, theoretically, I could try and do it with my warrior, but I'm honestly not convinced that at lower levels it's actually that fast. I've heard, like, mixed results for it. How much time do I have played for this level? Yeah. I'm already, like, halfway through the level. This is going to be, like, a 10-minute level-ish. I don't know. I haven't heard people getting that good results. I've heard, like, when you're close to the level of the mobs, it's okay. So I haven't tested that yet, disabilities. I'm going to. I'm going to test different methods like that for, like, raw XP farming. But I'm not entirely sure. Okay, I need to just do this. Not really much I can do to optimize this. Just gotta kind of wait it out. And... Alright, big turn in time. I will need to go back somewhat soon to the Darkmoon Faire to refresh my XP buff.
Well met.
So, apologies for what I'm about to do. Alexa, in 15 minutes, remind me to get Darkmoon Faire buff. Works, it works, you know? Oh shit, there's a follow-up. Oh, this is where I get Ka, the Mammoth Destroyer, right? Yeah. As I get close to him, I'm gonna check for Fumblum Earwinds. Which, this rare is probably up, because most of them are up, other than the one that that dude was trying to kill. But this rare also has like 1 billion spawn points, so he is really annoying to find. There's been multiple times where I almost gave up on looking for him, and I'm like, I guess somebody did kill him, and then no, he's up. He's just in some weird location. Yeah, monk buff is just 50% flat increase. Very good. I thought about the parallels between Blizz customer support and dystopian fiction. Rest of it not to what you did, you argue your innocence, it's taken as evidence of guilt. Oh yeah, I mean, I lived through it, so yes. I haven't just thought about it. It literally is that. That's exactly what it's like, going through it yourself. And here's the issue with that, right? Nobody takes it seriously because, like, oh, it's just a game. But for me, it's also my job. So that is literally what I had to deal with. I had to deal with, like, basically all of the same anxiety that somebody would go through. But, you know, I had to have it diminished constantly because, like, oh, Lamau, it's just a game. Don't cheat next time, even though I literally didn't do the things I'm accused of. So, yeah, it's rough. It's rough. I feel like that's gotten brought up a lot lately, and I don't necessarily want to, like, beat that topic to death, especially because it's not, like, the most fun to talk about. But yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It is absolutely true. That is what it's like. Where the fuck is the stupid no? Blub. He has such a wide patrol area. Did I ever get unbanned? No. The ban expired after a while, but no, I never got unbanned. They never fixed it. It's like, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, there's also a reason now why I'm actively playing 2 WoW accounts. I cannot get fucked over again. So, the issue with something happening like that is, I mean, I'd like to hope that the chances of me getting wrongfully banned twice are extremely low, right? But it's already happened. So, I used to only do everything on 1 account. Why am I playing on 2 accounts now? Well, trick question. I'm not playing on 2 accounts. I'm playing on 5 accounts. I'm just only using 2 of them right now. And on one hand, like, it feels bad. Because, and people have brought it up to me of, like, don't you realize that you're giving Blizzard more money? And it's like, yeah, don't you think that I hate that? I don't like that fact. Unfortunately, for me, it is the literal only way at this point that I can effectively give myself some level of job protection. Because Blizzard, I know for a fact that if I get screwed again, Blizzard will just hang me out to dry and tell me to go fuck myself. So, even if it is a tremendous amount of work that I have to put in to maintain multiple World of Warcraft accounts at the same time, I basically need to now. I don't have any other option. Because those months when my account got wrongfully banned and I had to recover for it, I got so badly fucked over. This character we're leveling right now is on my second account that I created after the wrongful ban. I'm still actively playing on this account. I'm gonna guess that Fumblub is not up. It's always hard to say with this one because, like, there is just a chance that I haven't found him because he has such a gigantic spawn range. But also, like, normally I keep looking for him. If it wasn't for that one guy that we saw in Borean Tundra, there is a good chance that he killed him. So I'm not going to keep searching. Oh, you were the one who mentioned it in YouTube chat? Gotcha. I see. Pretty absurd to think in 2025 we still have this kind of customer support when it was literally the best customer support ever, yeah. Yeah, it sucks, but... they don't give a shit. They just do not care. Yeah, you don't need to apologize for bringing it up. Especially, you're going through too, so I get it. I know how it feels. But it's a really weird feeling. Thinking about that entire situation, I mean, I feel disgusting, right? I feel yucky about everything that happens. Because it's so hard to think about that without, like, remembering how it felt at the time. And just, I mean, the absolute despair at being completely fucked over. And, I mean, all things considered, I honestly think I did a pretty good job recovering from that shit. I mean, I got fucked over harder than I ever thought it was possible to get fucked over. And... It really did affect me a lot. Like, both just emotionally and financially, right? It massively fucked my YouTube channel for a little bit. So, yeah, it sucks. There's no way around that, but I'm still standing, right? Like, I played around it, as bad as it was. But it really sucked, and I think, honestly, a big thing is... what I just said, which it really makes me hate playing this game every time I think about it. And it's a shame, because I love World of Warcraft. I love this game. I want to play this game. But I feel so dirty playing a game and indirect... I mean, obviously, I'm not supporting them in the sense that I am constantly talking about how fucking garbage Blizzard is, but I am still indirectly supporting them. Like, I'm not a fucking idiot. I know how the world works. I'm paying them money. And, I mean, how do you not feel disgusting after that? But, like, what can I do? It's my job. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. That entire situation has not changed my outlook of, long-term, I need to make it a fucking exit strategy from World of Warcraft YouTube. And I have some, like, ideas, right? I'm probably never going to stop making videos for this game entirely, because, like I said, I love World of Warcraft. I've been playing it since I was 5. It's a shame that this game that was, you know, used to be really fucking good, is now run by some of the most dogshit humans on this planet. It sucks. That's the universe that I live in. So, it's unfortunate. But, like, I don't know. I'm not gonna quit WoW. I like this game, as sucky as it is. Nothing's really quite like it, and I've been playing it for a really long time. It's just, like, I love the game, but I fucking hate this company. That's tough, because, like, you know, I can't just ignore the fact that Blizzard is the company that makes this, right? I'm not blind, I'm not, you know, ignorant to that fact. It just makes me feel bad. And also, the other thing is, there's no easy way to just, like, even if I wanted to, even if I did really hate World of Warcraft and I wanted to stop making videos for it, which, like, you know, in a perfect world, I wouldn't, but I can't ignore the fact that, you know, at any point, for literally no reason whatsoever, Blizzard could try to, like, take everything away from me, even though I've done nothing wrong. They tried to do it once, they could easily try to do it again. So, I need an exit strategy. It like, out of my control, I need to think about that. But there's no easy way, at least not in the foreseeable future. I am, for better or for worse, you know, tied to this game at the moment. And a lot of the ideas that I have, well, I think I do have some ideas that I am actually quite happy with, and I can't talk about it. I can't talk about it, but there is an idea for a change, like a personal schedule change that I had about a month ago, and I'm really excited about the idea. Like, thinking about it makes me really happy, but I can't do it right now. Partially because, you know, MoP Classic and all this stuff, and it's like, obviously, if I thought it was, like, you know, a critical thing and I needed to change right now, then I would do that. But I'm like, I could probably, you know, I could probably live with myself for a little bit longer before I try. At least I can get through the immediate stuff, but I think once some of my schedule settles down, I want to start, like, exploring that and see. And it could potentially, long-term, be something that could help me with the whole YouTube situation. I don't know. But it's a little bit uncertain. All I know is, like I said, the idea makes me happy, and that's really all that matters. So I think it's worth a shot. Is there such a thing as a good game company? Well, there are good game developers, like Toby Fox, but it's mostly just indie devs these days. I might have been a little bit out of range of Icehorn. I'm just going to double check, make absolutely sure it's not in this spawn location. You have a YouTube background and a channel with 20k subs, transitioning is giga hard? Yeah, it's tough. The thing is, like, so how do I put this? I honestly think, because I've dabbled with other topics, and they've actually done decently well. So I do feel that if I were to ever really, like, take the plunge and try to make videos for, like, a different game, I could do it. I feel reasonably confident in that fact. The problem is, you can't half-ass anything. Like, the reason why my World of Warcraft videos do well is because of the amount of effort I put into them. And you can't fake that effort. The reason I put that much effort into it is just because I give a massive shit about making sure it is, you know, super thoroughly researched, and I enjoy playing it, right? You know, nobody can do hundreds of hours of leveling testing unless they do kind of enjoy it to an extent. Now, I will say, sometimes I do get a little bit burnt out on leveling, but, like, it is still fun for me at the end of the day. So, you cannot fake that, right? So, if I found something that I was truly passionate in, I am reasonably confident that I would be able to do well. I feel like I've gotten a consistent formula down, and I feel reasonably confident in my ability to, when there is something that I'm interested in, just dedicate everything I have to researching that extremely thoroughly and making a well-written video or whatever on it. The problem is, like I said, I still like World of Warcraft. So if I were to do something like that, I would like, you know, I think of the Ron Swanson quote of, you know, don't half-ass two things, whole-ass one thing. I need to whole-ass that. And right now, I wouldn't be ready to stop playing World of Warcraft. Because I enjoy it. So, I might, like, dabble a little bit. Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop. I'm gonna check it rare. Tried transitioning your audience and it didn't work at all? Yeah. It is very tough. Everything I'm saying is correct. I'm glad to hear you think so. It's tough. And obviously, like, you know, if my back is against the wall and I have literally nothing else that I can do, if Blizzard does fuck me again, right? Let's hope they don't. But if they do, I mean, it'll be my only shot at that point, right? But until then, I still like playing this game, and I recovered from them fucking me over once, so... We'll see. You're good at making yapping videos? Those will remain popular? True. Yeah. It's tough. It's tough for sure. I don't know. It's... Why was I wrongfully banned? Well, therein lies the problem. They don't tell you. The reason they give me is, you know, cheat software, which I didn't use, right? So, it's that simple, really. Did I use cheat software? No. Obviously not. Does Blizzard say that that's what I did? Yeah. Can I refute it? No. Like, there's no way to prove that you don't have cheat software other than just, like, I literally know for a fact that I've never downloaded cheat software. Like, what do you want me to do? Show you literally my entire computer to see that the thing that they are saying I have does it? And that's the problem. They don't tell you that, oh, you had XYZ specific program. They just give you, like, a general accusation of, oh, you have this thing on your computer. And then it's, like, it's up to you to just be like, nuh-uh, and then they go, yeah-huh, and then you ask them for proof, and they just say, fuck you, we're not going to give you proof because, you know, by providing evidence, blah, 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 it'll help cheat developers understand how to get around our detection methods. Like, go fuck yourself. Fuck you. Fuck that. So, yeah, that's how that system works.
The dark times will pass.
It's very fun. Very fun. Yeah, you don't believe... Yeah, exactly. It's bullshit. I mean, most of it is probably AI responses, for sure. And I do agree, yeah. I do think that the system is designed to fuck over the user, to relieve the workload on their non-existent customer support staff. You don't need to pay customer support staff if you design a ticketing system that is just not meant to work, and is meant to cause people to run around in circles without being able to get their problem solved. Unfortunately, yeah. Level 72. I want to wait until 73. 73, I think I queue for a dungeon. Recent human responses sound like AI, so they can use AI and you don't know? True. Actually, that's a good point. Yeah, I also got some of... I mean, I showed... Like, you said you watched the video, so I'm sure you saw I showed all of my ticket responses, and I'm sure you can see half of them just contradict each other. And I literally started quoting their previous responses, saying, in the previous ticket, I was told this. What you were saying makes no sense. And then they contradict themselves again. And it's just like... Jesus Christ. They just don't give consistent responses, because they can't. They're not actually reading it. It's, yeah, it's rough, man. It's also, like, the problem with this is, I'll keep thinking. It's impossible to not think about, like, how would my life be different had I not had my World of Warcraft account not gotten banned? Like, as stupid as that sounds, it actually had a pretty sizable snowball effect. Ironically, I do think that in some ways, it's snowball affected for good, just because, like, I'm the type of person who I mean, a lot of people who've, you know, watched my channel and just seen how I do things for a while probably know this. I am extremely set in my ways, and I am not really one to make big, like, really big changes unless I need to. But if I need to make that change, I will move heaven and earth to make something happen. So, I was never really big on the whole, like, multi-boxing thing. And I was content to have, like, you know, my one account. So, the one upside to all of this is I've basically been working myself to death on, you know, just basically creating a billion redundancies for myself over the last few months to get around this. And now I've now put myself in a position where I now have, like, a geared character for every single class in retail World of Warcraft, multiple geared alts of some of the tanks that I actually play. I have, like, 1 million characters at max level now that I can actively use. I have 2 accounts, and now I can, like, boost myself through delves, which is something I never would have been able to do otherwise. I now have all of my different alt accounts that, you know, now that I have them set up, well, you know, obviously my computer crashed the other day, but I can use them for, like, summoning shit, which, for, you know, launch day speedrun things has really interesting potential. So, it's unfortunate that all of that stuff had to come, because after I got wrongfully banned, I went, oh, fuck, I'm vulnerable, and I hate being vulnerable. I need to be, like, you know, ironclad, foolproof in everything I do. There can be no unexpected outcomes. So it has kind of forced me to think of situations and, like, worst case scenarios that I never would have thought of before and start preparing for them. Which, on one hand, has meant that I've had, like, no free time over the last few months to do anything fun, but I also have gotten a decent amount of work done. It's tough, because on one hand, it's so frustrating, because this whole situation has set me back so badly. Like, I only finished my War Within alt leveling guides a few months ago, and those were meant to come out at the start. And, like, obviously, if you don't know the stuff I'm going through behind the scenes, it seems like I'm really falling behind and stuff like that. But considering everything I had to go through, it's like, what am I supposed to do, right? I've been just busting my ass nonstop. It's just I was hit with, like, a colossal unavoidable delay, and I've been trying to, in tandem, not only get caught up on all of that stuff, which I think I've finally mostly done that. I mean, I'm only 2 days late on my MoP leveling guide, but all things considered, you know, the Cataclysm guide literally got scrapped because of my account getting banned. My Cataclysm guide was already a little bit late. I was already falling a little bit behind because of all the MoP remix stuff, which, you know, was a little bit unrelated, but still. And then I was still planning on getting a Cataclysm leveling guide out. I was in the middle of doing my very first testing speedrun. Boom, I'm banned. That entire series of videos is scrapped. So, all things considered, because I got so fucked over I didn't even manage to get a Cataclysm alt leveling guide out, the fact that I just managed to get that monster of a 39-minute leveling guide out, I'm pretty happy with that. Because, you know, this time, roughly last year, I was sitting here, like, in despair of, like, I'm never going to be able to get these videos done on time. And then just when I thought I barely might be able to manage it, I get fucking banned. So, that's kind of why I'm like, I feel like I'm finally maybe getting out from under all the bullshit that I've been put through, but it's just annoying because I shouldn't have had to deal with that in the first place. Things would have been a lot easier. But then I also, that's the thing, it's like you never know, right? I also think to myself, like, you know, maybe if I hadn't cut and wrongfully banned, maybe I would have been complacent, right? And maybe I would have thought to myself, like, oh, I'm fine, I don't need to worry about all this stuff right now. And then I would have gotten, like, extremely fucked over. It's hard to say. Obviously, there's no way to know. It's impossible to play what ifs, but like my brain will do that. I will constantly overthink, right? And like, you know, I guess, yeah, I could probably say this. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. I've also I was heavily debating on this for a while, but as of like a few months ago, I also started seeing a therapist, and you know, for a while I kind of like had the mindset of like, you know, oh, like therapy doesn't work for me and it would be a waste of time, right? But I think I talked to a few friends because I was, I mean, really just not in a good place after all of the stuff that happened, and a lot of them suggested, like, you know, therapy might help, and I don't know exactly how much it has helped, but it definitely hasn't hurt. It's been fine. And, yeah, I definitely think it was worth trying. So. But I mean, it's taken a mental toll, for sure. It's been a lot to deal with. Also, it's actually insane how strong the Niflthar Bearded Axe is. Like, ever since I equipped these 1 level ago, I've just been shredding everything. The stats are ridiculously overtuned for this level. By not telling you what you did, you look crazy to outsiders? Yeah. Yeah. I know that we talked about that before, but I agree. It's really tough to explain. It's, that's why, like, I showed all the screenshots and stuff, because, like, hopefully, at least if you see the screenshots, you get an idea of, like, no, this really is super fucked. They really just don't tell you anything. But yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. Now, okay, that's what you're doing now? You have to re-level 15 characters? Yeah, damn. I want to build up a really big quest turn-in, but I believe I should do this one. Because, yeah, it's End Arcanimus. And then, one thing I'm not sure about is, I believe there's another quest after End Arcanimus. I'm not positive, though. But Arcanimus is evade bugging because of these stupid mobs. Okay, the mob despawned. That's a new one. Blizzard? What the fuck? Okay. People are not rational, and no one who disagrees with you reads them. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, it is, you know, it's good to be able to have all of my, like, points defended. And if somebody does try to, like, attack me, I can just be like, refer to this exact ticket where I brought that up and Blizzard just told me to fuck off, right? Like, I can show that I did cover all of my bases. I'm gonna quickly Google End Arcanimus. Is this the last quest in the chain? It is the last quest in the chain, so I wanna leave this. And then I want to kill Lieutenant Tazini. I want to do all of the wanted quests around here. And then I'm not going to turn those in. And then I'm pretty sure one of these breadcrumbs gives me a big chunk of quests in Ice Mist Village. I think that's what unlocks it. So I will need to turn in one of those, because then that will make my big turn in better. I'll kill Gigantor while I'm over here. I'm also going to do the Disturbing Implications chain. I don't know if I'm going to... I think I might just get Disturbing Implications and not turn it in. Because I believe that chain is like... It's a bunch of easy quests, but it's all one after the other, so I can't, like, stack them. Nice. Good spot for Gigantor. I also... There are other rares in this zone, but although I wanted to kill Crazed Indolay Villager just because, like, maybe I could have left him up. That might have actually been ideal. But my logic at the time was like, oh, he's already, like, in this portion of the zone. Maybe I should just kill him. But I'm not going to go out of my way to kill, like, Tukmuth and Scarlet High Lord Dayan because I want to have the XP from them. I believe Agmar's Hammer I can turn in. And that is the breadcrumb. That opens it up. But I need to make sure I turn off Leatrix. Because otherwise I double up on this. Agmar's Hammer. Yes! Yeah, I was right. It's a breadcrumb there. And then I do Victory Nears. Yeah, and then this opens up a bunch of stuff. Let's see. I also want to make sure I save the... There are good quests in Ice Mist. I'm actually not sure if... I feel like, generally speaking, it's been correct in terms of telling me when different stuff drops. Questy, that is. So I'm gonna trust it and assume that I can get this quest now. That would definitely help. There's a lot of cultists on these bridges. And yeah, they can drop Fleshbound Tone. I'll kill a bunch of these guys. If it doesn't drop, it doesn't drop. One additional quest, so it's not, like, a huge deal if I get it or not. Like, I'll do these. If it doesn't drop up these, we just say fuck it. Yeah, I didn't get it. I am stuck in combat, though. Okay, there we go. Yeah, no real good thing I can do about that. I think I do all of the quests down here. And then there's also a few additional quests because there's some right outside Asdrul Nerub. And that'll give me a few additional ones. So I want to... Let's see. I need to kill wildlife. Kill a bunch, get rot-resistant organ, and then the rest of the stuff is down in the outdoor Asdrul Nerub area. And there is... Okay, nice. We got the rot-resistant organ, then I just need to kill a bunch of stuff. There's a bunch of things over this way. Let's do that. That feels pretty good. And... Alright. Oh, man. I love chi bursts so much. That is so fucking clean. Alright, yeah, I do turn in this quest, because then I get a follow-up after turning in an enemy in Arthas. And then that'll save me travel time, because then I can just... I believe the follow-up directs me to Agmar's Hammer. It's just like, you know, here's some information, tell them that the Nerubians are your friends or whatever, and then you go there. So that'll concentrate it all there. I played for this level. 24 minutes, yeah. I mean, this is going to be a longer level because I'm deliberately not turning in a lot of stuff. But then, obviously, like, even then, we're about, like, 2/3 of the way through. It's probably going to be a 30-ish minute level. That's not bad, considering I'm skipping shitloads of quests, and I don't have the Monk XP buff. Yeah, I have to kill that High Cultist guy for one of the quests. I believe that is the follow-up after this. I need black blood samples. Right, I should be able to... Are there any new buffs that I can get? Not yet, I don't think. 75, I think, is a lot. 74 is when I get all my, like, Loknahak necklace stuff. And 75 is new consumables. This is the Lost Empire. Yeah. Okay, so there is definitely one more quest over here. Yeah, I believe it's going to send me back here to kill that guy. Because I know that you have to kill the High Cultist for something. But I guess it must be a breadcrumb here. I'm quite happy with this, though. I think this is pretty good. So I'm going to do Wanted Dread Talon. And then I'm going to pick up Disturbing Implications. I'm trying to think. There's, like, potential to really, really try and juice this monk buff, but I think I might be overthinking it a little bit. I think I might be trying to do a little bit too much with it. God. It's just a shame. I'm tempted to rip a dungeon now. Fuck it. Random Lich King dungeon. I wanted to wait until 73, but this is fine. This will let me keep these quests stacked up. It's just a little off from being, like, perfect. I'm gonna try to locate Tukmuth and Scarlet High Lord Dayan while I wait, so I can't really do much else. And then that way, when I get the buff, I at least know where to find them. Tukmuth is weird, though, because he patrols around a lot, so wherever I find him, he's probably not going to be there by the end. I'll throw my trackers up. These ones I have... Yeah, okay, there's Tukmuth. I found these a shitload, so I know where to find them. He does move rather slowly, so at least now I know to look for him. Like, let's say the dungeon would pop now, he'd probably be around here by the end of the dungeon. He's very slow. The big one that I want to find is Scarlet High Lord Dayan, because he has a lot of different spawn points. So, if I locate him now... Like, I'm gonna do a flyby here. Just see. So we know he's not here. Then I can start checking over this way. Yes! 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 Okay, perfect. This is perfect. Because Astral the Rub, this is the best spam dungeon. So if I get this again, I'm not upset. Astral the Rub is kick-ass. Of course. Almost died. I mean, this is a little bit of an insane pull, but... look at my damage! This is fucking silly! Oh my god. It's the Niflvar bearded axes, man. These things are actually just cranking right now. Oh, fuck! Clash failed me! Ah! Oh, I'm getting bouncy castle. Okay, we need to... Okay, they're going in for Hadronox. We can, I suppose. I do want to get my eggs, though. Nice! Just tactical burst damage. But that's the thing, though. You don't want to rush Hadronox too early. You want to clear out a bunch of the stuff, wait for him to then get a little bit low while none of the mobs are close to death, and then just dump a load of burst damage into him really quickly. Otherwise, he'll heal. I do have my Black Ox statue now. I should be dropping that. It's actually really good. They are getting absolutely clapped up there. They should just hold W. I don't know why they're trying to fight the random Nerubian mobs that don't even give experience. No timer? No, no, no. We stopped using the timer after my stream crashed back in part 1. We're going by played time for this run. Alright. Whee! Love that. Never gets old. Whoa! Holy shit! Warlocks can fucking fly, man? That is insane. He needs to get in here, though. Okay, we may have just locked out that Warlock. Yeah. Got a big chunk of burst. Wonder if I can Todd an Uberrock. This one you have to wait because the quest giver. Alright. Any second now. Slightly better, yeah. And I have excess cat swiftness. This is technically an upgrade, though I think no, because I have a lot of sockets. I'm not gonna bother. Okay. Pretty good. 73 now, so I could get some better stuff. What I'm gonna do... I'm gonna keep checking for Scarlet High Lord Dayan. I'm gonna queue again. My warrior got disconnected. I'm gonna hop on and put my warrior on a flight path to Zul'jin, because I will need it for Amphitheater of Anguish. Scarlet High Lord Dayan. Believe they're on a horse. So I can just look for the horse. They are not here. Okay, that's kind of good. I'm glad they're not at the spawn point. It would be ideal if they were at the spawn point down here, because that's fairly compact. Depending on how long the dungeon queue takes to pop. Cat swiftness. I feel like I'm missing a buff, but I don't really know which one. Like, it feels like I should have something that I don't. I don't know. The other thing that would be really nice is... Yeah, I'm not gonna juice it until 75. I could juice it until 75, and I could get, like... Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Moral storage... Now it's recognizing my bank alts. Wasn't doing that before. Guard keep. Okay.
What brings you here?
Basically, what I was debating on doing is using Zen Pilgrimage before I did this dungeon, and then getting the quest prepped, and then, like, right before I turn in the dungeon quests, I TP out, get my Zen Pilgrimage buff, or get my, my monk buff, TP back in, turn in the dungeon quests, and, like, it maybe would be a little bit of a time save, but I was only going to do that if my queue didn't pop. It's not worth, I think, delaying extensively for. So we are bound to get Utgard Keep at some point. Not too upset, but obviously now it runs the risk of, like, you only want to do Utgard Keep once. This is not... It's not the worst dungeon ever, but it's decently long. Like, a lot of people, I think, view Utgard Keep and, like, Hellfire Ramparts in a similar boat. And functionally, they are the same type of dungeon. But Ramparts, I know we were discussing earlier, is actually not a terrible spam dungeon if done efficiently. It's decently compact, and you can do big pulls. The biggest issue with Utgard is it's just a very long dungeon. It's not hard. You can clear through it, relatively speaking, quickly. But there's just so much running. At the end, you can mount up, but then there's also, like, a lot of roleplay. It's just not that fast. It's not, like, a super slow dungeon. It's not Escape from Durenhold, not even remotely. I would even say it's, like, above average. But the two issues that Utgard Keep has is it's not extremely fast, for one, and it's a low-level dungeon. So if you start getting it a lot later on, you're not going to be getting nearly as much mob kill XP as other dungeons. And those dungeons, in addition to giving you more mob kill XP, would give you more quests. Some of them are faster to complete, like Astral Narub is really fast. Really, it's mostly just Astral Narub. Like, Halls of Lightning is obviously very good, but you don't have a chance to get that until 78, and it's really, really rare to actually find it, because there's a bunch of dungeons introduced into the pool at 78, so the odds of actually hitting it are not really in your favor. Shit. Okay, well that worked out. Grab this weapon, final one I need for the quest. Oh.
And make yourself useful.
Fuck it. That's a pretty cool appearance, too. Is there another monk in this group? No, I'm the only one who could have used it for transmog anyway. I mean, all things considered, I feel like I kind of destroyed through Card Keep. This was definitely one of the faster runs of this I've done. Yeah, if you do not have two of these, level up Archaeology and get them, they're so fucking good.
Your pathetic failure will serve as a warning to all. You are damned. Arise.
And carry out the Master's will.
Master's will.
I return. A second chance to carve your skull.
I am listening.
Stuff in, that is... I mean, it's technically better. Do I care? No. It's also haste, which I don't really think I need. Is that better? Not with the gem.
I am listening.
I'm about to replace anyway, so I don't really care. Yeah, oh, actually, I'm about to replace my ring anyways, too, so that's fine. Here, I think this is where I should go get my buff. Yeah. I will... How do I do this? Because my Darkmoon Faire buff is also about to fall off pretty soon. Not much to be done about it, I'm afraid. I think I just need to head over there and just manually refresh Darkmoon Faire buff, even if it does lose me a tiny amount of time of the Enlightenment. It's just, like, it's worth getting. The fucking Crackling Jade Lightning one. Right. Okay.
Welcome.
Or do I have to... Okay, I have to channel it for longer. And losing both of those top hats early really set me back.
Hello.
Because it's moments like this where I was very much counting on having those top hats. So, that is tough. Yeah. Nothing to be done about it, you know, small fucking indie company can't launch anything without a billion bugs, but it is mildly annoying, I will admit.
Baladash Malanore.
I do find it funny that, like, back when I was really young, playing, like, original Mists of Pandaria, I always used to think, like, oh my god, Outland and Northrend are the worst. Like, I hated those levels. I had so many alts that died in, like, the high 60s, low 70s, just because I couldn't stand leveling there anymore. But, like, these days, now that I actually understand the routing for it, it's actually really fast. It's just, you know, obviously I didn't really understand all this stuff when I was a kid, right? And I wasn't able to figure it out on my own. But I think a lot of the problem that Northrend and Outland have is that they're not exactly intuitive. It's not a straight line. There is, like, a lot of stuff where you need to, like, basically set all this stuff up and get, like, a bunch of overlapping quests, but then once you get that, you just go in there and slam, and then you get the biggest turn-in ever. L-take? What's L-take? Outlet? Oh, yeah. I'm saying when I was a kid, right? My point is, now that I know what I'm doing, now that I understand, it's not bad at all. So yes, you know, 12-year-old Harldan had an L-take, for sure. You will not find me disagreeing with you there. Where does this take me? Oh, it takes me directly back to Venom Spite. Okay, that's actually solid. I need to do this, and then I need to... my warrior... I'm just gonna auto-fly in my warrior across the continent, and I'll just have to remember. How do I want to handle this? Alexa, in 5 minutes, remind me to stop warrior. Crossing my fingers that... Stop. I'm crossing my fingers that around that point... There we go. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. Around that point, I should be roughly over Zul'jin from where I'm standing. I'm not gonna queue for dungeons just yet, because right now, I can get Drakthar and keep. It's a little bit awkward, because... Like, if I get an instant queue... It would have to be basically instant. This would mean Violet Hold can't appear in the pool. I really would rather not do Violet Hold. So it's like, either I get a dungeon right now, but then, like, I'm about to kill Tsukmith. So... yeah. I mean... Alright, King Crush BoE. Look Nahak BoE. These are better. That's it, yeah. Oh shit, I'm going the wrong way. No, it's this quest first. I want to hit 75. That... I could feel it in my bones that was Violet Hold. I can feel it in my fucking bones. That was 100% going to be Violet Hold. But, if I do this gigantic turn-in, I should get to 75. And then, what gets added to the pool? Gundrak, and Gundrak's very good. So what am I doing here? I should turn in all this stuff first. Then I can head over there, turn in End Arcanimus. And turn in the Bonfire quest.
Who you be?
Peace, friend.
I'm now exalted with Harldan Speedrunning Incorporated. Oh, this was the fucking High Cultist Zang fuck.
What do you need?
I didn't realize that that quest was off that dude. Okay.
Glory to the Sindori.
Go forward.
How may I aid?
Okay. Do another swiftness potion here. That's what I was forgetting. I knew it. My monk buff got wiped. Oh, the monk class buff. Okay, I want to just turn in Strength of Ice Mist just for free XP. I don't think I'm going to do any of this stuff over here, but I have to stay in this area. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Alexa, stop. I am like 30 seconds away from Amphitheater of Anguish. I actually almost nailed that bang on. That was... Alright. Then I have to get Wind Trader. I got a strange device, right? Yeah, and then I turned that in. Okay. And then there's like 1 or 2 more quests in this general area. Shit. How high do you think the skill floor for Brew is in MoP? Decently high. Relative to, like, retail tanks, decently high. It's not, like, I don't know, it's not impossible, for sure, but it is definitely on the higher end of tank skill floors. Considering I have been playing Brew for years, and I understand, like, the fundamental Brewmaster mechanics, and I've still been kind of getting my cheeks moderately clapped every now and then when I just get a little bit overconfident. So you are by no means invincible. SCF is Windwalker only, right? It's Windwalker. Fuck me, where is the... There we go. There's just some random invisible point you need to hit. New talent point. 75, nice. Healing elixirs. OG healing elixirs. Very, very good. Okay, so I don't really want to do much in this section of the zone, because I've obviously kind of passed the recommended range. There are a few more quests that I still need to do here.
Glory to the Sindora.
It's like, this quest isn't too bad, but I'm just... It's a lot of travel time for fairly minimal payoff. But this Dragon's Fall we definitely do. I guess there's... The question is, do I queue for dungeons right now? I guess, yeah, it's probably not going to get any better than this. Right, I need to talk to... Okay, Recon Summoning. Quest XP, Quest XP, Quest XP. Ah! Damage against undead, though. Honestly, if it's not a good one, it may as well be that. Okay, the turn-in is at Agmar's Hammer. Contract, yes!
Who are you?
I also have new flasks. Endless Rage. I don't know why it didn't work. Oh, interesting. So this is finally when they changed the Gundrak entrance point from what it was before. It was on the other side throughout all of Kata for some reason. Also, I thought I hit guard. Evidently I did not. Oops. Gonna kill anybody who trespass on these lands. It's not our greatest. And see, I really, really, really like this path for Gundrak. It's actually technically ever so slightly slower, I think. No, actually, I think in total, if you do it properly, it actually ends up being faster, come to think of it. If people follow the correct instructions. I like this way more because it just looks fucking cool when you do this properly. Gundrak speedrun strats are just nuts. Getting clapped a little bit, but... Down here. To the water. I don't even care if it's a little bit slower if they take time to figure it out. So many people don't know this exists, and I love showing it to them. The guy just typed, dude, what? Been playing since 2007, never seen this. And that's why I love this strat. This guy is super fucking lost. What chance you thinking you got? Get ready for something much bigger! Oh no. Oh. Wondering if you go Brew or Windwalker when you get around to doing gold CMs for the set? Well, Brewmaster is like the god tier challenge mode tank, so definitely Brew, if you want to learn it, right? Like, obviously, if you're looking for something that's super duper easy, then no, but the nice thing about Brew is if you learn how to play it, Brew will fucking demolish challenge modes, so... Like, the single best spec in the game for challenge modes, arguably. Aside from, you know, maybe Enhancement Shaman.
We got the good stuff, man. Okie dokie. Data. Okie dokie.
Do I have a belt prepped? I think I'm fine with this belt. Is this one... This one's, like, maybe arguably slightly better, but that's whatever.
Time is money, friend.
How do I wanna do this? I don't... What do I get at 76? 76 is Halls of Stone. Not a huge fan of Halls of Stone. It's... Halls of Stone is not, like, terrible.
Blood and thunder.
Like, relatively speaking, would I rather do Halls of Stone or, like, Utgard Pinnacle again? So having another option in the pool would be good. Not gonna do that. The only downside is... Obviously, ideally, I would want, Ideally, I would like... I mean, would I want Nexus? At this point, I've mostly out-leveled Nexus. I definitely want Direct Theron. I mean, I may as well. I'm gonna hit 76 anyway. But then I guess at 76, then I should re-queue. It is worth it. Fate of the Ruby Dragon Shrine turned in here, or at the top? It looks like at the top.
I am honored.
I should do this quest because there's a bunch of really easy follow-ups. I don't want to throw myself in queue just yet because I figure I will try to get Halls of Stone. You know what? Actually, fuck it. Why not? Pops now. It's fine. Odds of it popping right this moment before I hit 76 are low anyway, so it just means I'm waiting aimlessly a little bit less, but technically I'm going to be flying, so it's not that big of a deal either way. Brew does look a bit daunting, not sure. It definitely is a lot to keep track of. The other thing is, like, although I haven't really played this specific iteration of Brew, there is still a lot of core Brew gameplay mechanics that are still present in retail. And obviously, like, I mean, I think it's safe to say that I am extremely good at retail Brew. I'm not really one to, like, brag or flex, but I do think that is something that is just kind of a fact. And there's a lot of core mechanics that I'm just comfortable with. I played it for years. And the other thing is there's a lot of stuff in Brew that hasn't been around for a while, but I played Brew a lot starting in WoD. So there's a lot of stuff that was still present in WoD and remained until the Legion rework. So I remember Brew pre-Legion rework. And so a lot of this stuff I'm like, oh yeah. And it takes a little bit of warming up to, like, Elusive Brew, right, is a big one, where I've been singing the praises of the spell ever since it got removed in Legion, but I'm very happy to have it back. But it's fun, right? What can I say? It's a very fun spec, so... Like, yeah. Is it daunting? Perhaps. Is it worth learning, in my opinion? Yes. It's very fun. Very, very, very fun. Do I actually get Zen Meditation? Because I don't think I have it yet. No, I don't. 82. But there's literally no other usable glyph.
What brings you here?
Want to be competitive as a healer? How many specs do you need to have prepped? Are you saying in MoP or in retail? Or like both? Keep in mind that I'm not a healer, so I cannot answer with like 1000% certainty, but I can answer based on my general knowledge on the subject. Just in general? It very much depends. Very much depends. So, it's an interesting question, because obviously... Oh, retail, okay. Yeah, retail. I was gonna say, because MoP, I don't know as much. Retail, I can give you a pretty solid answer with like 90% confidence. Retail is interesting, because I think if we look at tanking, I would say tanking is probably a good thing to compare to as a baseline, because tanking, at a high level, you need to be able to play every tank. Like, at a high mythic level, if you cannot play every single tank, you're not really a good tank. Like, you can effectively tank, and that being said, there are times when it's like, you know, Guardian Druid, other than, technically speaking, in Rhubar Palace, where, you know, I did have it prepped, and I did play it. A lot of people didn't swap to it, because it's one of those tanks that a lot of people don't really bother prepping, because it's like, you know, it's not usually meta. But then, the thing is, if you're like me, and you do prep every tank, then in the rare situation, like the Rhubar Palace, where Guardian Druid's meta, you're ready, and you're able to make the swap very quickly for your team. And... tanking is kind of a weird situation, though, because I would say, when we look at tanking, although I would generally argue that to be a truly good tank at a high level, you need to be able to play multiple specs, there are definitely cases where there are, like, semi-one-tricks at a high level. You're going to have a harder time, for sure. But I'll give you an example. My former co-tank sponsor, you know, still love the guy, still friends with him, right? He is a Blood DK one-trick. But he is very good at Blood DK. And because Blood DK is one of those tanks that is usually pretty good, if it's not one of the top 2 tanks, it's, like, up there, he generally can get away with just playing Blood DK, because it's usually going to be a desired tank. It's not like Prop Paladin, where Prop Paladin right now is doing pretty well, but there was a period of time where I know a Prop Paladin one-trick who was talking to me, and he's a really good Prop Paladin, the guide writer, actually. But he was telling me, like, it's really rough back when I first met him, because at that time, Prop Paladin was not very good. And he was good, and I remember talking to him about, like, oh, which tank are you going to play next year? And he was like, well, I'm basically a Prop Paladin one-trick. And at that time, I hadn't realized, and I thought he just really liked the spec. But then he's like, no, I'm going to play it no matter what. And he said, it is difficult, though, because it's not looking super great. And it ended up being, I forget, like... pretty good that tier. I think it was Vault of the Incarnates you were talking about, but it was not meta. And then it ended up being meta pretty top for the rest of the patches after that, so, you know, he lucked out in that sense. Oh, nice. We killed her before the roleplay. Hell yeah. So basically, I'm trying to say that tanking, the reason why tanking you need to be able to do that is because tanking as a role is almost inherently, it exists to be like a flex spot in your raid. A lot of times, tanks are used to fill the buffs that you don't have, or there's like one specific thing that tanks need to be able to do, like Blood DK, right? Blood DK on Ovanax, if your tanks could not play Blood, they were fucking garbage, because you could not do that fight if you did not have 2 Blood DKs. You just couldn't. Every single guild, at like all of the first 100, 200 kills, I forget the exact number, had double Blood. And I think the first kill that didn't have it had like 3 tanks, and then it was Blood Vengeance DH, and the Vengeance DH was like, a Blood DK at home, basically. And yeah, technically it worked, but you had to do some really janky stuff to make it work. Until it got nerfed, and even then after it got nerfed, it was still easier to run double blood, so I almost always swapped my Blood DK for that boss on recalls. So, situations like that, sometimes you need to have tanks for specific things, and there's only really 2 tank spots in your raid. Obviously, sometimes fights like Ovanax are an exception, where the fight is so exceptionally poorly designed that it is actually worth bringing in a 3rd tank, just because something like Blood DK makes it that much easier. That is the exception, not the rule. Now, the reason I answered your question about healers by talking about tanks is because tanks, I think a lot of people will think about that, of like, tanks need to be able to play a lot of stuff at high levels. That isn't necessarily true for healers. Now, it should go without saying, right? I shouldn't need to tell you that if you can play literally every single healer spec, I mean, you're going to have a really easy time finding spots, right? Because anybody who is able to play literally every spec in the game, well, guess what? One of those specs is going to be Flavor of the Month. So if you can play every spec, then that means that by definition, you'll be able to play whatever spec ends up being Flavor of the Month. So if you are willing to swap to that, then you can. For tanks, it's a little bit different, right? Tanks, it's not really so much a case of, like, chasing Fodom stuff. A lot of strats literally rely on tanks. Like, you're not killing Mugsy if you don't have a prop Paladin, realistically, unless you do some really stupid shit. Like, 95% or something of guilds killed Mugsy with a prop Paladin. So it's not a Fodom tank. It is the popular strat that kind of is semi-intended by Blizzard requires one particular tank spec. That's just, you have to play it. You don't really get a choice. So, that usually is not a thing for healers. However, there are cases when it has been a thing. A good example is Mistweaver Monk on Farah. Mistweaver Monk is borderline mandatory on Farah. But, unlike tanks where you only have 2 spots, so pretty much at least one of your tanks needs to be able to play everything, you have usually 4 healing spots. Bare minimum 3 healing spots. And honestly, on a lot of the really hard fights where at least 1 healer is required, like Farah, you're going to be running 4 healers anyway. So, in situations like that, like, yes, somebody in your raid team needed to be playing Mistweaver. And I can tell you right now that raid tier, if you were able to play Mistweaver and Amir Soul, oh my god, it was so easy to find a raid spot. The amount of guilds I saw that were, like, spamming the recruitment Discord of, like, recruiting a Mistweaver, they were in insanely high demand. So again, if you can play every healer, will it, like, that's why you said, will it, like, make you competitive? You can be competitive without playing every healer, but will it help you? Will it make your life easier? Oh, hell yes. It will definitely make your life significantly easier. I would generally speaking say, now, with that noted, while you don't necessarily need to play every single healer, you kind of do need to play at least 2, I think, is probably a good idea. Because there definitely are tiers where, with the exception, I think, maybe being Priest, if you're really good at Disc Priest, you could probably just play Disc Priest pretty much every tier. I don't remember a tier where Disc was really, really bad, and I think if Disc was really bad, then Holy was pretty good. So, if you can play Healer Priest, you are probably fine, and that's the only thing that you need to play, because most guilds will want one of you, and they are almost always good. But there are tiers where, like, Resto Druid is just not good. There are many tiers where Mistweaver is not good. Mistweaver's been hit or miss. It's been either insanely brokenly OP, many tiers, or it's been, like, bottom of the barrel, so no real in-between there. Preservation Evoker, same thing. Preservation Evoker is, like, either it's insanely god tier, like Narubar Palace, or it's not very good, like right now. And even right now, it's actually not bad currently in Undermine, but it is, you have to bust your ass to get, like, the same value as a Mistweaver Monk. It's just a little bit closer now post-nerfs, but especially on the start of the raid tier, yeah, you were kind of trolling if you played Prez. So there definitely have been times where heal specs were just not great. Knowing Shaman, Mistweaver, and Evoker would probably prepare you for almost anything. Well, you have to include Priest in there. You can't say would prepare you for almost anything and not have the one healer that, like I said, it's pretty much the only healer you can one-trick reliably. Like, honestly, having Priest would have you prepared for almost everything, because you're almost always going to be able to find a guild that is willing to take you, just because play Priest. That's it. I would say, yeah, if you have Shaman, Priest, and Mistweaver prepped, that would definitely prepare you for anything. You don't really need to play the other ones. Because, like, Holy Paladin, another great example, very hit or miss. There have been times when Holy Paladin's really good, there have been times when Holy Paladin's not very good. But it's not consistent enough to say with any absolute certainty of, like, oh yeah, the spec is super strong.
Good one. You need something? See you around. Hello. Safe travels. How are you? Have a good one.
Nice, 77, that's pretty good. Now, honestly, at this point, I have to go straight to Amphitheater of Anguish. I'm going to take a very small detour to check for a rare in... actually, no, I'm not, because there's... If I take a detour for a rare in Grizzly Hills, that means I can't take a detour for a rare in Zul'jin without wasting time. Observe. There's no truth in it. No, no, no. Only in the taking. You have the most experience with Priest, Druid, or Shaman? I mean, Priest and Shaman kind of already has you covered, right? Like I said, Priest alone, if you're really good at both Disc and Holy, you could just play that every tier. The question really is, do you want to do that, though? Like, for me, like I said, if I really just wanted to play, like, the same tanks every tier, I'd just play Blood DK, Brew, and Prop Paladin, and never worry about the other ones. But, like, I went out of my way to raid in a second guild this tier, just so I could play Prot Warrior, because Prot Warrior looked really fun, and I just wanted to play it. It just looked really fun, and it was. Prot Warrior this tier absolutely fucks, and I'm really glad that I got to do Prog a second time with that. It was a very fun experience. But that's the thing, it's a question of, you know... I guess at that point, though, for me, right, like, one of the reasons I like being that person who gets to play all the tanks is I like playing all the tanks. You know, I don't necessarily... You know, a lot of people look at it of like, oh man, if I really want to be competitive at a high level, I gotta play all the tanks. And for me, I'm like, yes! Yes! I want to be able to play all the tanks. You know, like, I hadn't played Prop Heli in a while. Prop Heli was really good this tier. I jumped on it. I'm playing Prop Heli. I can't fucking wait. It's been a while. And you know what? I had a lot of fun playing it. Prot Warrior. I also hadn't played Prot Warrior in a while. I got to play both of them this tier. Awesome. I love that. But you know what? I'm a little bit, like, worn out on Prop Paladin at this point. So, Brewmaster is looking really sweet. I love Brewmaster. I'm looking forward to playing Brewmaster again next batch. I could actually, you know, that's something that I haven't really commented on. I've kind of been focused on the Cataclysm stuff. There's been a lot of pretty good tank tuning changes. The only exception is Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior is looking absolute beans next patch, unfortunately. Which kind of sucks. Tiny bit sucks. But also, I did just play it this last patch, so I'm not too upset. It's, all things considered, I got my fill of Prot Warrior. I'm also a little bit tired on that, so... It's kind of fine. But also, man, poor Prot Warrior. But outside of Prot Warrior and Prot Paladin, I'm kind of okay with any tank next patch. Guardian Druid looks pretty good. I did play that quite recently, but it looks really cool. I would not be upset if I end up on Guardian Druid. But Brewmaster looks really good. I'm definitely right now mostly leaning towards Brew. I generally love Brew, and Brewmaster is looking really nice in the upcoming tier. A lot of really good changes. It looks like Master of Harmony might finally be the play in raids after all this time. So that would be really cool. Definitely excited for that. You're basically rebuilding from 0 and want to heal. You're going to level them all, just wondering what you're in for. Assuming you won't catch up until next X-Pack, or maybe 2 months into 11.2. Well, the good news is that gearing right now is easier than it's ever been. Like, I don't know how much you've been following along with what I've been doing, but I am doing a challenge where I'm trying to get Keystone Hero on every single spec in the game. So I have geared up every single spec in the entire game from scratch. And I managed to do that. Like, with the current patch, like, it's a possible thing. The fact that you can gear up 13 different characters to a level good enough to get, like, 3k on the class as a whole, and then Keystone Hero with every spec, the fact that that's even a possibility is insane. And in many previous expansions would not be. So, honestly, I would argue that if you really work towards it, you can get there in no time. I'm working on a fresh account right now as well. Not, like, literally the second. I've paused it a little bit as I get stuff done in Mystic Pandaria, but I started working on it, and I got it to, like, 650 item level. Completely brand new account, no account-wide stuff. And I did that in, like, a week or something. If you know what you're doing, it's not hard. And, I mean, I have a video on my second channel that goes into extreme detail on all the gearing stuff, and they've added a few catch-up mechanisms in the patches since then, so there are many things that you could do, for sure. You don't know if you have time to clear 12s for Myth Track before 11.2? Yeah, I don't know how big of an impact it'll have, but it's definitely a little bit iffy. It won't, like, set you back the entire season, but it will undeniably make things a little bit harder at the start. Unfortunately, that is the situation Blizzard has kind of put people in. I don't like it, but yeah, that's... Yeah. You think you'd have the most fun playing 3 characters? Yeah. I would say, if you're gonna pick 3 different healers, one of them needs to be Priest. You cannot go wrong with that. And then after that, honestly, it could go either way, right? I would say, you know, pick the ones that you enjoy the most and do that. Jesus, I keep... So. But... I haven't really been following what's going to be good next patch, but, like, you will pretty much always run one healing Priest in raid. That has never necessarily been true for any other spec. It may not always be Disc, it may not always be Holy, but I genuinely cannot remember the last raid tier where there wasn't at least one healing Priest in the raid. You'll be replacing Mythtrack gear in week 2 to 3 of the next season. That is not necessarily true. Not necessarily true. I'll give you an example. Right now, people are still running Mythtrack Treacherous Transmitter, and the problem with that, the reason why it can be a little bit finicky, is because if you did not get a fully upgraded Mythtrack Treacherous Transmitter before, it is impossible to get it now. So there are actually situations where if you don't gear up right now, it could fuck you. Now, that is not a universal thing, and I also don't know if it applies to healers. Right now, though, Mr. Pick-Me-Up is a very broken trinket. So there is a genuine case to be made of maybe Mr. Pick-Me-Up will end up just being kind of mandatory next patch. Will that be true? I don't know. Is it possible? Yes. We have seen that possibility. It exists. And Blizzard has not done anything to fix it the entirety of this patch. So there is precedent. Yeah, no, but that's exactly what you said, NPC Chris. I get that. I know that you're saying you think Blizzard would do that, but I am telling you this season they did not do that with Treacherous Transmitter. They have in the past, but we have at least one very clear example of something that is just objectively best in slot, still, for multiple DPS specs, and they did not change it. They nerfed it slightly, it was still best in slot, they haven't fixed it since. So, it's, now, I'm not saying that this is likely to happen, because it does not happen often, but the fact that it has occurred means that you always need to keep that in the back of your mind of, what if that happens again? Because playing certain DPS specs without a Treacherous Transmitter this patch, like, it's not like it's impossible. It's not like, oh man, I can't play this spec because I don't have Transmitter. Like, obviously, no, it's not quite that bad, but it will feel bad. It will just be like, ah, shucks, you know, I really wish that I'd be able to get a rank 1 parse, but I can't because I do not have the best in slot trinket, and I cannot get it no matter what I do. That sucks. You'll still be able to clear mythic raids, right? But it will feel bad. You had Priest lock because there's 2 specs? Yeah. You can't remember a priest ever being bad? Yeah, pretty much never. I mean, even when Shadow is brought, you a lot of times still bring healing priests. And as for Mistweaver, so Mistweaver is definitely weird. You're correct that it used to be one of the worst healers. It wasn't, like, bad per se, but it was an extremely niche healer. To my knowledge, I believe that Amirdrasul was the first tier where it really became, like, this is a meta healer. Very, 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 very powerful option. It got, like, a mini rework, and the mini rework made it very strong, but Mistweaver was also especially good because of Farak. And Farak had a mechanic where he put, like, a shitload of debuffs on a bunch of people, and pretty much the only way to get rid of it reliably was with Revival. And it would just cleanse off all the debuffs. Otherwise, you had to, like, double mass the spell, but it was during a period of heavy movement, so it was really awkward. So, what everybody just did is they did Revival. And they just did crazy HPS, so it was like, not only did they negate pretty much the hardest mechanic of that fight, but they were also just very good. So, yeah. Sells for the most. Sure. Alright. Pretty sure that's the last I'll need my warrior for. So I'm going to log off and hop onto my bank halts because I will need to send stuff at some points. Now we're going to go check for rare mobs. That should be enough to get me to 78, and then we queue for dungeons. And unless I get, like, Culling of Stratholm, we pretty much spam dungeon queue. If I get Culling of Stratholm, then I go jump off a bridge, because that would be very bad. Is healing tank brand viable? Yeah. Yeah, Brand's level really doesn't matter at all. Brand's level, unfortunately, really makes zero difference for him. Which is, I guess, good if you have a low-level Brand, but it also is just kind of annoying, because you spend all the time leveling him up, and then you're just like, well, what the fuck did I do all that for? Because he's still worthless. So, yeah. Nice, Terror Spinner. Where's the item? There we go. Let's check the last two Gondria spots. You were a one-trick first aid healing god, but then they nerfed first aid to the ground. There we go, there's Gondria. By taking a look at Yoda's tank limit test, where he pulls a lot of trash in the new dungeon on a 15 and sees how long he can last. No, and I think those videos are kind of shit. I'm gonna be honest. I remember there was a similar one done for Floodgate, and it, like, a bunch of people, like, clickbaited, like, Brew can't live the pull. And then, like, oh, wow, you know, Brew's actually the second best Mythic Plus tank this season. You know, people are just fucking stupid. So many people try to, you know, just shove Brewmaster into a square hole, and then it doesn't fit, and they're like, oh my god, Brewmaster sucks, And it's just like, wow, it's almost like certain tanks are played in different ways. So I haven't seen the video, so I have no fucking clue what it is, but because I think he was one of the people who did that back with Floodgate, and that just kind of made me just not give a shit. I'm gonna be honest, Yoda's a good player, for sure, right? I'm not saying he isn't. But I just really do not give a shit what a lot of other people say about tanking. Because I mean, a lot of other people have different playstyles than I do. And the amount of people who just don't really understand tanking, not that Yoda is, but obviously things like that, the whole like, Brewmaster's bad, ha ha ha, like clickbait shit, like it gets views, I get why you do it, I just don't like that style of content, right? But I just think a lot of like the general public doesn't get tanking, so I just really don't give a shit what other people think about tanks. I play them myself, I test it, I see how it feels, and I make a judgment call. And then I decide what I'm going to play based on my own personal analysis. And I'm usually pretty good. I haven't really been super far off in many cases. Like, I mean, even Brewmaster this season, I've really wanted to play Brew pretty much all season. I've been saying that I want to. It's just, this was kind of unfortunate of, like, even though I was singing Brew's praises for a while, I couldn't really play it because, like, I was the prop alley. You had one, like, technically speaking, Prop Warrior, Prop Alley is the meta comp. Okay, sure. Now, I think that while Prop Warrior is very good, it wasn't necessarily mandatory. Prop Alley was mandatory, and I was the Prop Alley, so I had to play that. Like, you needed it for your comp. But, like, technically, you could play Prop Alley Blood TK. You could play Prop Alley Brewmaster. There were options. So. Oh, fuck me. I haven't been queued for dungeons. Well, that's a mistake. Thought I was. How long have I played so far? 15 and a half hours. I forget exactly what elevation TLPD goes here. I'm willing to bet I'm not going to find it just because this is like the one rare that is actually heavily camped, but yeah, fuck it, you know. That's all. There's only 4 people online. Fucking hell, dude. Your buddy got CE on Brewmaster, but had to switch to Prop Alley just for Muggsy? Yeah. At this point in time, Muggsy is the only fight where Prop Alley is quite literally mandatory. I still do that, for the record. Like, so my guild took a break starting this week. We're all playing MoP now. But for our last few re-clears, I brought my Brewmaster in for, like, most fights. And it's so much fun this tier, which is why I've been very heavily leaning towards playing it next tier. And Brew works perfectly fine for most of the fights. Prop Alley makes it easier. Like, Prop Alley trivializes Sprocketmonger. You can do Sprocketmonger, the regular strat, with a lot of different comps, but it's way harder. It's really fun, though. Doing the Prop Paladin strat as a Brewmaster is actually insanely fun, but if you are not good at Brewmaster, you will fucking die. So for me, it's really fun. For, like, a generic Brewmaster trying that, they would just get absolutely clapped. But it's really interesting. But Brew has kind of always been like that, right? It's like, you need to really know what you're doing to get the most out of it. But yeah, Muggsy, there's nothing you can, realistically speaking, do. You need to basically run a different strat if you're not playing Prop Paladin, and most people are just not gonna bother, right? Why would you?
What do you need?
Well, I guess I could check for Durkee. I will admit, I'm wasting, like, a little bit of time here, but it's like... there's no real great quests in this area. Like, technically, honestly, there's better quests in Zul'jin than there are in Icecrown and Storm Peaks. I really do not. Nice, Durkee is actually up. I guess, what do I still need to check for? Skull? There's one skull point that I could still potentially find him at. But these are by far the most camped rares on any of these dead servers, so they're the only ones that I'm not guaranteed to find. I did find Viragosa at one point, but I have yet to find TLPD. Literally every single one of these dead servers, there's at least one person camping TLPD. It's like the only thing that is consistent across all of them. So, I figure I don't fuck with them, they don't fuck with the rest of the rares that I use to, you know, print money. So it's, it works out well. What DPS specs were running Transmitter this season? Rogues. Rogues I know for a fact. I forget. There were definitely more, but I don't remember them off the top of my head. The Rogues were the big one. Is Skull not up? Like I said, there's always a chance that he's not. I could also get the, Hey. Alright. Sure. Problem is, I need to go get Darkmoon Faire buff soon anyway. So I guess it's just kind of like I may as well fly around and just see if I can hit rares or chests. Because, like, realistically, I want to dungeon spam at this point. Oh, there we are. Oh, it looked like it was about to pop. It did the whole pause thing. Putridus. This guy really fucks hard. I might be able to kill him as Brew, though. I am very egregiously overpowered at this level. Have all my buffs rolling. Worth a shot. Guard is still holding. Holy shit. Let's look for Hellfire, Death Sealer, and High Fang Jorphus, I guess. I have new gear that I can send over, actually. I just remembered I have a set at 77, so actually I could have already sent over the gear. What I'll do is I'm going to check for these rares, and then once I've confirmed, or once my buff is expired, I'm going to refresh Darkmoon Faire buff, and then while I do that, I will, probably not going to get any. I think Enlightenment's going to fall off before I could even reach Hildana. Let me log on to my bank vault, though, and I'll start mailing stuff over. And with that, I should be able to just demolish whatever the last two dungeons are. I don't have it ready. I need to... Shit. Move it into my... I want to look for Hildana, though, because obviously if I could get another rare, that would be ideal. Technically, she can patrol. So I don't get it with Enlightenment, I could still get it with Darkmoon Faire. I mean, it's still good XP, no matter how you slice it. I'm gonna feel really bad if she's, like, on this side of the town and I just, you know, lost the 50-50. She's in a different spawn location, then, you know, obviously nothing I can do about that. Yeah, she's in a different spawn location. Or she's dead. That's entirely possible. Really long queue, holy. Let me mail stuff over to Larice. Mail over my 77 gear. 77, 78, 79, 80. Should be good for now. Alright, we're looking for Hythane Jorphis. Ah, there we are. And I will do a cursory final check for Hildana. And then I will... I'm curious when I should use my Monk Enlightenment buff, my final one at 80. I'm not sure. It's a tough call because I'm only going to get one. And it's not going to take me 1 hour. Yeah. It's definitely not going to be only 1 hour from 80 to 85. So then when am I going to get the most value out of it? I think I would need to do the same thing and get like a big set of quests ready to turn in. But when would that be? That's tough to say, I don't know. Probably Deep Home? It's tough trying to figure out what the optimal way to do that would be. Like, I could obviously just eyeball it and be like, yeah, this seems good enough, but then... I don't want to, like, wait too long. Oh, there's... Hold on. Oh. That was the last one I needed across my account. Nice. Because, yeah, TLPD is not on that achievement, so I don't actually need it. I'm like 99% sure I've killed Hildana at some point, but maybe that was before they made the achievement tracking account-wide. Possible. Better. Man, this is the longest dungeon queue I've ever seen. What the actual fuck is going on? Like, I've been just randomly doing things because I'm like, surely the dungeon's gonna fucking pop at some point, and it's just not. I have to use Zen Pilgrimage here now. This is kind of insane. Trying to think, like, what do I do? Like, because I want to be dungeon sparing. I really do not want to quest here. I've never had to wait this long. Final cat swiftness. Alright. What the actual fuck is this? Waiting on 1 DPS? A DPS? Come on, man.
The eternal sun guides us.
That's a new one. What's the plan once I hit 85? I don't know yet. You've gotten 5 mounts so far from the bounty event? Nice. I mean, I'm gonna gear the monk, for sure. But that's about it. Like, you know, the usual. I don't have, like, any super duper master specific plans. I'll probably level the second monk. I'm starting to lose my mind a little bit. This is a little bit ridiculous for a dungeon queue timer. This is actually just a little bit like, did I hit the wrong thing? Am I queuing for the wrong random Lich King dungeon? The fuck is going on? I mean, do I queue as a DPS? I can't really leave the queue. I mean, maybe I start queuing for tank and DPS. At the very least, I never expect that this would be a bottleneck. That's just, like, fucking wild. Since when? Man, some pilgrimage takes me here. And I'm very fucked here. I really don't know what to say right now. This is the longest tank queue I've ever seen in my entire life. Yeah.
We will persevere.
I'm going to level through Argent Tournament dailies.
Well met. Be careful.
Because, like... The fuck else? I really hate Ice Crown and Storm Peak so much. I really, really hate them. I really hate these zones so much.
The dark times will pass.
Oh my god. Don't be violent holds. Halls of Stone is fine. I don't particularly love this dungeon, but you know what? I'll take what I can get, man. Ring of Peace. Ring of Peace. That's crazy. Well, there's just like an invisible wall or something there. It's not letting me check my kegs. Okay, turns out having a Cataclysm gear for this is unbelievably busted. Okay, hold on. Mamba Knight. I don't care that much. On one hand, I'm tempted to re-queue with these people just so that I get another queue very quickly, but also... the only dungeons I can really get, I would like to get a 78. I mean, I would really like Calls of Lightning. Might as well queue for tank and DPS. Yeah, I think I will do that now, but I'm just debating whether I re-queue with them. The only thing is, like, I don't know, people consider it a little bit unethical when you do that. The only one I really do not like queuing for is tank, or like queuing for healer if I'm not a healer, because then people will expect you to heal, even if you can theoretically solo the dungeon, and it's like you don't need a healer if you're just killing everything. It's considered a little bit bad manners. But yeah, DPS, I don't really think people care. I've had DPS brewmasters in my runs, so it's like fine.
You shouldn't have come. I hope you all rot. Wanted this.
There's Clash. Okay. Okay. I may have fucking shredded that pole a little bit.
Let's get this show.
Damn. Yeah, this section here is the only reason I don't like Halls of Stone, the brand roleplay, but it's like, it's kind of fun. I've made the rest of this dungeon go so fast anyway. Archer tournament daily leveling was how you got from 80 to 84. It's not bad.
Take a moment and relish this with me. Soon all will be revealed. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Now keep an eye out. I'll have this
Let's lick them two shades up.
Warning. Life form pattern not recognized. Archival processing terminated. Continued interference will result in targeted response.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Like a month and a half for someone who is mainly playing retail, it was a great way for you to level. Yeah, that's totally fair.
Security breach in progress.
And now you have like all the pets mounts, presumably.
Archives. Transferred to lower priority queue. Countermeasures engaged.
Ah, you want to play hardball, eh?
That's just my game. And if it wasn't for this one section, House of Stone would actually be pretty good. It's unfortunate. But it's not, even with this, it's not the worst dungeon ever. Because the rest of it's actually quite fast. I'm just really worried that I'm gonna cube again. I guess the one nice thing is I think Utgard finally gets knocked out, right? Yeah, Utgard will finally no longer be available. I could get Nexus, which would really suck. Nexus is the only bad dungeon. Because Astral Up, fast completion. Draktherin, I need quests. On Kahet, I need quests. Violet Hold, eh.
Couple more minutes and I'll...
Gundrak, pretty good. I can't get Halls of Stone a second time in a row. Calling of Stratholme, yuck. Oculus, fine. Not the best dungeon, but it's okay. Ugar Pinnacle, good. Halls of Lightning, really good. So really, I just need to dodge Nexus and... Nexus, Violet Hold, and Calling. Oculus is, like, not bad, but I think realistically speaking, I wouldn't really get a ton of value out of it. It's also... Oculus is... Most people are not going to sit through it. So if you get it, it's fucking tough. I could also do the Forbidden Darkmoon Faire tech and, like, sit on the carousel. Or something like that, but... Yeah, Oculus, you ride dragons. I actually quite enjoy Oculus, it's just... people don't understand it. So, because people don't understand it, it ends up taking way longer than it needs to. An optimized Oculus run is actually quite fast. Problem with, you know, optimized Oculus runs is you can't just, like, you know, Halls of Stone, this is like a dungeon where it's not like a super efficient one, but you can see I just pull literally everything, and I control the speed of the dungeon. Oculus, I can try, and I can, like, type walls of text in party chat and try to explain where to go to people, but if they, unless they follow me non-stop, it's tough. Now, I ran it a lot back in Wrath for the Titan Rune dungeons, and my strategy for it was fucking top tier. And every time people did listen to me, oh my god, it was so clean. I mean, there's a reason why, like, obviously it's been a while, so I'd imagine not everybody remembers that. But I made dungeon guides for Wrath Classic, and they did really well. Especially for the size of my channel at the time, they did really well. But they also were... I'd like to think really well received. I had a lot of people who would, like, pop into random streams and be like, oh, I watched your Wrath dungeon guides and they were amazing. And I especially my Oculus guide was the most viewed one out of all of my dungeon guides, because I was like the only person who actually took the time to explain how all the random bullshit in Oculus works and how to deal with it. And I explained, like, the best dragon comps and why the best dragon comps are the best dragon comps and how to play them correctly. And if you do that, dungeon's a fucking joke. I'd love to see them rework Oculus to use dragon riding mounts. Oh man, in the last Titan they could do something like that. That would be interesting. I feel like they probably will make an Oculus inspired dungeon in the last Titan, just because of that.
Oh, magic fingers finally worked through. Now let's get down to
Alert. Security failsafe deactivated. Beginning feathering.
No, 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 no!
This may
System
be
Benediction. Aha! This should do the trick.
System online. Life form pattern recognized. Welcome, Ranronza. Acknowledged, where Ranronza.
Inquiry lines.
Session terminated.
Okay, now we teleport out. Yeah, definitely because it's Northrend. For sure, like that will almost certainly be a thing. I would actually be very surprised if they didn't do that.
You'll find me wherever the action is. Don't worry, Ram's got your back. Keep that little monstrosity busy and I'll see if I can't sweet talk this machine into helping you.
And they are fucking slow. I really don't want to wait for them to just move their asses. Oh, I don't need to make that choice. Thank God. I don't need to be the asshole.
This is a wee bit tricky. Oh, bloody it's coming! What in the name of my God is that? Forge is retaken. Loads of forgotten knowledge are within our grasp.
Oh, you're fucking with me.
Look,
Oh my fuck. And that's actually really particularly annoying. That's especially annoying. Motherfucker, because I can't... I'll do this then. I'm actually gonna go do these quests. I should get enough mob kill XP, but then I get 2 quests worth of XP, and I get to 79, so I bump Utgard out of the pool. But it is really important for me to queue at 79. I need the Mistminders. Those are the ones. I gotta say, Hrothgar's Landing is such an interesting zone. Oh no, all of them drop it. Okay. Yeah, 79. What do I need to do? Okay, I got the attack plans. That's good. Let me just queue up instantly. Utgard, why is Utgard still here? Hello? I'm not 78. Fuck this shitty game. WoW guides in general have been pretty bad in your experience so far as a returning player. I'm one of the few people you trust to be good. I am very happy to hear you say that. I mean, yeah, I'd like to think so. I put a lot of work into my guides. Yeah, it's... I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm the only good WoW YouTuber. I'm not, right? You know, there are other good WoW YouTubers out there. Or at least YouTubers who, you know, every now and then put out a good video. I think one of the biggest problems is YouTube almost forces you to just bandwagon on trends. So there are unfortunately some YouTubers who, there are topics that they are qualified to cover, and when they speak on those topics, they do a good job covering it. But then they make like 50 dog shit videos on a subject that they just have no real specific knowledge on, and they're just talking out of their ass. And I feel like it lowers the quality of your channel as a whole if you just shovel out trash on random subjects that you're just frankly unqualified to speak on, just to bandwagon onto things, when you could just focus on, you know, the stuff that you are actually good at. And it's weird because, like, on a lot of those generic clickbaity subjects, a lot of them don't even really get that many views over their really good videos. But I think a lot of people view it as, like, this is what you're supposed to do in YouTube. And, like, it's weird because on one hand, they're not even entirely wrong. There is definitely something to be said about, like, yeah, a lot of people will say you are supposed to do shit like that, right? But, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I don't talk out of my ass. I should have used this journal first. Didn't matter because I didn't get the quest one. But I don't make a video on a subject that I'm not confident my information's correct. So I upload considerably less than a lot of other WoW YouTube channels, but you're also not going to see like the 50th generic copy-paste schlop from me that anybody could tell you just by reading WoWhead, because I'm like, why do you need me for that? You don't. I'd rather invest my time really researching and understanding a subject and then putting out a well-made guide on it. So yeah. A lot of YouTube common wisdom is wrong. I don't necessarily know if I would say it's wrong. It exists for a reason. It's just, I think anything is wrong when applied incorrectly. And I think it can be true that, like, chasing trends, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of people... Like, there are YouTube channels that did chase trends. Like, I mean, there's a million generic channels that started making Fortnite videos. And statistically speaking, most channels are not going to succeed making random Fortnite videos, but some did. And then the ones who did it well, or got lucky, are basically, it's like survivorship bias, right? Oh, well, you know, I chased trends. I started making Fortnite videos when that became popular. And I made a shitload of money, therefore everybody should do stuff like that. But then there's also just like a million generic Fortnite channels that add absolutely nothing to the world and are never going to become successful because why would they? So it's... yeah, it's tough. Yeah, no, for sure. I will say that is one thing that is absolutely true, but I think that is something that most people will agree with. That reputation is important. I 100% agree with that. And it's like... it's weird, right? Because I think maintaining a good reputation, it's one of those things where, on one hand, it should be easy, right? Like, I'd like to think that if I just go day to day, doing whatever the fuck I want, I am going to maintain a good reputation, because I am lucky enough that my brain doesn't tell me to do things that are generally considered to be bad. I'm generally, you know, I generally like to think I'm a good person. So I do think there is a certain element of, like, some people probably need to resist succumbing to their, like, baser instincts and doing fucking stupid garbage just to make money. My mentality, I guess, on that regard has always been, obviously, I need money to survive. I've always been pretty open about that. I mean, everybody fucking needs money to survive, right? So I'm not going to, like, sit here and pretend as if YouTube isn't the way that I make money. It is, obviously, and I will need to make some decisions based on that. But also, I am not the type of person who needs all the money. I think that is where a lot of people fuck up. A lot of people go wrong. They need all the money. And I have always just been, like, of the mindset of, like, as long as I have enough money to survive and be comfortable, I'm okay. If I'm doing something that I enjoy, and I'm making enough money to live, okay, I'm happy with that. I don't really need... like, a lot of the shit, like, basically, I watch, like, a shitload of, like, CoffeeZilla videos, right? And stuff adjacent to that. So, I obviously see all the stuff of, you know, like, the influencers who scam their audience and make, like, crypto coins and things like that. And I always see that, and I'm just like, why? But so many of them, it's like, oh, I want to get the Lambo, blah, blah, blah. And it just, like, I can't even begin to wrap my head around that concept. Like, who the fuck cares about a Lamborghini? I don't get, like, I mean, if I had a Lamborghini, it would literally sit in the garage doing nothing. So, like, why would I give a shit ever? What am I gonna need, like, all the money for? That's just kind of, I guess, maybe I'm lucky in that regard, that I just don't care. Use watch time is 90% of what matters. Yeah, for sure. That actually is definitely... Well, likes do matter. Likes do impact the algorithm. Subscribers, you are correct, don't matter that much. But, yeah. And I would also say views, technically speaking, don't matter that much. Views are more of like a public perception thing. Obviously, if your video has more views, people are going to think it's better. So it matters, but not in a traditional sense. But, yeah, click-through rate, watch time, and likes, I think. Click-through rate, watch time, and then I would say a combination of, like, likes and comments, which is why people are always like, comment, and subscribe. Subscribing, obviously not as important, but, like, you know, the liking and comment thing, engagement definitely has been proven to help you. So, yeah. Generally speaking, one thing that I don't do, I will say at the end of my videos, you know, if you found the video helpful, throw it a likes, because it helps me in the algorithm, right? And I'll sometimes mention subscribe. I generally don't like to do the comment one, even though, objectively speaking, it would help the algorithm. I really dislike the idea of trying to force people to leave comments, because, you know, the way that I see it is liking helps in the algorithm, and by, like, asking people to like, it's like, it takes 2 seconds for them to do. So if they like the video, they're, yeah, whatever. But telling somebody to comment, as somebody, like, personally, I almost never comment on YouTube videos. It's just something I don't really do. So I would feel really bad if, like, somebody put a gun to my head and said, like, you have to comment on this YouTube video. So I just feel bad trying to get people to do it, because I never leave comments on YouTube videos. Extremely rarely I leave comments on YouTube videos. Just because it's, like, it's just not really a me thing. So, I mean, I read every single comment left on my videos, and most people who leave comments will know I respond to the vast majority of them. So I still do interact with my own comments, but, like, I don't leave comments on other people's videos. Yeah, exactly. That's another one. The manipulation tactic of, like, you know, leave a comment below to talk about your favorite dungeon in World of Warcraft, or something like that. It's like, obviously, this person does not give a fuck about what your favorite dungeon in World of Warcraft is. They just want you to, like, boost their engagement. Something like that, yeah. Now, I think I've maybe, like, once or twice ever mentioned something about leaving a comment, and it's been specifically, like, on videos about a very complicated subject. Like, I think in my recent gearing guide, I said something to the effect of, like, I will be reading literally every single comment. If you have a question, please leave one. But I think it was very obvious that that was not an engagement thing. That was a, like, this is an extremely complicated subject, and it's a 3-hour video, and I'm bound to still have missed something. please, if there is something I missed, do not hesitate to ask, and I will give you a detailed response. So that's like the one time I do that, but obviously it's not even a, you know, trying to manipulate thing. It's a genuine, I will give you a detailed answer. Mr. Beast and all the most educated people said likes hardly matter. Maybe, yeah, maybe it has changed. I don't follow it too closely. Views are a watch time proxy? Yeah, I mean, true, yeah. But yes, that is definitely fair. One guy asked for advice. You told him his playlists were in the wrong order. He liked the comment but didn't fix it. Yeah, that's another interesting one. There's so much shit like that. I don't know. It's also, it's weird. Oh, weird. There's the whole other element of like, there's so many like weird ethical lines that you got to draw doing this. I think the biggest one for me that I really, really have always not wanted to cross that line is incentivizing like parasocial stuff. You know, like I like talking to people in chat, like this conversation we're having right now. You know, I enjoy having something to yap about and having people to talk to. And yeah, it's always fun having conversations like this. But there's definitely a sense in like, you know, how to really grow your YouTube audience of, unfortunately, it is almost encouraged to foster some sort of like parasocial connection. Obviously, how do I put this nicely? I am, as my type of human is ill-equipped to efficiently foster those parasocial relationships. And I think some people can connect the dots from there. And not everybody does, you know, use all of the potential tools at their disposal, but there are definitely tools that some people have that others don't, that I do not. And that can, if you really play it up, you know, cross some murky ethical territory, and some people do that. And the ethical lines were always pretty clear to you. Yeah, well, how should I put it? To me, like, the ethical lines are clear to me in terms of, like, what I am willing or not willing to do, right? But I think a lot of people will push you to say something that I feel is unethical, but they're like, well, yeah, but you gotta do this if you want to be successful on YouTube. Like, and here's the thing, right? While the ethical lines might be clear for one person, it might not be for another. I'll give you a very easy example. Very, very, very easy example. One thing that my dad has suggested a few times is, my dad is like, why don't you do like, you know, level with like viewers on your channel or something like that. Like tell them, oh, you know, like, I don't know, I forget exactly what his suggestions were because I shot it down really quickly. But effectively what he's suggesting is like, whatever. It's better than whatever dogshit quest I'm doing now. I think I'm actually queued in as a DPS. Did I remember to queue as both? No, actually I am the tank then, because I didn't select. Yeah. Well, so I will say, obviously my dad doesn't necessarily understand this super well, but this is something that, like, people do, right? It's not necessarily an insanely terrible idea from fostering a parasocial thing of, you know, like, trying to get people to try and win, like, a free carry, a free dungeon carry, or free raid carry, or whatever. Or, like, you know, I'll you know, randomly boost you in leveling, or not necessarily boosting, but, like, so, like, X amount of people will get a chance to, like, run leveling dungeons with me, or something like that. I don't know. Like, but that's the kind of stuff that, you know, to my dad, he's like, oh, that sounds like a good idea. And I'm just like, that sounds like my worst nightmare as a relatively antisocial person. Or rather, I don't know, I'm antisocial in, like, forced social situations. I'm not, like, super antisocial, but I try to, like, force me into environments like that, and I will shut down. I need to very much want to interact with whoever it is that I'm interacting with, and you know, conversations on stream are one thing, but forcing myself to, like, run into, like, a social environment with random people I don't know, and especially in that context of, like, I would have to like play it up, right? That sounds awful. Yeah, it sounds gross. But, like, that's the thing, where, like, you ask my dad, right? And my dad, you know, my dad's not a bad person or anything like that. And, you know, he doesn't encourage me to do, like, really bad stuff. Don't get me wrong. But to him, he thinks that's just a normal thing that, you know, YouTubers and streamers and stuff should do. And the way he sees it is he sees that as a normal thing that I just have a mental block for. Yeah, exactly, yeah, like, leave a comment, that type of thing. So my dad views it as like, oh, I just have a mental block, and I don't want to do stuff like that. Whereas, to me, I'm like, no, that's kind of an ethical line that I don't want to cross. But he doesn't get that. And to a lot of people, they may genuinely think that that's just, like, a perfectly normal thing to do. And I would argue, who am I to really say what is and isn't normal? All I can really say is what I personally am or am not comfortable with, and, you know, that is my line. But you could make the argument that maybe some people really do enjoy that. They really do enjoy just interacting with random people and running dungeons with random people. And, like, if that's the case, then technically speaking, if what they're doing is rooted in a place of, you know, good, and it's not just to make, like, money and foster a parasocial relationship, then you could maybe at best argue that it's misguided. But it's one of those things where it very much depends on the context. You find any deliberate attempt to manipulate other people unethical? Yeah, and that's what I mean, though. I'm sure that there are people who do that, like, as in the you know, the activity of, like, running stuff with other people, and it's not necessarily a deliberate manipulation tactic. They might just not really know better. Or they may also be under the assumption of, like, they may be uncomfortable with it, but they may just kind of feel like this is what I have to do. And they may not like it. They may not be going out of their way to manipulate people, but they may just feel like, I'm a streamer, I need to do this, right? It's part of the job description. And they don't realize that you can just say no. You could just not do that. So it's tough. That's where I would say it's a bit of a gray area. Gray area, like, society-wise. Obviously, like I said, for me personally, I don't like that, but I also would generally think that my opinion there, and your opinion as well, is not really indicative of what most people think. Yes, exactly. Some people do enjoy doing that, so... It's like, is it bad, then? I don't know. If they enjoy it, and it's rooted in a place of, you know, trying to do good, then can you really be upset with it? Even if some people use it maliciously, it's tough. It's also... So, I'll give you another example, right? I'm generally just very self-conscious, and, you know, there's a reason I don't really do face cam streams ever. I just feel very uncomfortable streaming. Or face cam streaming. It's just... Like, because I'm just extremely anxious all the time, the problem that I find is if I do a facecam stream, even if, like, there's absolutely nothing wrong with how I look, I've done facecam streams, right? You can see what I look like. I'd like to think I look fairly normal. But the problem is that's just not what my anxiety will say. And I will be constantly second-guessing myself 100% of the time. And that just makes it very hard for me to focus on whatever it is that I'm doing. And if I'm doing a speedrun, I'd rather just focus entirely on the speedrun and not have to just have my brain going into overdrive on, like, you know, worrying if I look stupid or something like that. So I just don't do it. And yet, this is one thing where I will say, it has kind of annoyed me And I've told my dad now at this point, I don't even necessarily know if it's true, but I have told my dad that I'm never ever going to do a facecam stream ever again, just so he shuts the fuck up about it. Because he will not stop badgering me to do facecam streams. And he's just constantly like, you know, oh, people like the human connection and people like to see the face. And like, he's not wrong. He's technically speaking not wrong. It does help. But like, I feel uncomfortable. And obviously, there is nothing ethically wrong about using a face cam. It is just a me thing. I just do not like it. It makes me uncomfortable. Okay, this fucking idiot just wasted a crystal. That's not how the fucking fight works, dumbass. This is where you use the crystal, but you already used it, you So we have another one. Water can hold any foe. Take any obstacle. I think that's still enough to get her into one-shot territory. Oh, you're... Okay, there, we're fine. Thank God. If a creator actually wants to meet their fans and enjoys that, it's a lot different. Yeah. I think, yeah, it also very much depends, right? There are some communities where I think, like, you know, social interaction and stuff like that is more normal, right? A lot of things are good in the abstract, but it becomes bad if you want to do it. Or if you don't want to do it, yeah. Your channel that got 20k subs was a politics drama channel. Your videos did well, but you never wanted to talk about that again, so you quit. I feel that. Yeah, I totally get that. I mean, it goes back to what we were saying earlier, right? About, like, you know, in terms of branching out into other stuff, I probably could pivot, but I would need to really be invested in that. And that's the thing, it's like... I think on the topic of, like, facecam streams, I've literally never once in my entire life wanted to do a facecam stream. Unfortunately, every single time that I ever have done a facecam stream, it was because my dad was, like, really on my ass about, like, this is something you should do, and I finally caved and said, fuck it. And then I felt really bad afterwards, and felt really self-conscious and nervous, because then I was like, well, now, if I stream again, people are going to expect a facecam stream. And a lot of times when I did a facecam stream, I didn't stream again for like 2-3 days, because I was just unsure if I even wanted to stream at all. Because I'm like, well, I probably should use facecam, but I didn't want to. So the end result is I just didn't stream. Because I just literally could not bring myself to stream. So I've just come to the conclusion that, you know, I'd rather just stream, period. And the only way for me to consistently do that is to do it in a way that I feel comfortable. One more portal, and then we get the final boss. Oh, fucking Violet Hold, man. Statistically speaking, there was a good chance we get this, and I will say, this is better than Culling of Strathholm. So, it's also arguably better than the Nexus. I'd say it's about on par with the Nexus, because I get another quest, and the mobs are higher level. So, it's... Out of the 3 dungeons I didn't want, this is maybe the best. Which, like, yeah, silver lining, I guess. You finish this now, champions of the Kirin Totem. Fluffy is good mainly because he's still doing those Mage Tower videos. Yeah. Like, I'm not personally interested in Mage Tower, so I haven't, like, watched those videos that you sent, but by all accounts, from what I've heard from you and other people, it sounds like, for that particular topic, that is the person to go to. So, fuck, I did not mean to press need. That's... Fuck. I feel bad,
Well,
but that was a genuine misclick. What level are they? 77? Yeah. Forgot to queue as a DPS last time, so we'll do that again. Can I just go to the end and kill this guy? Probably not. I'm gonna do the start of Ice Crown, Argent Vanguard, because there's at least some good quests there, I guess. I don't know. The dungeon queues are fucking abysmal today, so it's tough. I really hate these last two levels. 78 to 80 is not bad if you get dungeons. They're good dungeons. But fuck me, these queue times. Need to find those other good WoW content creators, because almost all the videos you see are dogshit videos that are like, do this first, don't miss out. Jesus Christ, yeah. Yeah, there's like every single... That's a good example, right? Where, here's the problem. There are some times when I want to make a video kind of like that, but I have like... It's not obviously exactly the same generic slot formula, but like there was like an Undermine video that I was going to make of like a few important things to do in Undermine, and I'd like to think that the tips I was going to include were like actually important and not widely known, but I actually opted not to make that video because like, there were so many videos like that of like first things to do in Undermine, and it would have been really difficult to like drown out or to make my video stand out, but it's like it's similar enough to those, even if the information is actually interesting. Now, some of that info I kind of like, I snuck into the other guides. I forget exactly which video, but there was one topic in particular that, from that potential video that was really neat, and I remember I kind of like shoved it into an unrelated video. And I basically said in the video, like, hey, kind of unrelated to the subject at hand, but this is a really neat thing that you should probably keep in mind for the start of the patch. I forget exactly. Okay, queuing as a DPS was the trick. Or this route is illegal in 17 servers. Man. Yeah. I figure that is like, that was so obviously stupid that I think people will understand that it's dumb. I also should note, by the way, I'm not going to leave that video up for super long, but my logic, right, is my plan currently is I'm going to edit all of these parts into one big thing or something like that. And when I do that, I will private those stream recordings, but I don't want to like private it right now. And I think that's so funny. It's so silly. It was also nice because I got to like link the video to my friends, and then he was like, holy shit, you actually did it. So that was fun. What's kind of strange is it's actually gotten decent views, which I kind of feel bad about because I kind of figured it was like just a really fucked speedrun. There's no point in like seriously trying to put an interesting title on it. But now I'm like, wait, people are actually clicking on it? Wait, no, it was meant to be you know, I was trying to make fun of clickbait. It's not meant to be actual clickbait. Stop clicking on it. But it's like kind of working, which is not good. I don't want it to work. Provocative titles are, well, so what they're specifically referring to is I renamed part 1 of this speedrun the stream recording to "This route is illegal in 17 servers," because somebody in my guild was making a joke that like I needed to do more clickbait with my YouTube videos, so he asked ChatGPT to generate some quote-unquote god-tier clickbait titles, and that was one of them. This route is illegal in 17 servers. And I just thought that one was really funny. So I had been giggling about it for the entire day, and then I just kind of thought about it, and I'm like, yeah, fuck it. We're gonna rename the stream recording to that. So I did it. You have to do provocative titles? I mean, I don't necessarily know if you need to. In some situations, it can help. But, like, the most viewed video on my channel of all time, I go to videos, popular, how to level from 10 to 70 in only 3 hours. Not really all that provocative. It's exactly what it says. It's a 10 to 70 leveling guide that will teach you how to do it in 3 hours. That's what the guide is. And guess how many views that video got? Fucking 1.2 million, so... I mean... You can have provocative titles, but sometimes, if you just have a really good video, and the title just says exactly what the video is, and the thing that the video is something that people are looking for, sometimes that just does well. Title, thumbnail are more important than video contents? Oh, I completely agree. Well, yes and no. I would say, on average, yes. Video contents are still very important. I think the way that I usually like to describe it is, for an individual video's success, title and thumbnail is significantly more important. For the long-term success of a channel, the video contents are more important. A video might do really well based on title and thumbnail alone, but if it's actually crap, then people aren't going to come back. So you still need to have a good video, right? Anybody can make a bunch of clickbait nonsense, and it might work for a little bit, but then eventually people will realize, oh, this channel's just garbage. Did I see that the retail calendar lists wins and mysterious... I mean, I didn't see, but also I still... Have they officially confirmed anywhere that it's actually happening? I saw you talking about that in Discord and all, but I mean, I'm taking it with a huge grain of salt until I see any official confirmation. If there has been official confirmation, then by all means, let me know, and I just have not seen it. Don't go on me, don't go on me. Nice. Don't go on me, don't go on me, don't go on me. W.
Still, I thirst.
The term clickbait really bothers you because it includes both the best and worst video titles. You see Fortune... Yeah. Basically, there was a leveling event last patch that is on the calendar right now. It was data mined before, but I don't believe Blizzard has officially confirmed whether or not they are actually bringing it back. So it could just be a mistake in their part. Like, they wrongly copied something over. If they officially confirm that it's coming back, then sure. I just feel like it's weird. And I also haven't seen them mention anything about it, so... I don't know. It's not impossible. I just feel like it might be a mistake. But yeah, I do believe that it is on the calendar. I don't think you guys are making that up. I just also think that with this company, you never know if something's intentional on their part or not. among you is devoted.
To go unpunished.
See, this is where it's always fucking iffy, where technically speaking, you're supposed to get the quest turn in here, but it bugs out. At the very least, I mean, this should get me to 80, so that's good. W. Todd. Alright, finally out of that fucking hellhole. Those last 2 levels were fucking rough. I need to... Zen Pilgrimage here. What's my play at? Yeah, that's longer than I was hoping for. That's not ideal. I'm not gonna do that quest right now. Okay, I need to send all of the level 80 stuff to my monk now. I'm gonna go against my own advice and queue for a Cataclysm dungeon, just because I want to be in the queue pretty much 100% of the time. Especially because I'm going to be doing a little bit of menuing here, and I want to make sure I'm not being inefficient. Storage, I need to go refresh my Darkmoon Faire buff too. In one more level, the weapons will pull add. Water's actually not that bad, all things considered. Okay,
Money, friend.
I need to just loot everything.
Yo. Glad I could help.
And then I need to go to the Darkmoon Faire, because if the dungeon does pop, I need to make sure I have the Darkmoon Faire buff. But before I do that, I need to set my Hearthstone to org. I have 60 minutes of the buff. I definitely need to do what I said and set up like a big turn-in. I'm just thinking, like, where would I be able to effectively do that? And I do think the answer would be... It's either Deep Home or Doom, because I'm not going to be able to do Crucible of Carnage.
What do you need? Glory to the Sindori.
This buff. Now, while I'm on here, I can organize all of this stuff. Also, send the remaining mail to my monk now. This is all of the level 81 plus items. Right, and my my bank alt is officially done. I've mailed everything. Okay, so this food buff is now better. Can't use any of these gems yet. Forgot to mail off the haste potions, but we're fine. Overall, pretty good. Alright. Orgrimmar buff. Orgrimmar TP, I mean. The only problem is, actually, you know what I should do? It sucks a little bit, but I actually need to burn my Zen Pilgrimage Return, and then Orgrimmar Hearthstone. I'm gonna rip an Orgrimmar Hearthstone now, and then I'm going to accept the dungeon, just so that it's on CD. So the cooldown is ticking down while I'm in this dungeon. There we go. Long run, that'll help. It's 3 items at 81. If I get Blackrock Caverns, yeah, I'm not going to do the dungeon quests, because I will probably get this as a duplicate, and I want to turn in the dungeon quests once I get my monk buff. Should also be placing my statue down. Need to remember to do that. Yeah, I do want to run a lot of high gel. It's just right now. Fuck it, I don't really care. Okay, I don't know what that guy thought was gonna happen. He just said no hit move. No hit move. Yeah, no, it's my fault, dude. I no hit move. It's totally not because you charged ahead when I'm blatantly trying to kite them into Raz, you fucking... Oh, dude. No way. These are the type of people who will fucking initiate a vote kick, though, because they are so fucking indignant. How dare you no hit move? You're the tank, you hit move.
Heretics, you will suffer.
Wanted to see if my statue could soak it. Be funny if it could. Why am I doing like no damage all of a sudden? What the fuck? Okay. What just happened that for? Is this guy another... No, he's a healer. Okay, so he is a healer. He's doing stupid stuff and then fucking... No hit mob. Oh, I think he's trying to say not to hit the evolved Twilight Zealots. But no, you do need to hit them. The fucking NPC bugs out half the time. Like there. So, no thank you. I will hit the mob. Okay, well, somebody taunted off me there and held it in there for longer, so that's on whoever the fuck did that. Oh my god. Okay. What the heck is happening? Why am I still spinning? TFO never shuts up in this fight. Jesus Christ. It's stuff like this that makes me just want to uninstall GTFO. It is, like, useful in very specific circumstances, and then fucking annoying as hell. Places like that. Also, I got the pants that I wanted, so that's really good. No hit move. No hit move. No hit move. The irony is, you're actually not only supposed to hit the mob to help unfuck the boss, but something a lot of people don't realize is if you don't hit the mob, you get no kill XP. But if you tag the mob and, like, actually do enough to, like, a tiny amount of damage to it, you get full kill XP when Raz kills it. And they're elites, so they actually give more XP than normal. So it is actually extra helpful to kill Moob.
Hi, how are you? Alrighty then.
Oh, okay. W. No hit move needs to be on a t-shirt. Oh shit, no, I need those. Those are good. Fuck me, did I forget to... I enchanted my camel hide treads. I forgot to enchant dark brand boots. That's frustrating. still gonna be worth using. It's just I'll need to. I won't have the 6 agi from cat swiftness. Whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, all that stuff is at... Can I do this while I'm on the roleplay flight?
Quested high gel until 81, then I queue for dungeons again. I continue questing in high gel. I go to Deep Home at 82.
Wait, I need to be... I should have been looking around. Ah, fuck.
Not that big of a deal, but I should have been looking for Blazewing to see if he's up.
How am I doing time-wise? Pretty good. 17 hours, so I have 3 hours to do the final 5 levels if I want to hit sub 20, which was kind of my goal. I did mention that, like, technically speaking, one of these hours is, like, fake, because I did waste an hour yesterday testing shit, where I literally got, like, 0 experience in an hour. But, you know, would be cool if I could still get sub 20 even with that. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. And technically, I only got, like, what, 1 extra daily monk buff through all of this? So this isn't like I've had full 100% uptime on the Enlightenment buff. Though I will probably level my other characters that way. So I'm going to be leveling a bunch of monks, but the way I'm probably going to do that is I'm going to only level them with Enlightenment. The main thing is, like, I do want to make sure that I have... Yeah, I don't think this stacks. I still get the buff, but I don't think it stacks. I'm pretty sure. But what's it called? My friends have been wanting to run Twilight Protocol dungeons, and we have, like, no tanks right now. So they've been constantly dealing with pug tanks, and then they keep messaging me, and they just tell me about how bad the random pug tank they got in their dungeons are, and they're like, "Are you gonna finish your speedrun?" Like, I'm working on my video! I'm trying! So... that's one of the main reasons why I'm just knocking this shit out all in one sitting today. Partially because I really did want to get it done, it's just I had to finish the video. But, yeah, after this I should be able to tank dungeons for them, I should be able to get this character super geared, and then I'm gonna get other monks up to 85 during pre-patch, but my current plan is this is gonna be my main monk. This is the one that I moved to Fairlina. I'm still going to level here on Aranicus. I haven't decided what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to take a free transfer to Fairlina now, and I will probably do another transfer back to the server. Which, you know, obviously that's technically money, but it's whatever. Because, like, for launch day leveling, the way I see it is, like, how much is, like, a transfer if you're buying them in bulk, which I am. Not that much. when you consider the fact that it's like... It's the price that I'm paying to have a smooth leveling experience, which, for, like, launch day stream, that's always a big one. So... It's just worth it for me to do that. And it's more fun for me, period. So... But I get to justify the financial decision because it does just make sense. You thought you were taking crazy pills in dungeons earlier? Yeah, it... The thing about, classic players is... It's not, like, hard. But the shitters that you encounter in classic are way worse than the shitters you encounter in retail. Because here's the thing, in retail, if you're doing, like, plus 10 dungeons, you are going to find some demon that, like, bricks your plus 10 key. But the real demons, the real, like, menaces to society, those guys are stuck in plus 2s. Those guys will never encounter you the entire time you play the game. But you can immediately queue for Twilight Protocol dungeons. Like, the moment you hit max level, pretty much. So you are going to get the most demonic demons you've ever fucking seen in these, classic dungeons. It's bad. And it's, like, although it's not necessarily hard, it's not as if classes just play themselves in MoP. Like, you actually do need to know what you're doing to get the most out of your class. You can't just, like, roll your face in the keyboard. There's actually a lot of retail specs that are easier than shit in MoP. So... Tanking especially. Tanking is weird, because I think the problem with tanking at this era is... It is very clearly already been for a while the case that tanks are literally just beefy DPS, and you just run around and fucking kill everything. Like, it was already that way in Cataclysm. Every time I did dungeons on my Blood DK in Cata, I was top DPS by a mile, unless I was running with somebody who was like full heroic raid geared, and then I was just tailing them barely. But as Blood DK, you did fucking god tier damage in dungeons, and you were still unkillable. If you just built high haste, you had infinite death strikes, you could not die, but you did insane amounts of damage, and just demolished every single run. But people don't build that way. The amount of, like, dog shit guides that recommended stacking mastery, so you have Blood DKs that are stacking mastery in your pug groups that are doing no damage and are still, like, really fragile and risk getting 100 0'd because they just don't have enough haste to reliably death strike. It's terrible. Now, admittedly, they're getting effectively misled by poor guides, but, you know, what are you gonna do? And the other thing is, like, that's... the situation I described is, like, mastery stacking, where obviously, like, mastery... If you're going to build... Yeah, fuck yeah, Thartuk's up. If you're going to build for a stat on Blood DK, defensively, you know, an over-defensive stat, it's Mastery. Mastery at least has some niche use in terms of, like, keeping yourself alive. It's not bad, it's just, like, haste still keeps you alive and gives you shitloads of damage. But the thing with tanking in this era is dodge and parry still exist. And early in Cataclysm, like really early, I had a Halls of Origination run where I was doing like double the damage of the highest DPS as Blood DK, and I had a healer who was just completely fucking clueless. And Halls of Origination, unfortunately, there's only so much you can do. There's like the Meteor mechanic where if people don't stack, you just get fucked. There's a bunch of casts where I can like AMS, but after that, if nobody's kicking, like I'm just dead, and the healer was literally doing nothing. So I was doing shitloads of damage, but nothing was dying, and then eventually I died. And then one of the DPS started flaming me for not having dodge parry gear. And basically being like, you know, oh, you're fucking dog shit at tanking. You don't know how to tank. You have no dodge and parry on your gear. Learn to play noob. And I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ, the irony. Because you still have people like that who think that tanking is all about just slapping as much dodge and parry on your gear, and it's just like, you just tell the mobs to hit you somehow. You know, fuck threat, right? We're just gonna taunt and hope for the best. and then we're just gonna pray that we get a bajillion dodges and parries, and that's our mitigation, right? These guys, like, literally have not advanced past, like, a 2005 level of thought. And because the stats, nobody runs those stats, right? Every single good Kata and MoP tank guide will tell you, avoid dodge and parry like the plague, and yet the stats exist, so people who just don't know any better think that that's how you play. So obviously, yeah, like in the case of that guy flaming me, he didn't know any better, but he was trying to tell somebody else, learn to play noob. But there are people who are actual noobs, but fall for that advice. And then they roll into Twilight Protocol dungeons wearing full dodge and parry gear, and they get fucking stomped into the ground because it's garbage. So, yeah. It doesn't help that, like, there's a lot of very clearly tank gear that the game wants you to think is for tanks, and as a tank, you almost never run that. Like, tank gear is so bad that most tanks in Cataclysm don't run their set bonuses. It's that bad. Like, with the exception of Dragon Soul set bonuses for progression are good, because of the raid-wide CD. But prior to that, like, the first tier, Blackwing Descent, and Firelands, most tanks don't run their set bonuses. Because the individual tier set pieces are itemized terribly, and most of the set bonuses are, like, extremely trivial survivability increases, where you genuinely get more survivability by just running, like, a DPS piece that has better stats on it. So, it's just really, really, really hard to understand unless you just know this stuff or look it up.
Hail to the night. May Elune grant us strength.
You didn't play Panda when it was current, but guildies are finally talking about being top DPS as tank. Oh yeah, that is very much a thing. Like, that's not even a meme. Tanks have the highest ceiling for DPS in this expansion. Now, you have to, in some cases, do very degenerate, cheesy shit to build your vengeance, but yeah. They have the highest potential. And admittedly, so I'm kind of like on the fence about it, because on one hand, here's the thing. I love tanking, right? And I also love doing damage as a tank. However, I've seen a lot of people say things, you know, now with MoP and stuff like, oh wow, actually Vengeance was really good and we should bring it back. And while I will say, it's very fun, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it is not fun doing shitloads of damage as a tank and being top DPS. Like, I'm not crazy. It's fun. Like, I get it. I enjoy it as much as the next guy. But I view Vengeance the same way that I view, like, Twilight Devastation. Yes, it feels really good when Twilight Devastation procs and does, like, fuckloads of damage and just erases a pack. Nyalotha felt good because of that. But guess what? Twilight Devastation and Corruptions in general can fucking rot in hell, and I hope they never meaningfully return to this game. The new Corruption enchants had me a little bit worried, but, like, in practice, they're just whatever. It's like a minor damage proc. It doesn't actually really do anything special. But, like, stuff like Twilight Devastation was just awful. Now, Vengeance is, unlike Twilight Devastation, deterministic, right? You can make sure that it works. So it is, in my opinion, better than something like Twilight Dev. But I think that the way that Vengeance encourages you to play the game is just not good. I don't like the incentivizing tanks to take a lot of damage to boost their damage by a ton. I think, generally speaking, as somebody who does that still in retail, just to cheese out, you know, a tiny bit of extra damage, a lot of times when I do that stuff, I know it's wrong. But I walk a very fine line of, I will try to make sure that, like, I am getting as much damage as I possibly can, and really trying to, like, min-max my parses, but I will never do something that actually puts me at risk of dying. I will never do that. I will play much more on the aggressive side, even on retail, but it's something that I do knowing full well that I am in complete control of my survivability, and that the thing that I am doing is, yes, risky, but, like, if somebody else were to do it, it would be risky. Like, I know that I'm safe. And if I fuck up, then I stop doing that, and I just do the safe thing for proc. And, I mean, the other thing is, like, obviously retail fights are so extremely complicated these days that a lot of times you just can't really do insanely cheesy shit, other than, like, for parses on reclear. But... nice. 81. I guess I should probably start queuing for dungeons at this point. I do have access to... yeah. Because I have a lot of item level. And... right, I forgot to do this stuff, but yeah, it's... I don't know. It's a little bit weird. Ian called it degenerate gameplay. It's not even necessarily wrong. I really don't agree with Ian Hazakostas on, like, basically anything, but it's not wrong. It really isn't. Shit, I can't... it's not a world, can I? Fuck. This is still better. It's still better. Fuck. Shouldn't have mailed off my other gems. It's whatever. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. And then I need to put minor speed on these boots. Yeah, it's fun to do, but I think the problem is Vengeance works in MoP because honestly, like, the fights are not hard enough to where tanks have something that they need to be doing 100% of the time, and if they're being, like, a degenerate, it affects the group. It ends up working out well, and I think everybody's okay with it, because in this particular era, it's fine. It's not going to wipe your group. It's not going to get you killed. You know, you're in control for the most part. It's just, like, having done things, like, you know, a good example that's not even, like, degenerate stuff, but it's, like, extremely risky shit for parses, and this was even done in the Race to World First, is catweaving on Queen Ansarek. Catweaving on Queen Ansarek is not a degenerate thing for parses. It is genuinely just the best way to play Bear on Ansarek in terms of, like, min-maxing your damage. It was more single-target damage. In the Race to World First, they catweaved as Bear. They even said, I remember there was an interview with, I forget which tank played it, and he was like, oh my god, it's like one of the hardest fights I've ever played. And I don't blame him, because I played Bear, I tried catweaving, I gave up, I went to Moonbear. Holy fuck is it hard. It's so insanely difficult to properly catweave and, like, not lose damage on that fight. It's fucking crazy. And the thing is, you lose survivability by doing it. It does negatively impact your survivability. Is it degenerate gameplay? Not really. It's kind of playing Bear as intended, except because it makes it so easy for you to just get absolutely clapped. It's kind of in a similar vein of you're doing something incredibly risky to push out a little bit of extra damage. And even then, it's really hard. And that's just, I'm trying to play the spec as intended, it's just the spec is very hard to play as intended. Now imagine if on top of that, I had to try and take as much damage as possible, while already doing something extremely difficult to min-max my damage. It wouldn't work. This guy keeps saying ook ook. Oh my god. Seemed more like a fun equals bad thing to you? Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people probably viewed it like that at the time. I don't know. I'm hesitant to say that it's maybe a good decision by Ian, because I think the argument would be that by removing Vengeance from tanks, it allows them to make more interesting encounters, and that has proved to be true, right? And it's been led to a situation now where, like I said, I think that if you were to add Vengeance to the modern game, it would not work well. So he was technically proven correct about that. The problem is he also says a lot of other really dumb shit that is just, you know, I feel is not correct. But then, you know, somebody could argue, but, you know, maybe he is correct and you just can't see the vision. I suppose it's always possible. Also, that trinket is, like, actually fucking crazy. My loot luck has been pretty good. If I win this. I don't think anybody else needs it. Yeah, okay. Okay. Unlucky for those people. I live, though. Hell. You have a monk. Okay, it's heat. They are a healer. Okay. Interesting. I saw healing rain, so I figured the shaman was the healer, but I guess not. I'm gonna go Tiger Stance and just fucking pray. Oh my god, and I immediately just took the fucking dick. Nope, we're going back Ox Stance. Oh my god. That was not a good idea. I cannot get away with that while the mobs are this high level compared to me. Yeah, the breath fucking cranks. I mean, it's probably magic damage, so... Bruise weakness. Really wish I had Vivify. Some sort of spammable self-heal. I guess, like, healing spheres are supposed to be it, huh? Yeah. I guess it is meant to be healing spheres. I think I got all the sentries. Oh shit, I need to swap off Niflvar Bearded Axe. That's really holding me back. I didn't even think of that. Where did I put them? I think they're on my first page. Yeah, because I needed to swap to that at 81 when the scaling kicks in. Forgot to do that. That should probably boost my damage by a lot.
To the world's heart. Break monsters upon my body. Fear the strength.
Oh yeah, my damage is so much better now. I like doubled my agi on each weapon. Also, that guy got fucking smashed. I think he was standing underneath Azra. Shaman's got him. I think it's bound to his Ghost Wolf. Took a lot of damage there real fast. How much vengeance do I have? A lot. Man. Upon me by death wing.
Feel the fury of earth. For my death, countless
Let in despair.
fall. The burden
Honestly, not bad.
now yours to bear.
It's either that or like haste, which I don't really particularly need. Let me equip these. Key to the Endless Chambers are really sick. Right. Are there any other 81 pieces that I needed to equip? No, but I need to make sure that I get my stuff at 82. I need to get Darkmoon Faire buff soon-ish. I kind of want to stay here in High-Gel and not Dungeon Queue just now. I think I'm gonna turn this in. There's a decent amount of good quests still. I'm just debating on what I want to do exactly.
I fear for Illustra's fate. Vandra's corruption ran deeper than anything I encountered in a nightmare. Yet, during my stay in the dream, I made a vital discovery. The rift that weakens the boundaries of this world has hastened the return of powerful allies. The ancient guardians are coming back. The ancient guardians are coming back. Goldrin. I can feel their presence. Goldrin, we must make sure we usher them into this world. Their timely aid will be indispensable.
Let's set up this way.
You did the Pandaren starting zone on Classic. It went surprisingly smooth, but you regret choosing Warrior because near the end there's a segment where you need to kill some scamps. And every scamp summons 2 weak scamps. If you pull 2 scamps at once, you have to run or you get crushed by 6 mobs. Warrior... I'm trying to think. Warrior is definitely not bad, because I did actually literally recently test Pandaren starting zone as a Warrior, because I did Anji. And I didn't have any issues. I'm trying to think about... You should have, like, Cleave by that level, I think. Or if you don't, you should have, like, Victory Rush, and then you could just, like, chain Victory Rush. I'm just trying to... Like, whatever I did, I definitely never ran into any problems. You didn't? For the record, I don't know exactly which quest you're talking about. Scamps. I can't remember what that's referring to. I will say, generally speaking, Warrior is definitely among the better leveling classes by this point in time. I would probably... Like, so Monk is definitely just King for, like, period, because of the XP buff. Even without the XP buff, they're extremely strong. I'd say Druid is probably up there, just because of Flight Form. And then it's probably, like, Warrior and Blood DK? I think notably Paladin is not great at the moment. It's not bad, but Paladins are up there as, like, some of the best leveling specs in the game in retail. And they are just not super good. They're not bad. They may be better in MoP. Admittedly, I have not really heavily tested MoP Paladin. But Kata Paladin is not it. Kata Paladin really falls off hard. Which is a shame, because they are arguably some of the fastest Wrath leveling specs. And then, you know, yikes. Kata Rework is not good. Am I short on weapon supplies? Right before you do the air balloon for the first time. Oh, where you have to go around in the forest and collect all those things off the trees, and then there's, like, the little sprites. I see. Sprites is what we're talking. Right. Right. Yeah, the summoned scamps don't give Victory Rush. What I'm saying is you kill the big one, and then you Victory Rush the small one. I guess, yeah, if you probably can't do a gigantic AoE pull at that level. That's fair. But very little outside of Monk can do gigantic AoE pulls at that level. Like, it really is just Monk, I think. Like, technically speaking, I think Druids and Warlocks, basically the only archetypes that could reliably do gigantic AoE pulls that early is Monks or Dot classes.
And then you would basically just dot up a bunch of little things. Like, druids are really good at low levels because you just spam Moonfire. Moonfire, 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 Moonfire. And especially, you know, with heirlooms, but even without heirlooms, it does crazy damage. It just blasts. Okay, interesting. So I can see these quests, but I can't actually pick them up. I guess you can't take the teleporter until you do these things, so they probably just don't bother locking that. Fucking fine. I guess I'll do these quests. I really hate this quest in particular. It like, I don't know, this one is admittedly a mental block because this quest sucks, for sure, but everything after it is actually quite good, so, yeah, you suck it up and you do this one. It's just, I hate this quest. The drop rate is so fucking bad, and every time I do, I'm just like, I'm so fucking pissed off. How do you get one fucking drop off all those mobs? It's just, oh... Weren't even trying to AoE farm there? You didn't have anything that hits more than one target? You were constantly rage-starved? Yeah, I think a lot of times around that point, you're just really for rage, what's it called? Auto-attacking is what the word I'm looking for. Unskippable cutscene. Yeah. At least it's not like the quest of Maldraxxus where you collect a series of 4 clues and you can only collect the next one to get the previous one. I don't remember which one that is, but I mean, Maldraxxus is a terrible zone, so I will...
Hello.
It's probably a quest that I have just blocked out of my memory. I fucking hate Maldraxxus so much. Did the campaign once, you don't remember any of Shadowlands? Yeah. God, that fucking expansion is so fucking terrible. I will say one of the main reasons why I'm so, like, apologetic to WoD, and I oftentimes try to remind people of, like, you know, WoD actually had good stuff, is because of how bad Shadowlands was. Like, I think it's a real shame to group WoD in with Shadowlands, where, like, yes, they were both bad expansions, but WoD was fun. WoD was, like, a fun bad expansion. Like, yeah, there was no content, it had its problems, garrisons, etc. But, like, the classes felt really good to play. The actual content that was there was really good. The raids were good. The dungeons were good. Shadowlands was just miserable. Literally the only good thing in the entirety of Shadowlands was Sepulchre, the first ones. And even then, it was like, it was an okay raid. But it was, I would actually say, a pretty good raid. The rest of that, well, nah, 3 also is a pretty good raid. The raids in Shadowlands, actually, yeah, were... Sanctum of Domination is definitely a very weak raid, but Sanctum of Domination, it's interesting because it also had some of my favorite boss fights of all time. Sylvanas, I didn't hate nearly as much as a lot of people. It definitely was one of the weaker end bosses, but, like, I thought Razagath was significantly worse than Sylvanas. And I thought Sylvanas had some good parts, but it did have a lot of problems. But to me, it's like... Painsmith Raznal and Remnant of Ner'zhul were 2 fantastic boss fights. I think Eye of the Jailer is one of the strongest, like, second bosses they've had in a really long time. It's really, really, really good. Terragru is one of those where, like, Terragru, I think, was a very silly boss, and I didn't necessarily love it, but it's hard to deny that it was a very fun boss for guilds. Like, every single time we did Reclear, my guild was always bickering about who got to run, like, the funny damage powers. And then we always ended up doing something really stupid because, like, somebody who wasn't allowed to pick up the damage powers would pick up the damage powers, then they would end up getting a bunch of people killed, and we'd still kill the boss because it was easy. But then everybody's, you know, bickering like, you fucking griefed my powers. So it was an interesting raid. And Nathria, for me, is very hit or miss, because Nathria has a lot of really good bosses and a lot of real stinkers. And, I mean, to be fair, though, so does... No, that's a different area. Yeah, see, like, these quests are really good. It's just, you have to go through the really shitty ones to get to this. And then there's a bunch of really efficient quests after this. Hyjal is a good zone, it's just there are certain pain points. And, like, the end of Hyjal is not good. But you can, especially now with the XP changes, very easily get out of there. It's called Applied Science. You need to collect 4 pages of Marileth's journal, and every page is a separate step that unlocks in sequence. I think I vaguely remember that. It's so long, though.
What brings you here? I've been expecting you.
My slash blade looking like. Still under 18. Don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna check for Blazewing because it's probably up. I'm gonna kill Blazewing with the Darkmoon Faire buff. And then I'm going to... Yeah, I'm gonna Zen Pilgrimage, but I'm not gonna get my monk buff just yet. I'm still gonna let it cook. Blazewing, where are you? Blazewing is not up. I will do one small cursory double back, just in case I happen to barely miss it. Unlikely that I missed it. Alright. Not gonna do this yet. I am gonna refresh my Darkmoon Faire buff. Is there a closer Darkmoon Faire mage? I don't think so. Really wish I could just buy top hats. Be salty about getting griefed by Blizzard earlier. Why is it useful to see swing timers? It's not. I just still have this installed from Classic. At this point in time, it's not. I will uninstall it at some point. I forgot. Quest XP. Yes! Okay, that's good. That's really good. I eat on the carousel? I think it cancels it. Yeah. Does it cancel it here? Yeah. Okay, I need to... Yeah, the bug that clears my buffs, yes. Oh, nice. It snapped me directly back to Shrine of Aviana. It's pretty good. Let's grab this, because I think there's a breadcrumb.
How may I aid you? May the eternal sun.
Yeah, this is the one where you...
You wish to speak? Farewell.
Gotta say, I am getting a little bit tired, but, you know, it's what it is. We are almost at the end. I'm rather pleased that this, this particular section didn't really have any problems. Because the speedrun has been pretty thoroughly cursed, but all in all, TBC and Outlands went extremely smoothly, like exactly according to plan, so I really can't complain. And after everything that I've had to deal with so far, it's nice. Definitely nice. Turn these in.
I am honored. Ishnu Allah, Goddess watch over you.
What brings you here?
Yeah, I'm not going to do Sethria's Roost, but I think I do all of these quests. That should get me to 82, and then I start doing Deep Home. Also can queue for dungeons. Here, I need more. Really, I just need to kill stuff. Where splits? I stopped using my my timer because early on my computer crashed. So we're just going by slash played. What's been my favorite expansion of WoW to speedrun? That's a good question. I'm tempted to say War Within, honestly. Having dragon riding for the entire, route feels really clean. I've gotta say, it really does. I think there's, different things that I enjoy, right? Like, routing War Within is incredibly simple. Because when you have flying, it's just really easy to figure out, the fastest way to do everything. So then it's just, you basically just form a straight line between the most efficient hubs and do that, right? It's not particularly involved. Spirit of Logosh. What the fuck? Oh, Totem of Logosh. I have an item. So, in terms of how it feels to route an expansion, War Within has been pretty boring because I've made minimal route adjustments. I did make some small route adjustments, but it's been fairly minimal. However, I will say that War Within, in terms of how it feels to play, feels pretty good. It's really clean. It's it is basically the most flawless version of my route. Where I basically I'm going from point A to point B non-stop, just murdering everything at, peak efficiency. And it feels good to play, I can't lie. And class design this expansion is not bad at all. Especially Windwalker Monk, which is what I use for speedruns. I quite enjoy the current design in retail of Windwalker Monk. So it's fun. I'm now, that being said, though, it's kind of weird because, like, I say that, but also I just haven't really done many speedruns. And part of it is just because, like, it is kind of the same, right? It's, like, the same thing I've done a million times. I did a ton of speedruns back in Dragonflight, and this feels like a better version of Dragonflight, but also it's similar. So it's not really novel, and I just don't have that much fun doing it. I would say, though, there's, like, a different type of fun in Cataclysm, where I'll be honest. I am a little bit bored right now. I'm not, like, extremely bored out of my mind. But, you know, MoP still takes a long enough time that it's... I've been doing this for hours now, and it's... I could have done 2 retail speedruns at the time it's taken me to do this part 3, basically. And that's gonna drain anybody. But the routing side of things is actually quite fun in MoP. Now, I haven't obviously done enough speedrunning in MoP to know for sure by the end whether this will remain my favorite, but this has been a very fun routing experience of figuring out what, like, the most efficient hubs in every single expansion are, and finding, like, the cutoff points where dungeon spam becomes effective. It's interesting for sure. War Within over Dragonflight, even? Dragonflight was one of my least favorite expansions. So I think a big thing is... how do I put this? So, I guess it's tough to separate, because Dragonflight... I actually enjoyed Shadowlands Chromie Time speedruns more than Dragonflight. I didn't hate Dragonflight Chromie Time, but, like, Dragonflight Chromie Time speedruns didn't really feel noticeably different than Shadowlands, but you had the new talent system, and it was a little bit clunky at first. I wasn't a huge fan of some of those things that they did, so it felt weird at points. And I didn't really like Shadowlands, like, leveling, but Shadowlands leveling was, I don't know, it was whatever. It was fine. The Threads of Fate, at least, it had, like, a good flow to it. The big thing for me is, out of all of the recent expansions, by far my least favorite, like, current expansion leveling, not, like, you know, alt leveling, so the 1 to 85 for MoP, or, like, 1 to 70 right now, and then, like, current expansion is 70 to 80. Dragonflight 60 to 70 is, like, some of my least favorite current expansion leveling in a while. I did not like Dragon Isles. It's so, there's 2 things, though. One is, I guess you have to look at it from my perspective, because specifically you did ask what has been my favorite expansion to speedrun. So this is from a speedrun context. Casual leveling through Dragon Isles is fine. Speedrunning Dragon Isles is easily the least favorite, like, traditional WoW speedrun I've done. It traditional as in, like, you're just leveling from X level to Y level. Like, there's nothing really crazy about it. It's just you're doing the thing. And it's fucking sucked. It sucked massive dick. The reason why speedrunning Dragonflight was so bad is because of Dream Surges. Dream Surges are the worst mechanic that I've ever had to deal with for speedruns. Fucking miserable bullshit. I hated them so much. I hated when they were introduced. I hated them for the entirety of Dragonflight. And I still hate them now, because they still I still have to deal with them, because of the stupid fucking Dream Surge XP buff. They still have lingering impact on my modern-day routes in an annoying, unfun way. And it was even worse. It's pure RNG, there's nothing you can do, it's literally just, do you get lucky or not? If you don't, fuck you, do another speedrun. It fucking awful. Terrible design. I hated Dream Surge so much. So that made Dragonflight speedrunning miserable, because I just never wanted to do any. Because, like, yeah, I could push my time lower if I get fucking lucky. That's just not fun. It's not fun investing gold and time into a run only to just gamble on whether Blizzard's gonna fuck you in the ass or not. It's miserable, miserable, miserable. Delves have, like, a little bit of RNG, but the nice thing about all of the RNG surrounding Delves is it's stuff that you know before you start the run. Like, I know the RNG at the start of the day, and then I can plan my route in the morning and then do my run in, like, the afternoon. And then when I'm in the run, there's no RNG, and I don't give a shit at that point. Randomness in routing can be kind of fun if you can plan for it ahead of time. If it's something where it's just like, fuck you, deal with it in the middle of the run, well then there's no planning for it, you just get shafted. And it sucks. And that's Dream Surges. So I did not like them at all. Like, at least Shadowlands didn't have that. Shadowlands leveling wasn't fun, but Shadowlands leveling wasn't random. Threads of Fate was fairly consistent. Suppose for a moment that Blizzard does in fact bring back wins for the end of the season. I have no idea, and I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to do a speedrun. I'm not going to do it.
Hey there.
I have negative interest in doing more speedruns for the remainder of this expansion. It's just, like I said, I'm burnt out. Which I know, kind of ironic, considering I just said War Within, it's, in terms of the run itself. But the problem is, speedruns in general require so much fucking prep, man. It's so much work. And there are just so many other things that I want to be doing right now, and speedruns are not among them. And one thing that does kind of bug me with War Within is exactly that. It is exactly what you just described. Of like, oh hey, I got a really fast speedrun, but now Blizzard's doing some stupid fucking leveling event where you could get 5% more experience for like 2 weeks only. Like, fuck off. Fuck off. I already got a really, really, really good speedrun. But now it's like, yeah, technically, but you get 5% more experience. So now do literally the exact same thing again, but with 5% more experience. Okay. Like, no. No. I don't want to do that. It's not fun to have to basically redo the same exact run that I've already done over and over just because there's slightly more experience. It's fucking sucks. It's the same complaint that I had about MoP Remix in the Infinite Cloak. It's not fun when it's do the same thing, but you have slightly more of a number. You're still doing the same thing, it's just number is slightly higher. So yeah, technically you can do it faster, but it's the same thing. And it also invalidates any sort of, like, skill involved in the achievement. Because, like, yeah, I can be proud of my speedrun, but why bother being proud of my speedrun when it's just going to be invalidated shortly anyway, the moment they add, like, another tiny XP modifier? So then it kind of discourages me from actually trying to do it. I mean, there's a reason why I'm kind of burnt out right now, because it's like, why would I want to push my time when the only way that I can really get a fast War Within speedrun is by lining everything up during one of their stupid fucking leveling events? So, it's a shame. It's a shame, because I genuinely stand by what I said. The leveling experience actually feels fun. But it's just demoralizing, knowing, like, I just shouldn't be leveling right now. I should just wait for one of the stupid fucking events. But then whenever they do their stupid fucking events, it's during periods of time where I'm extremely busy. Like, that window of opportunity that you said all the stuff's gonna line up, guess what I'm gonna be doing? I'm fucking PTR testing for guides, right? And the reality is, my previous speedrun did really well. Guess what happens when one speedrun does really well? You can't just post, like, yet another speedrun that's ever so slightly faster and hope for it to do well. If you're doing the exact same thing, who cares? People aren't gonna watch it. And if I'm not enjoying it, and I don't think it's gonna make for a good YouTube video, I'm not gonna fucking do it. I don't care about, like, speedrunning just for the fact of lowering the timer ever so slightly. I've always said that the reason I do this, primarily, is to make guides. To help people level. If I'm using the exact same route that I always have been, and I'm not developing it at all, but it's 5% faster, well then I'm not getting any new information. And I'm also not getting an interesting speedrun. And it's also consuming tons of time that I could then spend doing something that I actually enjoy and that is actually useful and that I can make into a guide. Hey Doug, good to see you. Oh shit. This is awkward. Come on. banish somebody else. So just realized I might have had level 82 items that I should have equipped, but I don't think I checked my mail. Oh yeah, Doug, aren't you around this level? They're like 81 or something, right? You're 82? Oh. I'm also 82. If you want to run dungeons after this, let me know. Obviously, I'm tanking, but I don't know if you have a DPS spec set up. Yeah, I haven't looked into Frost or Unholy, so I have no idea either. You told Zed and Sync you tank dungeons for them? If you can still do that from 85, you can, yeah. So if it's just the question of, like, helping them with dungeons, you would be able to. Because the normal dungeon finder, the normal dungeons go up to 85. If you enjoy routing, wouldn't vanilla be one of the better ones? I enjoy routing, but I also don't enjoy cock and ball torture, so no, I don't really enjoy speedrunning vanilla. There's a fine line between interesting routing and the game needs to not fucking suck to play. And don't get me wrong, I actually have played a lot of vanilla classic, but it, like, the way that I level in vanilla is not speedrunning, deliberately, because it's not really meant to be speedrun. That's not to take away from the people who do speedrun it, like, to each their own, right? But it's just not fun for me. Because, like, you can speedrun, but you're still going extremely fucking slow. So, if I'm going to go extremely fucking slow, I'd rather just take in the game and, you know, do professions and stuff while I level up. Especially because that'll be relevant, usually, at endgame. This was a stupid question considering you constantly had 8500s blasting half the dungeons we did. Yeah, true. You'll usually have a high-level player in some of these. I actually don't think in my dungeon I have any, but usually. What? Okay, game. How does Crackling Jade Lightning not count for Howling Gale? You can clash that? Okay. Yeah, if you do want to run dungeons after this, Doug, just let me know. Then you'd have to tell me your character name, because I'm on a different server, so I'd have to directly invite you. Or Kelly's making this guy spaz out. I will say, actually, shit. Immediately after this one, I can't, because I actually need to set up my Monk XP buff. Right. Yeah, I gotta do that. You have a dumb name for the mounts, you baited for the DK mount in retail. I saw that person, I didn't realize it was you. But yeah, I have this buff that gives me 10% increased questing experience, and I haven't gotten my monk buff yet, my final one. So what I need to try and do is set up a really big monk buff in Deep Home, and do that before my questing rolls around. I have 1 hour, 40 minutes. I don't know if I'll make that, unfortunately, but it's fine. You never thought you'd play anything other than prop heli and then you got fucked? Somebody always pulls these. Yep. Always happens. And now someone died because the healer jumped down, I think. Oh boy. Pressing. I mean, prop heli was really good for a while there. How was Windwalker DPS? Hard to say because they've changed a few things. So Windwalker DPS was set to be fairly mid if it was based on, like, the original final patch tuning. But from what I've heard, it's actually gotten a lot of pretty substantial buffs, so really tough to say. I haven't really looked much at logs and whatnot. Fell asleep earlier listening to the stream, and a bunch of stuff that I was saying got implemented into your dreams. So you heard me talking about moving on from WoW at some point, but in a dream context. Ooh. Fancy. How does that work? What would that look like in a dream context? But when we ended up having like 4 tanks and rats, you played Ret, and man, that was boring. I will say Ret was fun to level, but yeah, at endgame it was pretty snooze. I did really enjoy prop heli tanking in Rat though. guy's fucking dead. One thing that I really miss from Wrath Prop Alley is the Hammer of the Righteous. The fact that it was like a hammer version of Avengers Shields, I don't understand why they took that out, because it was really sick. And now it's just such a whatever spell. You think you enjoy Blood DK more, but aside from dungeon spamming, you can't say you've really done much? Well, these days, I definitely enjoy Blood DK more. I don't really like Prop Alley right now. But in Wrath, I thought it was really good. Kata onwards, Blood DK is phenomenal, so, yeah. Very hard to top that. Blizzard loves making abilities lame, so true. Unfortunate, but true. Okay, let's go set up a big quest thing in Deep Home. It's the... Have Holy Paladins generally been bad for the last 2 X-Packs? In retail or classic? Retail? No, they have not generally been bad. They were weak this particular raid tier, but they have not been generally bad.
We're at the center of the Maelstrom, the rift between Deep Home and Azeroth. Watch as it threatens to tear your world apart.
I can't remember the last time Holy Paladins had their, like, oh my god, this spec is so broken, we gotta stack them moment. Probably Nathria? They've always been, like, consistently good as a one of, at least. Up until this tier. But they're not even bad this tier.
You made it. Good. This is the Temple of Earth. It's the most important structure in Deep Home. There was once a Titan-made stone inside. It was known as the World's Pillar. The name was literal. It bore the weight of all the elemental and magnetic forces in Deep Home. It was shattered when Deathwing broke through the dome above and created the rift between the two worlds. All of Deep Home is going to collapse into Azeroth if we do not put the World Pillar back together. The first fragment was going to be delivered to us by a Horde gunship known as the Storm's Furi. It never made it here. We've taken control of the temple, and we're containing as much of the damage as we can. Go inside and speak to Marut. He's in charge.
I will not be able to do that on my monk. I will get my cheeks clapped, so I need to get here on my warrior ASAP and get that before some random fucker snatches it up. That's usually heavily camped here. I'm gonna just get over here and get that, because, well, duh. You're excited to play it with the Vengeance buff at max level? Part of you really wants to boost a druid to play balance at the side, but you have no clue how much value you get out of it. Yeah, I've heard mixed things about balance in MoP. On one hand, like, my best friend back in MoP played balance in Resto, and he was really good. But a lot of people have said that it's not actually a good spec. So I think it's more just he was good at it, and he made a lot of other bad players, you know, look bad. Alright, I am gonna grab A and X really quick. Wasting a little bit of speedrun time, but, like, fuck it. I don't have rend on my bars. Shit. We not have Blood and Thunder?
Oh, yeah, they changed that. Huh? Hey. Alright. Well, there we go. Annex. Alright, let me switch back over to my monk. You think you might skip out on dungeons to try to go to bed soonish? Yeah, no problem at all. I thought you had just woken up. It's pretty late, so if you haven't slept yet, then I do not blame you. Just an easy mount. Yeah, now I just need to get TLPD. I figure I have all these characters at the dead servers. I may as well go for it at some point. Oh, you just got home? Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I'll still be leveling tons of other characters, and obviously you said you were going to level with Stinkin' Zed, so it's not like it's a super pressing concern. I got a lot. 3? Okay. Not too concerned because you think they prefer to quest to 85 or you'd rather just dungeon spam? Works out well because technically the fastest is a mix of both. You definitely want to dungeon spam 84 to 85 though. If they want a quest in Twilight Highlands, I mean, that's their funeral. Fuck that zone. I hate it so much. But technically you can just do Uldum all the way up to 85, that's fine. Let's... I think I don't want to... What rare is... Okay, yeah, that's ANX. I don't want to turn in these quests just yet. I don't know. I feel like it's going to be really tough to get, like, a super duper big quest turn in. I think maybe I just take what I can get and go with this. I think I can do the gunship quests, and then that'll be like a relatively big turn in. Decent. There'll be 6 quests in total. There's like a bunch of very short follow-ups, so... Alright, I think, yeah. I send Pilgrimage here, and I get the quest. And then I refresh Darkmoon Faire buff, and I try to get the most out of this. Gonna hop off. Good to see you, Doug. And thank you for the good luck wishes. Almost done, thankfully. Should be 85 by tomorrow for dungeons and stuff. It's hard to remember the details of a dream, but you were having a conversation with one of your friends, and it was your words he was saying. Interesting. Isn't it like 5 a.m.? It's 6 a.m. over here, yeah. We're almost done, though. But yes, I am quite tired.
Tell me of your travels.
Definitely quite tired.
There is no hurry. Well, take your time.
Glory to the Sindori.
I feel like there should have been another belt. Oh, I remember, yeah, there's gonna be a belt from Dungeon Quest rewards. Or something like that, I forget exactly.
can start doing Zen Pilgrim's Return now. I should be able to time this correctly. Yeah, I got the maximum buff. At 83, I get a bunch of items. Yeah, it's not too far. If I'm lucky, I could get another learning by example buff. That would be very nice.
Don't waste my time. Quickly, quickly.
Ah, I've been expecting. Oh,
May the light embrace you. Be kind to those less fortunate.
Okay, we can do the gunship stuff. Actually, I want to start here. These quests are better. I'm gonna get more quests in a shorter period of time by doing that. And then I can also kill Golgorok as I go. In fact, I should probably start here, because if he's in the far spawn location, then I'm not actually going to stumble upon him while questing. So I can kill him there. See. Interesting, I don't see him. I guess it's not impossible that somebody killed him. There are people actually leveling on these servers a little bit now. I did see that Cerberus is up, so I will swing by and get him at some point. But I guess Golgorok is not. This. Just gonna kill them. See if I can get a bigger pull than that. Particularly. It's done. That was good. That's... leashed, of course.
Do I need to... I guess I gotta resunder it, yeah. Stays tiny, but the name doesn't update. Oh my god. I'm gonna lose my quest buff shortly. I remember on launch, when they fucked this up, and it created a massive bottleneck because nobody could rebuff the mobs. They always miss something. For groups of 2, this is good. Right now I just need to buff the mobs. And that should be the last one. Nice. Really don't want to fight any of these mobs though, so I'm just gonna run. It's 83. Alright, this is where 97 agi, 97 crits. Yeah, these pull ahead, yeah. I was like pretty sure I did the math on it. It's definitely more. Yeah. Okay. Hello? Oh, I forgot to... Thankfully, I still got that in time. Okay, let's... And then I'm just gonna grab this one last stone. And then we got this one. There's a good amount of efficient quests. Yeah, okay, we go north. There's a good chunk here. And then I want to leave and go to the other side. Yeah. Injured Earthen. Oh, okay, it's like literally an NPC called Injured Earthen, right? We need catapult parts. I should be able to get enough kills at some point. Hey, Daniel Penheller. Good to see you. Okay, I can grab this without pulling anything, I think. Nope. This, I don't get this hitbox at all. Okay, yeah, and now I've pulled a second mob. Okay, one more catapult part. But I need a lot more injured earthen. Punch over this way. Okay, my quest XP thing is about to expire, so I'm just going to turn these in now to get the bonus XP. I could get lucky. I could get lucky and I can get it again. It's not impossible. It's unlikely, but it could happen. I got damage against giants. Okay. Yeah, these guys are not giants, unfortunately. One more left to go. Did this guy just respawn, or did I forget to get him earlier? I have no idea. Either way. This is Trogzor. I kill Trogzor, and then I'm gonna go to the other side of the zone. That's the deliver the catapult thing. I'm gonna pick up those quests down there. I'm gonna fly over and kill Cerberus, actually. Just because I want to do that at some point, but... It's, not gonna make it that far enough into the zone for it to really matter. So I kill him, I do the airship stuff. Then I do the stuff at the Master's Gate, because that's pretty good. There's other quests after that that I think are worth doing. I'm just trying to think, where do I stop? I'll play it by ear. I kind of want to skip Old Doom, I'm gonna be honest. It's not a bad zone, but I don't really want to have to go all the way out there. I also run out of coffee a long time ago. But I don't really want to take a break to make coffee. What am I looking at /blade-wise? Yeah, we're definitely not gonna get sub 20 hours. Maybe I just say fucking get coffee then. Because if I know for a fact that there's absolutely negative chance that that's gonna happen, then it's just, you know, there's no real notable milestone. I am going to do that. I'm going AFK. Yeah, I need coffee. Alright. Lost a little bit of time on the monk buff, but I'm gonna be honest. I really don't care at this point. It's like... This has been... I don't want to say it's been a slog, because the run has gone fine. It's just, you know... 10 hours of anything is going to make you question your sanity. And the first run is always, like, the most stressful, because I don't have a frame of reference. You know, when I know what my best time is, and I know what time I'm trying to beat, it's easier. Oh, shit.
May the ancestors watch over you. I was born to fly.
I wonder if there's chests that can spawn on here. Really thought about that. I don't think they can. This doesn't really seem like a possibility. Oh, no path available because we're on a fucking boat. Alright. Bye, Pipsqueak.
Over here, you ugly whale! May the ancestors watch over you.
Alright, I get to lean back and sip my coffee while I watch the unskippable
All right,
roleplay.
sunshine, time to spill your guts before I spill them for you.
Wait! You can't do this! You people must have a code of honor or something!
I'm a daughter of the Wildhammer clan and a shaman of the Earthen Ring. My code compels me to honor my ancestors and the elements. Doesn't say a damn thing about dog ugly ogres.
Ah.
Stop it, you tiny angry woman! I'll tell you everything! What do you want to know?
You can start by telling us where the world pillar fragment is. My griffin's starting to look a wee bit tired from hauling you around.
It was delivered to the Forge Master at Deathwing's Fall. I swear, that's all I know. Happy now? Pull me up, you vicious little dwarf.
Ah, you were never in any danger, sweetheart. My friends down below would have caught you. You're worth far too much to us alive.
What? What have you done? No! Do you have any idea what the Twilight Council will do to me when they find out I've talked? I would sooner die!
Interesting. I never heard of the Twilight Council. Until now. Listen, watch over.
There. I think I should be able to get 83 to 84 in Deep Home pretty easily, and then I just dungeon spam the rest of the way. Relatively speaking, I should be pretty strong in 84 because I'm going to have a lot of BOEs. So dungeons will be a breeze, and I will have all of the new ones in the pool for quest completion. Though I still need to get Stonecore quests done. One way or the other. Let's go pick this stuff up.
The dark times.
Let's see. This set of quests is generally pretty easy. There's also the breadcrumb for Maziel's research. Right, does dismount me, but I can just open infinite amounts. I need to get my JoJo add-on working for MoP Classic. Because this game doesn't feel the same without the Zaurodo sound effect for paralysis. No, right up here. Yes, so the Maziel's research... Drop off any of them. And we just... to get a crate. So I'm looking for good concentrations. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I really hate this initial quest, the Maziel's research one, but it leads to two really good follow-ups. So I've learned to just suck it up and do this stupid quest. I just hate how low the drop chance is. It's so fucking annoying. Nice. That was actually, I would say, above average for that quest. This is not skippable.
Forge Master! I've been informed the enemy has disrupted your operations. Where is the fragment?
The fragment is now in the dragon's custody, ma'am.
Well done. Meet me inside the stone core for further instructions.
Oh, of course, ma'am. At once. If you don't mind me asking, how did we manage to recover the fragment? How did we infiltrate our enemy's forces without their knowledge?
Let's just say we have friends in high places, Forge Master.
Grab that. Then I do the Maziel quests, and then I turn in that stuff. Can't stand the dubba 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 sounds more than an hour? What are the dubba 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 sounds? What? The anime muck sounds? Oh, you don't like it? I love it. Can't play Monk without it. Alright. I know that there are potential chest spawns in a lot of these areas, but I don't really know the exact locations. I haven't seen them nearly enough.
I was born to fly.
Basilisk meat. I got the stone core breadcrumb. Okay. honestly, I probably Todd this guy. Because I don't need anything else. And, oh yeah, I can get the Twilight Snare here. I just gotta kill these guys.
May the ancestors watch over you.
This one... And then this works out nicely because the Master's Gate is nearby, so I think I'm just going to do those quests real quick. Nah, I'll do that later. I'll do the entire chain here, and then I'll do Master's Gate afterwards. I'm definitely going to do it, it's just a question of the exact specific order, and that's tough to really nail down. Todd. Yep. To loot anything, I just go.
To fly. May the ancestors watch over you.
Alright. Let's do a big pull here. Up the gates, and then I can pop back over. I have 18 minutes left on Enlightenment. Might be enough to get me to 84, honestly. It's not impossible. Because there's a good amount of quests that I'm about to hit. Hey, this is a big chunk. Right, any of this good? Finder's Signet. I'm not actually going to use any of it. I should eat here. This is going to interrupt my food buff. I might barely be able to get this up. Nice. Why is he immune? Oh, he just literally made himself immune. Okay. That's just the thing that this mob can do. Okay, now I should build up a Todd. This is, yeah, turned into the Temple of Earth. So now I want to go to the Master's Gate. I want to do those 2 quests, then I go back to the Temple of Earth and I do a big turn-in. It's funny because my guild leader was leveling his hunter, and both me and well, actually, one of the survival hunter theory crafters is in my guild, and he's like also really good at leveling. So we were both telling our guild leader that Deep Home is really good, and he kept saying that he doesn't get it. Like, he thinks Deep Home's shit. And every time he quests here, he's just like, oh, the zone's fucking awful, how do you guys like this? But, I don't know, like, Deep Home's a vibe. I like this place. Can I just, like, kill these two and get it? Because I only need to get 1 item. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this should be a pretty nice turn-in.
Walk with the earth. Peaceful.
And all this stuff. And I think, technically speaking... Yeah, technically speaking, that is it for this section of the chain. Because to continue, I would need to do the rest of the Trog and Earthen questlines. And I don't really like the rest of that questline. It's like not bad. And like this is one of those things where I recommend doing that in my guide, but, like, honestly, I think this is where you stop in Deep Home, realistically speaking. If you have heirlooms, you stop here. But the rest of Deep Home, it's not bad. It's fine. It's just like, eh. Like, Doom's probably better. Problem is, I forgot to set my Hearthstone to $1 on, so... Like, I can't realistically get to Doom in any reasonable span of time. I probably should have remembered to do that, to be honest. So that's a bit of a blunder. And... I did plan on having Warlock summons there, but I'm... worry about that. Also, since I've been, like... I haven't been talking as much towards the end of this run. I've been doing some thinking. I don't know if Chori's still here. I don't think he is. It's late. But... I'm gonna do a pet battle speedrun. The next monk I level, it's gonna be a pet battle run. Now, here's the deal. It's not gonna be a pet battle only run. It's gonna be like I am going to mostly pet battle until I want to, like, just, you know, blow my brains out, and then I'm gonna do other stuff. But it's going to be like a primarily pet battling run. Because I thought about it, right? I need to get my pet battling shit set up. Like, I have to do that at some point. It is decently important for various parts of the game. For one, the account-wide pre-quests are now available as of MoP, which means that for launch, those are going to be important pre-quests to have. So I'm gonna have to do that regardless. Now, technically speaking, the process of getting those unlocked is not incredibly difficult.
But there's a lot of other pet battle stuff that you kind of need to have. I mean, just historically, it's something that you will need throughout WoW as like it's kind of like a min-maxy thing, but you know, pet battling helps. And I mean, I still have friends in retail to this day who are just like, I refuse to pet battle, but here's the thing, I've always liked pet battling. It's just, the thought of having to set pet battling up again, I'm not a huge fan of, because it's, if I recall, the introduction to pet battling, getting it all built for the first time is a really tedious process. So I kind of figure, fuck it. If I'm gonna do a pet battling speedrun, we're gonna do that. So I'm gonna try to be like semi-practical with it, of like, where would you actually do pet battling? So like, for instance, from levels 1 to 30, I am going to just level normally, because those levels are really good. You would just do them normally regardless. But then 30 to 35 is really shit, and you generally dungeon spam. So, we'll try pet battling. And 35 to 40 is okay. You have Western Plague Lands, but you know, okay, we could try dungeons or pet battle spam. And then 40 to 45 is very clearly Eastern Plague Lands. But what about 45 to 49 until we get detention block spam? Well, maybe we do some pet battles. Who knows? So I'll think about it. I'm gonna queue for dungeons. See what I get. It could be a fast queue. What I think I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna do something a little bit crazy. I'm going to take the portal to Vashir. I'm going to quest here. Now, I'm not going to quest a lot in Vashir, but Vashir is actually not bad for me because I have my sea turtle. And because I got Anax, so if we got Anax, what about Poseidus? Poseidus, actually, I would really like to get at some point. Because that is one of those, like, I've never got it ever type mounts. Claw Skipper. There's a lot of these, like, breadcrumb quests. Or not breadcrumb quests, that's a bad way to put it. But, like, treasure map quests that you can pick up that are meant to be... It's meant to be like, oh, yeah, you get this as you kill something for another quest, but as it turns out, there's nothing stopping you from just going here and getting it immediately. This is one of those where, technically this is actually not terrible XP, but this is the kind of thing that is, like, really hard to explain to, like, the average person in a leveling guide, so I figure it can't hurt to show it in a speedrun. People want to do it, they can. But I'm not gonna, like, in a run be like, ah, yes, technically, if you have Questy and you know the exact right mobs to kill, you can get a handful of things a little bit early. What is this? Picklax Claw. I think this guy would be on the seafloor, right? I also, like, I love Vashir aesthetically. I don't like this zone as a whole. Obviously, if you do it like this, it's... There we are. This is... We're basically doing wanted quests. So, like, obviously this is pretty good, but this is not, like, the Vashir experience. The Vashir questline is fucking trash. I really don't like it that much. But Vashir as a zone? Man, this place is fucking gorgeous, and I love the music here. It's really a shame that they kind of fumbled the questline. It's just... Like, frankly, it's not very fun to play through Vashir. At least I, personally, don't find it fun. But I think generally that is the sentiment. Part of the Vial. Okay, what the fuck? That's just, okay, it's literally just spinning crane kick. Alright, so basically my numbers at this point have gotten so fucking crazy out of control that I just do ridiculous damage. Yeah, okay. Not see me complaining about that. That whole fucking thing to the face. Holy. This, and then we're going to... I think there's more. Yeah, I can get Heart of the Vial. Get my bracers. I want to kill these guys so that I can equip my new shit. My Heart of the Vial. Where did I put it? Oh, I'm blind. I think that's everything. Yeah, I didn't prep a belt intentionally. I believe that's everything else. I can't recall if I prepped another necklace. I don't think I did. I think I was just like, yeah, fuck it, dungeon DOE.
I think I swapped to Tiger Stance here because the rest of these mobs are all single target. Nice. Experience off one of those. My armaments apart. I haven't been using Arcane Torrent as much as I should be, to be honest. Like, I don't know, I haven't really run into too many situations so far where I really needed it, but like that's a very good example of it's a full caster group, and Arcane Torrent lets me group them up. But I'm sure that there have been other situations that I've just been kind of too just checked out and hold W brained to really think about. Lost my Enlightenment buff, but that was to be expected. What's happening right now? That just, yeah. Oh. Guy got soul meteored and he did not die. That's crazy. Does like no damage at this level. On one hand, I very much would like to continue spamming dungeons. On the other hand, I really don't want to do Blackrock Caverns again. Because I've already done all the quests. It's not, like, the most efficient dungeon ever. Yeah.
The Dormy doesn't give you an option to switch time for the Undercity? What do you mean? In retail? Just realized my Darkmoon Faire buff fucking fell off, man. Lady Lala's up. I'm gonna leave Q because I want to get Darkmoon Faire buff, and then that would let me... Here, I'm in Shimmering Expanse now, right? Yeah. I should keep volatile air.
Glad I could help.
Should also do this. It's like, it's not an amazing experience, but I kind of want to do it for the chance of the cloak, which would be quite handy. I technically have competition, though. Yeah, I take it back. I should not have done this. It's fine. It's whatever. So maybe if I'm lucky, these guys already have it. Probably don't. So the Druid and the Hunter almost certainly. Need the cloak that I would need, because I think it's agility. Yeah. Druid's a caster at the very least, so he probably wouldn't need it. But I'll be competing with the Hunter if it drops, but that's a big if. Because it has to drop first.
damage in this group is fucking terrible. Aha! 2 Phaser Hoon is fucking soul crushing. In? Edgy cloak, please. Edgy cloak, please. Edgy cloak, please. That's not an edgy cloak. Well, at least I don't need to fight the hunter over it, I suppose. Right.
Peace, friend. We shall.
Actually, yeah, that probably was worth it. It's an experience. It's considered. Alright, I have another book coming up. So. Fingers crossed that it's quest XP. Not that it'll do a ton, because I'm planning on spamming dungeons anyway, but if I get good dungeon quests, it'll do something. I think I'm going to queue now, and then I'm going to Zen Pilgrimage Return. Taken. Okay, that works out well. Quest XP, Quest XP, Quest XP. Unlucky. I at least got 1 Quest XP buff. I mean, it's not terrible.
Alright. Guessing there's nobody else here, surprisingly. Who else is online? Oh my god. This server's so fucking dead. Alright, well, I should be able to very easily get Bergie Blackheart, the Admiral, and Shak Sharak over in Abyssal Depths. And I mean, I'm gonna check for Poseidus, because why the fuck wouldn't I? But I am not expecting much. Really don't want Blackrock Caverns. I assume I am eligible for the... Yeah, I am eligible for the higher level dungeons. I have enough item level. I figured, but... Yes! Yes! This is the best of the 3 high level dungeons. Oh, that is good. Fuck, I'm in the wrong stance! Okay. Spooky start. Fine. Oh, we have friends. Bait the first set of mines. Now we have more room to play with, and we'll be able to get the other quest objective. Okay, yes, the thing you were talking about was retail, but it's an evoker who hasn't done BFA or Shadowlands. Gotcha. Yeah, that definitely could be part of it. I'd imagine things are a little bit wonky for evokers. Sorry if you sent that earlier, I only just got a chance to read it. God, he got gunned down. Unlucky.
Yeah, I guess I'm just soloing this dungeon. Really? We're just gonna plant our dumb fuck face in the middle of multiple mob packs that I clearly tried to walk around? Good job, idiot. Yeah, we don't get Og. Og is a heroic mechanic. Jesus Christ, this Boomkin's a fucking idiot. I swear he's pulled fucking everything. Oh yeah, we're blinding it? We're blinding the single mob in the corner. That fucking genius. Yeah, that'll just literally accomplish nothing but keep him in combat. Fucking. And this dungeon group really seriously just fuck right off. Another good example of Arcane Torrent. Where is the Boomkin finding these mobs? It's intentional, I think. How does he keep finding more shit to pull? Trying to get me to fucking kill extra shit for him. Which, like, I'm fine if you want to pull more stuff into my pulls, usually. As long as you're not a complete fucking anchor, which this guy is. At that point, fuck off and just let me pull what I'm gonna pull. You're just gonna get me killed. Unleash. Insane. Oh, there. Okay, just delayed. Winds of the South, come to my aid.
Winds of the South, rise and come to your master's aid. Before the tempest storm!
It's pretty good, I guess. Oh, hear that. Getting Lost City was really nice. Halfway through the final level, we've passed 20 hours. I'll definitely be a little bit disappointed if I end up being barely under 21 hours, which would 100% have been the difference if I hadn't fucked around with the random dungeon finder stuff. Just didn't think it would end up mattering. There are multiple places where the captain can spawn. Someone killed him, maybe? Unless, can he spawn on this boat? Yeah, interesting. Never seen that rare not alive. I guess I requeue. Justice points. 1k justice points just by questing. It's like not actually that bad. I remember. I think Poseidon spawns, like, fairly close to the ground, but... I remember reading about this a while ago. I have no idea for sure. Not here. There's like one more spawn point in the Abyssal Depths, but I mean, I do not expect to find him. But I'm just checking because, like, well, what the fuck else am I gonna do? Stone Core. Okay, that actually very good. Yeah, because I need the quests. Definitely be nice to be able to do Crucible of Carnage at this point, but I just know for a fact I will not be able to solo it. Oh. I guess I don't know that for a fact, but I suspect I will not be able to solo it. I guess after I check the Vashir stuff, it's probably worth a shot. Can't hurt. Try documents. Last time I did this, I was able to Todd Corborus. The group's good enough, which they. Yep, do it again. I don't want to level a Warlock. I really like the look of Demo Lock, honestly. It looks really sick.
Wish they'd give them vengeance, but
upon my body. Break yourselves upon my body. Feel the strength of the earth.
that guy got fucking pounded. Was that a tactical hit to charge back in? If so, goddamn. I don't think it was, though. Commit. Actually, I can't get the transmog anymore.
God, she's getting melted. What the fuck? Alright.
More will fall. The burden is now yours.
Technically that's an Agi staff, so there's no other druid. Need it. It's a transmog thing. Okay, I really need them to not leave the dungeon. Nice, they didn't leave.
Hi. Keep your feet on the ground.
On the ground. Alright, we're like one dungeon out. Not bad. I've officially reached that state of being, like, so tired that... You know, like, when words just stop looking like words? Like, I'm just staring at the word Cataclysm, and it just doesn't feel like it's a word. It just feels like the letters are jumbled up in the wrong order. Zoc said, hey, you're almost there. Is there anything you'd change with the route, or were the things that went wrong all out of your control, like monk buff? No, pretty happy with the route. I mean, I experimented, like, the route that I posted in the video is, like, what I would recommend. The only problem is there's some stuff that's, like, it varies depending on if you have heirlooms or not. So, honestly, I tried a few strats, like, with heirlooms that I'm like, maybe this will end up being faster, potentially. And I think I kind of came to the conclusion that, nah, I probably should have just stuck to the traditional questing path. It wasn't, like, it was fine. But I definitely can do this faster. I think the very big discovery that I made here, which I kind of teased a little bit earlier, is detention block. I did that off stream. I did detention block spam off stream, but I figured out a trick to basically non-stop guarantee detention block with no penalties or whatever. It's very silly. It's extremely silly, but it's extremely effective. And I will demonstrate it at some point. It's very broken. But that's, like, kind of the one major thing. Now, obviously, detention block spam for those levels was something I already recommended. So, it's that, like, that doesn't change the route, but I think when I mention it in the guide, I'm like, oh, yeah, you know, even if you don't get detention block, it's still fast. But now I know a way to, like, literally never get anything other than detention block, so it's super duper extra good. Let's check for Ghost Crawler. I have no idea if this rare actually gives XP, because I've never really looked in this area at this level, so no reason to test. Assuming he's up. Find out. And, like, you know, here's another example. I'm obviously just kind of burning time at this point. Like, this is not an efficient use of time, but we're right at the end. And this was not meant to be like a super duper fast speedrun. Enough stuff has gone wrong that I meant it more as like a route testing thing. And overall, yeah, I think it was pretty successful. I'm happy with the end result. Alright, I guess I'm doing a random dungeon. I'm gonna look a little tiny bit more for Ghost Crawler. There is a very long range. Okay. Somebody definitely came through here and cleared it out. Generally, on most of these dead servers, these are the ones that get hunted. Okay. Sure. I forgot our... There should be quests here. But I think the quests here are, like, weird. There's the Brand Bronzebeard quest. For one. But yeah, this should get me to 85, for sure. Probably shouldn't take 30 minutes, so I think it actually will be under 21 hours. Wow, this guy literally just hit 81. First pack of the dungeon. Or 85, please. I mean to do that. Yeah, enjoy it, buddy. He's going full steam ahead. Holy shit. Okay, he's a level 85. It's probably helping his friend or something, I guess. Oh right, there's no cast time on normal. I wish I had Transcendence, but I think I don't get that until... Yeah, 87. I don't even have that until MoP stuff. Are they expecting me to do the entire mechanic? Anybody use that? Mistweaver gear for when I swap to Mistweaver. I got, like, ridiculously high vengeance from that. Just getting pelted with fireballs. Isn't Bran supposed to have a quest? Okay, well, I guess there is no quest here. I wonder if this is, like, you need to have the breadcrumb from, Old Doom. I rarely ever get this, so I wasn't entirely sure. I mean, it's better than, like, throwing other tides, realistically. Just because of mob kill XP. Work. I will say, this dungeon needs to give me 85. I am...
timing is perfect because I really am just starting to lose consciousness. This guy gonna wake the fuck up and kill the water bubble, or... Nope. We're just gonna mindlessly attack... Ah, yeah, it's the skull marker. That's the fucking trick. You put the skull marker and their fucking lemming brains, you know, just rewire themselves. It's crazy fucking work.
This unit has been activated outside normal operating protocols. Downloading new operational parameters. Download complete. Full unit self-defense routines are now active. Destruction of foreign units of civilization.
Done it! The control room is breached!
Alright. I'm struggling here.
Here we go. This should only take a moment.
I might be barely short. No, wrong one. Wrong one. ISIS up. If I don't have enough XP, I'm gonna get midsummer bonfires for the remainder. Not doing another dungeon.
Red beam cord. Well, I need that, actually. Somebody else also rolled needs, so fingers crossed. Fuck. Of course there's no dungeon quest there. I'm gonna do Paranos, Thelsimer, and then head into Twilight Highlands, and then that will 100% get me there. Interesting how if you're actually like above the surface of the water, it doesn't actually show you the map of the zone, like underwater. It just shows you blue. I guess, you know, makes sense. But I just figured the mini-map would have updated. Or wouldn't have updated. It just showed like the same thing every time. Finished your very first casual run in 40 hours, 1 to 80 during Joyous Journeys. You're half convinced waiting until pre-patch would have been faster because classes and specs are actually good, unlike in Kata. Well, it depends on the class and spec, for sure. Heavily depends on the class and spec. But like Prot Warrior, for instance, Prot Warrior is... Why the Silver Pine? Prot Warrior is good in Kata. Blood DK is good in Kata. Obviously, Blood DK doesn't start at 1, but you get the idea. Very much depends on the spec. I can also tell you that the entire way was probably faster during Joyous Journeys. As for individual segments, 80 to 85, faster now, for sure. Lower levels, I think, are debatable. I believe it was faster during Joyous Journeys. And then there's, like, some level brackets where it's obviously faster with Joyous Journeys. I mean, it kind of depends. Morning sync. Yeah, we're almost done with the grind, thankfully. We are so close. Level 84, and I have less than 2 bars to go. Whittle has been pestering me to tank dungeons, so now I'll finally be able to do them later today. Finally! Not up. Wait, that gave, like, no experience, huh? Let's see, I think I have a plan. Hey, I guess that's not that bad. Not like the worst thing ever. Relatively speaking, what would a current quest be? Yeah, it's normal. Okay, yeah, no, it's good. I'm just blind. I don't know why my brain didn't, like, register the bar moving, but that's... Much played... Yeah, 10 minutes, okay. Should be good. I'm just kicking myself for wasting, like, an hour of slash played time figuring out the detention block thing and queuing into Stratholm service entrance 11 times in a row until I finally cracked the code. This rare is usually up. Nice. One more rare. Over there. You ever have to cast... Oh, there it is. There's the one final rare. Aroma ends the run. While I'm here, I'm gonna check the other rares just for shits and giggles, but... there it is. That's it. Whew. I am tired, man. I am so tired. But it is nice to have this character done. Now I gotta start my other monks. You ever have to cast a slam with a cast time again, it'll be too soon. I kind of think the idea behind that is pretty cool, though. Like, in theory, that sounds neat. Nice. I found a chest in this location so many times. Camel hide shreds, nice. It's actually one of the BOEs I used for this run. Then there's one more rare. Nice. Underpierced Sentry. Probably worth something. A quick check for chests, and then alright, then we is in pilgrimage, I think. Why is your monk buff going missing? It's a bug. There's a bug that causes it to get wiped. Alright. We hit 85. Thank you guys for watching. I'm gonna try and end it ASAP, partially because I'm tired, also partially because I want to make sure the YouTube stream actually processes. I'm probably gonna re-upload all this in one sitting, or like, I don't know, I'll figure something out. But we'll see. Anyways, thanks for watching. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm probably gonna take like at least a solid 24-hour break because I've been doing non-stop video editing and leveling for the last like 5 days. I have just had no time to breathe, so I'm gonna probably take a break, and I'll be doing endgame gearing on my monk, but I don't really want to stream that. I'm just gonna do that on my own time, and then I'm gonna be doing more speedruns for the next like week or so, and then I'm gonna do a few more monk runs, but also the main thing, we need to do 85 to 90 testing pretty soon. I gotta start that ASAP. I also have to do Keystone Hero Challenge stuff this weekend. Haven't touched my characters, but I have to blast out a bunch of runs at some point. So that's stuff to do. Alright. But yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one. Peace.